I lay in remembrance of a darker day, searching for resemblance to a time when all was fair, the world was mine, there was passion in the air.
TRMZ love. I'm back laughing face, happy Monday, been out of the country for a few months, glad to see the man still running. Have a good one.
Can't wait to try Alteria myself. You've got to calm the queues down. Oh, Potato, it is a bit of a tricksy one. I guess it's flavour of the month right now. There will be a time, like for example, when Experimental drops on, I'm guessing Thursday, but there'll be spaces to play it when Experimental drops. I would imagine. Only maybe the first day or two, but these things always go in waves. Anyway, hello, Potato. Hello, everybody else. Hope you're all good. Good afternoon, evening. Runny tummy man's. Not anymore, I'm fine. Right, let me just catch up with the alerts right quick. Cyanide, thank you for the resub. Liquid, been out of the country for a few months. Dude, well, I hope you're well. Hope you had a nice time, whatever you were doing. Is that code for you've been in prison? I hope not. I hope you're good, dude. Essex Stubbsy, thank you very much. Zorden, Keelan, Big Red Banana, Sad and Lonely Gamer, thank you very much as well. Been out of the country for a few months. I wonder if he's like a spy. Liquid is in the spy club.
TRMZ love, TRMZ love, TRMZ love.
Oh, Goat Lord, yeah. Well, I'm glad you're on the mend. I am definitely much on the mend, very much on the mend. Literally just finished the Slow Owl Curse, dude. That was a good video. Back when the videos used to get views. Back when there was videos. Birdie, thank you for the 9 months. Sad and Lonely Gamer, thank you very much too. Right, let's see. Let's see about getting in. I haven't even tried to join the server yet, but there we go. Last day off work. Wow, Cov, I hope you have a good time. That's cool, dude. It is going to be a late one today. Don't make it feel longer with your constant cynicism, Picky Bugger, okay? Riding with Kevo, thank you for the 22 months. What's going on here? Don't know what that is. What's that mean? Am I in? What does that mean? Oh, it was Q-Bug. Look, see how it said -1? That ain't good, is it? Let me just try clicking play. Ding, 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 ding. I'm a bit ahead of the game then. Pulled a lucky one yesterday, managed to click join just after server restart. That's the way to get in, Judge. Getting in the first 60 or whatever the server is after restart. Fox Traps, thank you for the 9 months. Riding, thank you very much too. Birdie, thank you for the resub. Cheers for the support, guys. Right, gotta turn the music off. So, those of you that were watching yesterday, I went a tiny bit, like 10 minutes longer than I meant to. Am I down here? 10 minutes longer than I meant to, but look what it got us. Look at this bountiful. Look at this bountiful bounty of bountrification. God. We've got an LAR, we've got a SVD, and we've got an Org AX. Bountification. That's not even a word. What I need to do is get one of those doofers for the... have I not got a... I've got a suppressed weapon as well. Look at that. Look at that. We're kitted. Yeah, what I need to do is have a little play around. I don't really need this FAL. It's not going to stop me keeping it, just for now. The FAL is just my night vision gun for now. It's only a nighttime gun. That's what it is. Nighttime gun. So my plan, I'm right near the busiest PvP area of the map. I'm not going to stay here for now. I'm going to move away for a little bit. I'm gonna get a crack on and get away from the airfield just for now.
TRMZ FMD.
And what I'll probably do is stash the FAL somewhere, I think. But what I really, really want to do is get a scope for the VSD. Now, I've got a spare one of these. I've got a spare Spectre. What I really want to do is get the Spectre scope. I need to get an AK Zenit mount. And then I can use the SVD as my main weapon and the AUG AX as my secondary. And all will be well in the world. I know, chat were most displeased with me not getting the pants jamb on. The pants seem to be like the crisis. The crisis that I just hadn't managed to avert, wasn't it, really? Trent, thank you very much for the support. Paragraphic and Bbot, thank you very much for the resubs as well. 2-year inning, Bbot. Diamond, I think, isn't it? Did you know you can turn the night vision scope to heat vision? Did you know that that's not true? This particular night vision scope can be used during the day, but it's not heat vision. It's not like a, well, not a thermal scope anyway, which is what most people think heat vision is. It's just got 2 modes, one for night and one for day, but it's not really to do with heat. So we've got quite a bit of food. I've got absolutely no water. But we have got an SVD with a suppressor. I need to make that sing. DMR mag. All lovely things in here as well. Look at the well, some things. I don't know if they're lovely or not actually, but anyway. I'm not going to go to the airfield yet. It's too early in the stream for me to be going back to that airfield. I'll just die. And I don't mind getting in some fights, but I need to play myself in. I don't like starting geared, and if I start geared and start PvPing straight away, we'll be a new spawn inside 15 minutes. I'd rather go on a bit of a journey, get a bit more used to the game again, and then see where we're at. Could I not get back to the pants? They may not have despawned yet. I think they probably have. I know you ain't being serious, by the way, but there we are. Sour and Tote were on fire. Were they playing together, were they? That's a bit of a deadly duo. -12, is it?
Paul, I'll
well,
catch you after work.
It was -1 Celsius here. I've just been out for a walk, so I'm definitely better now. I've been out for my... I was out for about an hour and 25 minutes, solid walk. Didn't go really quick, but I did my 10,000 steps anyway, you know. So, yeah, I've been out for my walk this morning. It was proper cold. 2 pairs of socks cold it was. But it's only -1, you know. It's not like some of you guys in the wilderness. Charlie, good day, dude. Hope you're well. Thank you for the support, man. Thank you very, very much. There's nothing quite like winter time for everyone flexing who's got the coldest. Oh. Have I got a water bottle, a cooking pot and a canteen and no water? What an absolute shitter. I'm not going to the heli. Like I was saying before, right now I'm playing for I'm playing for the sensibility of everything. I'm playing it right. I'm playing it right. Hi, Satiricon. Right. Yeah, I'm enjoying my cup of tea actually. It wasn't that cold, but cold enough. I don't normally multi-layer, but I had a t-shirt, a jumper, and a decent kind of warm coat. You know, that's quite a lot of layers for me. Normally that would have me steaming at the ears. How long do you steep your tea? I don't even know what steeping is. If you mean how long do you leave the tea bag in the cup for? Not very long. I stand by the kettle. I do that thing you're not meant to do, where I pour it in. I try to wait, and then I wait about 5 seconds, and then I just like bash the bag against the side of the cup until it's strong enough, and then I put some milk in and I'll fuck off. Steep? Fucking steep. I ain't got time for no steeping. I make it and I drink it. I'd be drinking another cup inside 18 minutes, never mind steeping. You're getting old. 39 years is just 15 years away from retirement. Depends what age retirement is. By the time I get to retirement age, I think retirement age will be when you're dead. Thankfully, though, I'm not exactly working my fingers to the bone. Luders, I think it can make a difference. I think with Yorkshire tea, if you're just making it like a tea bag, in, like Yorkshire Gold, if you're putting the tea bag in the mug and making it, if you leave it longer than about 90 seconds, it starts to go a bit shit. You get all sorts of slicks on the top of the thing that you don't want. You know, I don't want that. So I make it fairly sharpish myself. Doesn't mean I'm right, but it tastes great to me, so I'm happy. PG tips. Here's a tip. Don't drink that shit. Arslex. Sorry. Asarlex. ASRlex. It's not Arslex, is it? Arslex? Sorry, dude. That was not intentional. It just looked like your name was Arslick, okay? I didn't do it on purpose. Thank you for the follow on YouTube. Alex M, thank you for the follow on YouTube as well. Arslex, my god. Sorry, dude. Yeah, well, let's carry on. Steep schmeep, get it squashed against the cup. Gary, I agree. I ain't got time in my life for waiting 18 minutes for a cup of tea. Fuck that. There is something to be said for having a like a proper a proper teapot of tea. But then you're not using tea bags for that, are you? Tea bags are meant to go in the cup, right? If you're using a teapot, you're using loose leaf, right? And then you want to let it soak for a good while, but I don't use a teapot very often. I ain't got the time for that shit. Ooh. Stepped it. That rang out, didn't it? So we were actually starving to death yesterday, and I managed to get food from a dead guy's bag. I found a stashed bag that I'd seen the guy stash, and I got some wolf steaks and cooked them. Felt pretty smart about myself, if I'm honest. That was pretty cool. I think I've got a... Have I got a... I don't appear to have. That's right. Yeah, I'm trying to work out if I've got a can opener, but I don't seem to have one. But I don't know. I probably have got one somewhere. Thought I had one. Nope. I don't have one. There is something joyful about having a proper, like, loose leaf... Like, if you get decent loose leaf tea... I'm no expert. I've only ever got it from the local place, but... if you get, like, loose leaf tea and make it on, like, a Sunday morning or something, it is really nice. It is way better, but... I ain't got time for that shit. I could be scrolling Instagram on my Teflon. I ain't got time for that as well. I'm spending my my TV time very well at the moment. The kids got me an Only Fools and Horses box set. Last night I watched the entire series 3. I could be on one of the streaming services watching something I'd never seen before, but what I'm actually doing is watching 40-year-old comedy shows that I've seen before. That seems like a bit of time well spent, I'd say. It's pretty good actually. Season 3 is good. Grandad's in season 3, yeah. He died IRL while they were making season 4, so he's about not to be, unfortunately. Season 3 is peak so far. The first season was actually not that great in comparison to the rest, but season 3 is the best so far. It's really good. I've not seen Saltburn. No, I'm not really. I've not really got round to that. Don't know if I want to. It's certainly having a mixed bag of reviews.
Everyone should
I like
experience
Uncle Albert, yeah. Uncle Albert's character was great.
Was a great show.
Hitman, thank you. Everyone should experience a good teabagging. Yeah. I'm not sure. Chandelier, I think that's season 3. No, it's season 2. It's one of the later episodes of season 2. That's pretty good, but season 3 there's some bangers. Like, sorry guys, this is a 40-year-old show that a lot of you will never have seen if you're not from the UK, but in one of the early episodes of season 1, he gets rinsed by a couple of guys from a curry house, and they take him to the cleaners and rip him off. And the first season, he actually gets ripped off loads. And like he's meant to be a bit down on his luck, but in the first season he loses every time, and then in the second season he like beats Boise at cards by cheating, but Boise was cheating as well, and he starts getting a few wins, and that's what you want. You want your sort of. It's much better when he has a few lucky breaks in amongst it. And the one I just watched, there's this posh lady trying to rip him off, pretending to be nice, so she can get this painting off his wall. And he kind of pretends like he doesn't know what it is, and she's like an art dealer, and she's really trying to rip him off. And then she pretends to like him, and they go on a few dates, and then she pretends it's her birthday. He gives her this painting, and then it ends with her in an auction, and she's like, oh, I've got one over you. I've got an affidavit from my parents saying it's been in the family forever and a day, and all this. And he goes, thank God for that. And then it transpires that he knew how much it was worth all along, but his grandma had stolen it from an art dealership years ago, and it's been sitting on the wall and it's stolen. And he knew it was stolen, but now it's not his problem. It's brilliant. Like that, they managed to start weaving in some twists that mean that even when he lost, he actually won, kind of thing. You know, it's much better. It gets good, and that's enough talking about a 40-year-old TV show now, I guess. That's one of my favourite episodes, that one, because you think you're kind of watching, you're thinking, oh, he's being ripped off. It's so obvious he's being ripped off, but actually he knew what he was doing all along. It's brilliant. Forking Christ, you've ruined it now. I was going to watch that. Sorry, dude. That 40-year-old spoiler. It's a real kick in the teeth, isn't it? I remember Red Dwarf a little bit. The earlier seasons. I've not seen any of the later ones, but up to about season 3 or 4, I watched years and years and years ago. The 90s. Amazing Maze, BFG, Hitman Foley. Thank you very much for the support. Oh, it's that way. That's the way I'm going, I think. Preskowski, thank you for the bits. Cheers for the support, guys. Thank you. Yeah, Andrew. Hi, Uncle Food, by the way. Twitch changed their terms of service, as Uncle Food just said, so that I'm allowed to stream on both platforms at the same time. So I'm allowed to stream on both Twitch and YouTube, and that's what I'm doing. It's been pretty good for me in terms of stream viewership. It's been pretty bad for me in terms of video views, but can't win them all. It's actually on the main road, I think. Oh well, I'm not ready for a firefight, but it looks like we're heading towards one.
Joke? Sorry, I'm still working on it.
Oh God. Funky, well thanks for that insight. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. Those shots aren't a million miles away.
My favourite show?
My guess is Wolves.
Moonlighting.
Moonlighting, that's a bit before my time. Only Fools and Horses is before my time, but it got replayed so much. Moonlighting didn't get replayed so much, you know. Say now, I've not actually been alive on this character very long. I came running down south, hopped on a quad bike briefly. God, that's a DMR. I'm going to be dead in a minute. I doubt it's wolves now, given they're still shooting. Would it be on these rocks? Fuck. He's seen me. I have to back away. I'm not taking on the DMR face forward. I need to get over the ridge really quickly. This might be cowardly, and it's very rare that I do this, but I'm not going face into a DMR this early into the stream. I ain't ready. I actually looked to the right briefly and then looked back and he was there. If I was looking straight at him, I would have had time to shoot. This is not good.
Morning. Score some goals. TRMZ full auto.
Hell, is it open down there? I'm going to try and get down to the coast and just get away. There's no cover, but distance can be my friend. The only problem is the DMR knocks you uncon from a very, very long way away. Very, very rare I'll run away from a fight, but I'm happy enough with the SVD. I'd like to stash the FAL. I've got 12 hours to play today, and I'd like to use this gear a bit, so I'm going to make the right choice for once. Watch me get shot in the back. Go under the bridge to the left. Well, that's no good because I need to go this way. It's very open, but I need to go this way. I'm going to take an EpiPen to cross that in a second.
Happy Monday. Hope you have a good stream.
Atty, thank you. Happy Monday. Hope you're good. Thank you for coming in. Cheers for the continued support. Cheers for the 25 months. Fernando, thank you for the sub on YouTube. The follow, that is. Jesteros, thank you. Jestero, thank you very much for the 6. Funky Jazz, Darts in the Dark, thank you for the resubs. Fox, thank you as well. Hope you're good. Furious Ranking. I got to say that pretty carefully. Furious Ranking, thank you for the Prime. Ashujo, thank you for the Prime as well. Chris Kowski, cheers for the bits, dude. This really doesn't sit brilliantly well with me to be running away from a fight, but I just need to do the right thing. Do I think the DMR should be reduced to 2-shot uncon? Well, that'd just make it a foul. No, I don't. I think its ability to knock people unconscious is a touch much at extended range, but I think it's okay that the DMR is as powerful as it is. On a regular server, assuming there's no hackers, the DMR is hard to find. It's not a gun you're going to get every life. You could spend 10 lives trying to find one before you got one. And this is sometimes, you know. I don't think it's too bad. Maybe at the extreme, like I say, knocking people unconscious without any chest protection at, say, 700 meters is that. If you're wearing a plate carrier, it should probably only knock you unconscious at relatively short range. Let's say 100 meters or less. Beyond 100 meters, I wouldn't like to see it knocking a plate carrier unconscious. So maybe I'm kind of slightly where you are, but the problem is I don't know. I'm not a dev. I don't know how they can make that so it actually achieves that. But it needs to not be a FAL, because a FAL is basically the same as an AUG-AX, you know. What's the point of having a DMR that's basically a semi-automatic AUG-AX in terms of how it works? It needs to be better than an AUG-AX, but maybe it could be reined back in just a smidge. Adam, I hope you're good, dude. So Jimmy, yeah, you've got to search, if you're on like a regular server, you've got to search crash sites, helicopter crash sites and convoys. Which is why it's a cool thing, because just because you found a crash site doesn't mean you found a DMR. On like regular official, you could check like 10 heli sites and be lucky to find one DMR. Ike was here. How you doing? Thanks for coming in. Rob, you're right. It's a huge flank. I like that. Yeah, it's a huge flank. We're not running away. Damn straight.
Manon.
Bloody dog's barking. My missus is vacuuming downstairs, it sounds like. The dog is having a lovely fun time barking at her. Of about 20 crashes, I've only found one DMR. Yeah, your chances are higher at a convoy, but convoys can be quite hard to find. Like, you know where they are, but even still, you can be, excuse me, lucky or unlucky on finding them. McDuck, dude, thank you for the 69. 69 with McDuck, blimey. Tundra Stuck, thank you very much as well. Tundra Struck, even, not stuck. So my plan, I'm still going to go to a military base where we could end up getting action, we could end up getting in trouble, but my plan is to go to the dam area where we were yesterday maybe, or the day before. Yeah, I died there yesterday, I think. My plan is to go there. No, on Saturday it was. Don't normally stream Saturdays, that's what threw me. And look for a Zenit mount, you know. There's quite a lot to loot around there. There's quite a few military areas. There's good loot there. Like, you can find decent stuff, but my plan is to go there and see about finding a Zenit mount, and then I might travel a little bit north and hide this FAL somewhere. See how we go. Have I seen the gas zone? I haven't, Barney. I've looked on a map. I know where it is, but I've only had one life where I kind of bothered to try and find the gas zone loot. And I was fairly close to having a full NBC kit, then I died, so I'm not bothered. This is made by John McClane, yeah. Josho, cheers for the bits. I hope you're feeling good today. Why do you like the AUG-AX so much? Because it's the most powerful assault rifle. It's, I really like the scopes for the AUG-AX, much like the M4. The M4's got a higher rate of fire, but it's not as powerful per shot, so I just like as an all-round assault rifle, you could use the AUG-AX. It's exactly like a FAL. It's exactly like a LARS. So it works more like a DMR in the game. It's not. It's an assault rifle, but it's got more damage. So if I shoot somebody with a plate carrier on where that rock is with an AUG-AX, one shot to the chest, they'll go unconscious. They won't go unconscious to one shot with any other assault rifle other than maybe the M16. It's just... It requires one shot to knock someone uncon at close range, even if they've got a plate carrier on. Do weapons in DayZ do different damage while using the same rounds? Yes. It's done in a relatively simple way, I suppose, but it's really to do with the barrel length in simple terms. Not always going to be quite so easy as that, but take the 308 round. It fires from a Longhorn pistol. That's a much slower travelling round, does less damage because it's a short barrel. Out of a Blaze, it's a longer barrel, it does more damage. Out of a Tundra, it does more damage still because the Tundra barrel is longer than the Blaze barrel. The LAR has got a shorter barrel, so it's similar damage to the Blaze. It's not as powerful as the Tundra or the Savannah. I think that's kind of cool that there's variances between them. What's more powerful, Tundra, Mosin and Blaze? The Tundra and the Mosin are very slightly different, but basically the Tundra and the Mosin are on a par with each other.
First stream I've managed to catch.
The Blaze is weaker. However, the Blaze, you can fire both bullets at the same time. So if you press X and hit with both bullets, that's powerful, more powerful because you're firing two. So if you're firing one bullet, Tundra, if you fire both at the same time from the Blaze, the Blaze. Upstanding. I think it's a simplistic way that DayZ does it, but it kind of makes sense. The longer the barrel, the quicker the round is fired, kind of thing. I think it's kind of simplistic for the game, but there is some truth to it, I believe, yeah. That's what I mean, Dipster. The Mosin is, strictly speaking, the Mosin round is slightly quicker travelling, I believe. So at longer ranges, it might have a slightly higher damage than the Tundra. But the difference between the two is so small that in real world, you hit the same shot with either gun, you're going to get the same outcome pretty much all the time. Fluxon, thank you for the 28 months. Mosin is still the best gun. It might be, Beebs. It might be. But I don't like the scope on the Mosin at the moment. There's an awful bug with the... Well, it's not even a bug, but... The reflections on the the PU scope are terrible, and the PU scope is not good right now. Productive Sociopath, thank you very much. Does it work the same way with weapons you carry in your pants? I don't know about the... I think the speed of ejaculation from your pant barrel is more relative to age than it is relative to barrel length, if I'm honest. I suspect it's more related to age. So, when you're 20, it comes out like a firefighter's hose. When you're 38, it comes out... I've used this analogy before. But you know when you're drilling into plasterboard, and you get that like dust that sort of falls onto the edge of the wall? That's what it's like then. I was hoping to find somewhere to make a fire. Very open. There's water in here. There is. Have I got... Oh god, that's awful, isn't it? Let's just get inside here so it doesn't do it. Oh, that's awful, isn't it? Let's get up here so it doesn't do it. Have I got tablets? I've got vitamins.
TRMZ love.
I think we might just use the vitamins for now. Sorry, let me just get that right for some of our friends across the pond. I think I've got vitamins. Vitamins! Let's have a go. We might as well just take a risk on some vitamins. Much better. I don't really agree. You have a ball ache there. I'm not sure you can spell vitals. Language doesn't work that way, though. You can't say, well, you say vitality, so you should say vitamin. It just doesn't. Language doesn't work that way. For a start, we have accents and local dialects and everything, but there are so many words that get pronounced different ways that start with the same kind of couple of letters, but you pronounce in different ways. There are so many countless examples where you yourself will have words that are pronounced differently, so that argument doesn't wash. This, strictly speaking, isn't guaranteed to work. Taking a pill and drinking the water is not a 100% guarantee. Jason, thank you very much for the 27 months, dude. Cheers for the support, man. Thank you. Gen Z, cheers for the resub. Woody Woodpecker, thank you very much too. I'm hoping there might have been a fire. Oh, there's a fucking house there, look. Ball aches. I might go and cook this food at that house. Exactly,
Finally
Shropshire.
on the big screen. Keep it up. Love the streams.
Metro, thank you very much for the support. I think that's Vimir. That's the order that. That's the order of things all in life, really. Leisure leads to pleasure, seizure. Right, I'd like to fill this up again, and I'd like to finish drinking it as well. Can I get away with that now?
Vitamins less than 3.
I feel like I'm pushing my luck a little bit here. Let's just say that's enough for now. Right, now, let me have a little fuck about for a second. I don't think I need that hunting scope anymore, do I? For fuck's sake, get it right. I've got some sangers on the horizon, by the way, guys. Sangers is the English pronunciation. Shropshire will back this up. Sangers is how we say sandwiches in Queen's English. I've got some sangers on the horizon, so I might be eating them in a minute. Start stream, immediately start stroffing. Eating. Other words are available. Why have I got so little stamina? Is that just from the water? Oh, I'm going to be near a fire in a second. Let's not bother. One sec, guys. I just need to mute. Sorry, guys. I'm back. Mrs. She just shouted up and went, "Do you want the white bread or the brown bread?" And like, this is gluten free, so none of it is good. But I've discovered the secret to a good gluten free bread sandwich, and it's to get Warburton's or Sainsbury's own Tiger bread, and then lightly toast it, and it makes a really good sandwich. So she just shouted up, going, "Do you want white or brown bread?" And my reply was, "Lightly toasted white, please." At which point she went, "Fucking hell." It's going to get dumped in my fucking lap when it comes up here. Oh dear. Let's just use my hand. Burnt. Well, at least the charcoal will guarantee my stomach settled, Singer, I suppose. It is actually it's the best hack I've discovered. Before I was ill, I had the best sandwich. I think I talked about this on stream. You know, that's how exciting my life is. The best sandwich I've had that's been gluten free since I started having disappointing sandwiches. And it was prawn mayo, or for America land, prawn salad, shrimp salad, with a little bit of lettuce. Fairly straightforward fare, but the bread was the lightly toasted bread was an absolute extravaganza. It was it was so good. I was literally like overjoyed while I was eating it. And it's the simple things that please simple minds, right? It was amazing. Anyway, I'm just constantly trying to recreate that now. Gluten-free bread is disappointing. It's so bad. There isn't any that's good, but lightly toasting it solves a lot of problems. My dick is gluten-free. Okay. My humour's pretty immature, but yours is on another level, you know. Yours hasn't been born yet. Moggio, thank you for the 16 months. Heisenberg, thank you for the 3. Talby, thank you for the new sub. Trav, thank you for the bits. Metro Racer, Shreen Bean, Coffee Power, cheers for the support. Thank you. What do I think about this map? I think it's great. I really like the way it's laid out. It's a fairly small map. I think 60 players is probably too many, but it's a lot of fun while it is 60. I think 50 players is the maximum this map should be in its current state. And I don't think it's going to change, but the two most popular servers, I could be wrong here, so apologies if there are others, but the two most popular servers are Zero and Karmakura, I think, at the moment, and they're both running 60 pop. I think that's actually a little bit more than it should be. I think it should be less. I think 60 pop is too many. But that aside, it's loads of fun. I really like the layout of it. It's maybe not got the longevity of a DeerIsle or Chernarus or some of the other like adventure maps with a lot of replayability. I don't think this map has got huge replayability, but it is a very, very cool map. KK is 70, is it? That's stupid then. 60 stupid, so I'm not calling it. One sec, guys. I'm not going to lie. I'm not best pleased with the location of this house. You're just saying in the chat this house location is scary. I agree. It's not the safest house to be cooking in, but it's the house I've got. This is a big problem on this. Like, it's not that hot most of the time, but when you're near a fire, you start losing health so quick. These are going to cook real quick though, so... Oh, as if that's not done. Fuck me. I don't think it really matters that they're wet. I don't even know why I'm bothering. How am I? I'm going to say how am I still flashing over here? That make no sense. Probably should revisit what I'm keeping in here, because this is not the most powerful loot that I've got, really. It's not the best shit. I'm about to get really hot. We're certainly okay food-wise now. We've got quite a lot of boiled. So this is going to give me hydration as well. Like boiling, it gives me slightly less meat, but slightly less energy by boiling it. However, it gives me more hydration, and on top of that, I've just boiled the water, so I can drink the water in that cooking pot now as well. So pretty decent win all around. Loads of energy, loads of hydration, and a full cooking pot of water as well. And we're right on the edge of the military base that I was trying to get to anyway, so we're where we need to be. I would be ashamed to boil venison IRL. A lot of the survival guys on the Alone show were boiling their meat, weren't they? That's what they were doing with a hell of a lot of their meat. They were boiling it in broth along with all the bones and gizzards and fucking eyeballs and God knows what else. Because then they were eating the meat, obviously, but drinking the broth as well. It looks good, though, doesn't it? It is perfectly toasted, I would say. Yeah.
All the platonics. Love you. Bye.
Looks great, actually. So I've got ham, lettuce, well, it's a BLT. Ham, lettuce, tomato, a little bit of mayo. In a lightly toasted bun. Any more specific? I'd like it delivered naked, facing south only.
It's good to have you back, Paul. Happy New Year.
How am I still hot? Fucking hell. Just a segment of health. Got any plans with Sarah Muller? Yeah, I've been talking a little bit overnight, just waiting for Sarah to confirm, but there may be a collab between Sarah Muller and I next week. It won't be the one with Burning. Burning's delayed it slightly for his own reason, but there will be a probable collab with Sarah Muller next week. Too tall. Thank you for the resub, dude. Mr. Wizard, thank you very much for the support. Still not Ricky, Maverick, Mogio, Heisenberg, thank you very much as well. I'm still yellow hot, but that doesn't matter. Being yellow
I
hot
got
doesn't
snowed
matter.
in, so 12 hours of stream for me today.
The yellow heat, all that does is make you a little bit dehydrated. It dehydrates you quicker. But I've just drank a load of water and I've just eaten a load of boiled meat, so I'm hydrating more. Doesn't matter about the yellow. The red is the problem because it's cost me a segment of health, you know, and losing a segment of health to a fire seems a little bit harsh, if you ask me. You know, that's crazy. Any word on when the experimental's meant to drop? They just said it would be this week, dude. They might announce it today, but I bet it's Thursday. I'd love it to be sooner. But I bet it's Thursday. No, we're here. Where I died the other day. Saturday. Sorry guys, I'm trying to eat my sandwich before I end up looting a military base. Am I taking part in True Colours? Hopefully, Baggies. I don't know when it's being announced. I know HB was talking about doing an event, but I absolutely would like to go in it, yeah. Happy Bombs, Cookie Monster. I'm just overwatching for a minute. This is a decent place to do it. Still yellow. Everything's dry. Oh, it's the cooking pot. The meat has cooled down. Or has not. Yeah, the gun's not raising up as easily as... Well, that's not done at all, but that... They're changing the gun raise and making it less jarring. And it does look like a big improvement. The weapon raise not being as bad is a huge deal. As is the zombies not aggroing to impacts of bullets landing easily as well. That's going to be a big thing too. I've eaten one of my 2 sandwiches, but I shouldn't be here yet. I've just took that suppressor off for exactly that reason regarding bullet drop. I was here the other day. The loot was stunningly good. Even the armor barracks, but we are a long way south, right? So that kind of makes sense. I don't like the PSO1 ones. Would go on the SVD, but I don't like it. Lars, yeah, we're on yesterday's live. I've actually chickened out of a firefight so far this morning, but just trying to play my way in. I'm on for 12 hours, and I came face to face with a dude with a DMR. Chose to back away, which is a rare thing for me, but we're on yesterday's character. I've moved away from the airfield for now. So, right at the end of yesterday's stream, I picked up an LAR and an SVD. So right now I'm looking for a Zenit mount, the LAR. Sorry, the Zenit mount for the SVD. That's why I'm here. And I'm also picking up bullets and ratchet, maybe some NBC loot. And my plan is to go and hide the LAR. That's what I want to do. I want to get the SVD going. And then go and hide the LAR. Use SVD and Orgay X for this life.
It's time to start running!
Spook Dog, let's face it, if the Aussies invented it, then that's English anyway. Pretty much it's the same thing. Australia is basically the equivalent of my mum in our extended family, because they mostly lived in Leicestershire and my mum moved away, but we're still part of the same family, right? Whereas Australia, it's just the people that moved away. Maybe they were, some of them perhaps were pushed away. My mum wasn't forced away and imprisoned or anything, but nonetheless, same thing really. Sangers isn't actually used very often. Come on, it. The first time I heard someone use the term sanger was when I was at school, and it was used by a lad called Tom Miller. That's very, that sounds pretty good. Savoy cabbage stew with smoked sausages. Look at the tape action on that box. God, that was good. What is my favourite meal? I don't really know. My favourite ever starter, I can't really remember exactly what it was, but my favourite starter I ever had was in a place that doesn't exist anymore called the Criterion Restaurant, which was kind of a fairly fancy restaurant in London. And it was like layers of something crunchy. Like there was like about the size of a rich tea biscuit, for those that know what that is. And it was circles of like little wafers of something crunchy, like almost like phyllo pastry. It might have been that, but I don't know. And then it was layered with like white crab meat and all lovely things. It was amazing. I can't describe it any better than that, but that's my favourite starter of all time. My favourite main of all time was in Chelmsford in a Jamie Oliver's restaurant, and it was just like porchetta. It was Italian pork. But it was so good. It was like fucking orgasmic. So if I could recreate that exact starter and main, that's what I'd have. And then I'd follow it up with like a proper double wide creme brulee. Like half an inch deep, but the size of a dinner plate. You know, the secret to a good creme brulee is the width to height ratio, you know. Don't get that wrong. I'm not going to go and loot those containers yet. They're two in the open. I'm going to go and loot the rest. 12-inch creme brulee. Yeah, now we're talking.
Oi, oi, son.
I actually think that there is a special place in hell for all chefs that mess with creme brulees. If you go to a restaurant, right, before you sit down, check the menu. And if you check the dessert menu and there's like a blueberry creme brulee on there, or if there's some kind of flavoured creme brulee on there, just leave, you know. Preferably punching the chef in the nuts as you leave, right? Any chef that decides to make a flavoured creme brulee should be immediately disbanded from the chef's guild. I believe that's what they have, a chef's guild, right? Not actually saving me any space, but it looks good. I'm sick. Is that from the dirty water, do you think? The vitamins didn't work. I think I've got cholera. Well, that sucks. On the subject of random thoughts that I had, like, this is very random. It's nothing to do with creme brulee, but whilst I was out on my walk today...
on most points you make. As a chef, the best creme brulee I ever made was a coffee one. Love you, keep running.
Mitch, you are wrong. And your taste buds can't be wrong, but your customers, trust me, they won't agree. A coffee creme brulee, I'd sooner fucking, I don't know, get that little thing they used to shave the parmesan and take an inch off the top of my cock with it. Anyway, back to where I was going, right? A random thought I had while I was walking, right? This is nothing to do with anything we've just been talking about, but remember back in the day you used to get dog poo that was like grey, like charcoal. It was because dog food used to be really unhealthy. It was like all full of fucking God knows what. It was all full of like stuff that weren't good for dogs, right? So literally you'd be walking around and there would be like grey charcoal dog poo knocking around the place. I came to the conclusion this morning that perhaps any changes to the mix of carbon in the atmosphere, and maybe, I'm not denying or accepting that global warming exists because I don't want to talk about that, so I'm not interested in the environment, aside from to say that maybe there's a direct correlation between dog poo not being grey anymore and there being too much carbon in the atmosphere. Maybe that's the real kicker. Like, basically, dogs used to leave little pockets of carbon around everywhere. Right? But now they don't. Maybe that's the problem. We should start feeding our dogs fucking charcoal again. Like most dog food was all full of absolute nothing. Nah, picky bug, it wasn't calcium, it was carbon. Dogs were basically solving our carbon crisis until recently. That's what I think. Feed them charcoal and burn the poo, blimey. Now, I'm no scientist, but I think that stacks up. Which one's better? I feel like the polymer one's probably more accurate, but this one looks good, so let's use that one. I need to take the pristine one, really, don't I? Fucking hell! This is the AK-74 base, isn't it? It's AK. What the hell is? Oh yeah, I remember. If you want an AK-74, you come here. You will not be disappointed. If you want an AK-74 and Infinity Mags, also come here. Someone had so many, they dropped one there, look. We don't talk politics, environment and gun laws, but I think I can make a joke about dog poo without people being an idiot, and if I can't, then that's on them and nobody else. All the helmets pretty much do the same job, 757. There's no real difference, to be honest, dude. If I had a dog, I'd give it raw diet. There are really good kibbles. It's a little bit boring, but there are really good kibbles that are. I'm not saying they're the best thing for your dog. Probably raw is better, but not necessarily so convenient. And also, you end up with a very, very pampered pooch. But our dog is on a kibble that is 50-something%. It's 52% fish, salmon and trout, and then it's sweet potato and. There's no grains in it or anything. Now, it's not particularly expensive. It's a working dog food, but it's really good quality. Working dog food is VAT free in the UK, so you don't have to pay like 20% VAT on the price of the dog food. So you get a better quality dog food in theory for less money. Well, we get that one, but it's very good food. The quality of the ingredients is cracking. I don't think he particularly likes it, if I'm honest, but he's a real finicky eater, you know, like, you could end up going down the road like a lot of people do, of giving them like fucking raw meat every day, or like I don't think that's a good idea, like, giving your dog like crazily fancy meals on a daily basis, like, he'll certainly eat more expensive food than me at that rate. Spook dog's very protective over the Australian language.
Oh god, ads.
A really weird thing, the grey dog poo. Like, you know, like in the Terminator films when there's the nuclear thing.
Hey yo, hope your bum's good, mate.
They have that thing with the nuclear explosion, and like Sarah Connor's holding the fence, and then they all kind of get fried, and then they kind of turn to like charcoal, and then they turn to dust. Well, that's what dog poo used to be like, but a little bit slowed down. Zablat, thank you very much for the support. Paulie Paul, get then Fenwick. Ooh, fuck, nearly fell off. Thank you. Payne, Mitch, when the sun goes down. Cheers for the support, guys. Thank you. This is definitely going to be worth looting. I mean, there's upwards of 2 containers in here. 3, 4. So it was completely dry when white. Not at first, no, but it was. Like, it would decay real quick and gradually turn into like white sand. Obviously, I spent a lot of time studying this as a child, as you can imagine.
Popped up. That time again.
Oh, I fucked that up. So I've got cholera. I've only got 2 more vitamins left. I'm not convinced I'm going to get rid of this cholera. I'm going to have to go looking for medicine again, which I couldn't find when I was here the last time. I could also be finding new trousers. I still haven't picked up any trousers, have I? Do I have anything that needs repairing? Anything at all? Yes. I have repairing needs. I'm not sick anymore. Yay! The holster will go on your bag. Oh, I'm a bit low. Don't want to put it on my chest vest. But yeah, you're right. I
Happy 20
always forget
months
that
of
about
running.
these bags. But yeah, good
Keep
shout,
running.
dude. That helps. You're not sick anymore. Yeah, baby. Right. What to do now? Anything else
How
that needs
is the
fixing?
DeerIsle doing?
One. Pristine. Pristine. One. Pristine. Oh, no more fixing. Nothing else that needs fixing, eh? On. Pristine. Nothing to be fixed. Oh well. I did the best I could. I could actually keep that now, but I don't think I'm going to. I think I can afford to miss like one space. John McClane is misspelled on your Nightbot alert. Ooh. How? I can't see the Nightbot alert at the moment. You're probably right. I should think he's losing any sleep over it as long as the links work correct. That can't be spelt wrongly. That's... No, it's not. That's how he spells it. Look at the links below. You might spell McLean differently, but I'm spelling it how it works for his link. It's the way it's spelt in the description is exactly the way he spells it on his own Twitch channel. Fucking hell, that was a quandary to solve. So maybe he spells it differently, but that's how his channel is. Fucking hell. John spells his own name wrongly. He does. Do 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 do. So what? I'm looking for a Zenit mount, aren't I? That's what I'm after. More pills. Yeah. Does Ulteria have some cool lore and/or secrets? Coda, it doesn't have stuff like quests like DeerIsle. It's still a work in progress, but I think really it's a different style of map altogether than DeerIsle, you know. It's more of a adventure around and play the game kind of map. At this stage, you know, John McClane might have other ideas for it. Hello, John, if you're here. I think someone was atting you a second ago. But yeah, there's no like teleporting or like going to crazy temples or anything like that. It's more like a base map, but done amazingly well. I think that's good as well. I think it's good when some maps aren't all about like getting to Lantia or getting the scuba gear. It's nice when a map is just a DayZ map, but done really well. And this one is, I really like the landscapes and the open areas, and the way it actually plays is really, really nicely done. It makes for a kind of refreshing gameplay. The only thing that's struggling, as we were talking about yesterday when Mr. McClane was here, with the number of people spawning in on some of these community servers being so high, it does affect the early stages of your character. You know, everyone spawns in the north kind of corner of the map, northwest mostly, I think. And the spawn area and the first hour of your journey can be a bit hit or miss, really, because of the number of players combined with the way the loot system is on the map. I walked over hunting trousers, did I? Oh, well. I guess I'm just really accustomed to these. I'm not going back, but I should have got them, shouldn't I?
Here to many more months of talking in epic loops.
I guess I've just grown to love the shit pants. Decadent, dude, thank you for the 27 months. Really, really appreciate it. Al Bundy's son, thank you for the prime. Al Bundy's son. I'm sure he had a name. What was his name? I want to say it was Tom, but it wasn't. What was Al Bundy's lad called? Piken, thank you. Rodney, Jilly the Kid, Space Pants, Lucas, Dead, thank you. Bud, that's it. Why do we have no stamina bar? Is this map bugged? I think it might be. Going the wrong way, I think. All the containers are kind of this way. I'm just going to... There's a lot of military containers this way. I'm going to check them all, see if I can find a Zenit mount. I doubt we will, but... And then I'm going to head north and find somewhere to stash this LAR, and then we'll solve all of our stamina issues, and no mistake. Do I remember the name of Al's Man Club code? I don't remember hardly anything about the show. I haven't seen any of it for about 30 years. It used to get replayed quite a lot on Sky 1 I think. And so I've seen a few. I never would have watched it when it was around, I don't think. But I saw quite a lot of it being replayed on Sky 1 years ago, but I don't remember much about it now. I remember liking it. I hope I can get out of here. Oh, fuck me. Excellent choice, Paul. I've fucked up here, haven't I? Look at all that stamina I've got now. Do I have an extra mag? I don't think I do I? Oh, it's a DMR mag, dude. In the pot is a DMR mag. I'm actually kind of annoyed. I might go back and drop something else on that in a minute, but I wanted to put the Spectre scope on it, not the NVG scope, but I can't do that now. It's too risky.
Mr. Nance, glad to see you feeling better. Hope all the family is well.
Well, I do. Thank you. Hope you're well, man. Cheers for coming in. Do these all touch each other? They seem to. I think they were in one of the, I think the shots were indoors. I think they were in one of the, like, smaller tower block buildings. So not this height. There was two joined together directly behind me. I'm pretty sure the shots came from there. So, not those ones, but there's some there. But from the next building along from here, I think I'll be able to see those. They'll obviously have come out. They'll be looking for me now, but hopefully we can see them from up here and get a bit of an angle on where they are. The only problem I've got right now, I wish I'd taken that PSO scope now. I've got the Org AX, which is great, but the suppressor's only going to last 2 or 3 shots. Because it's a bottle suppressor. He fired from one of those. Probably that one. Could you imagine if the lockpick broke on that last door locking? It did. It's fine though. I do wonder if maybe the tech building was a better choice. You can break the doors, Ollie. You just hit it, but you can punch the door and it will open, or you can use a knife or a melee weapon. You can break the door. Metal doors, not so much, but that door can be broken easy enough. I had so little stamina and no ability to juke, I kind of had to drop down the wall. Rain is miserable. Can you drop down from the roof? You can. You won't survive the landing. No, you can't. You can't drop down off of here. I know you can do that sort of walking off backwards to a balcony thing, but I've never seen anyone do it on these. You can do it on the lower ones like that one, but
Which map? Is this modest? Which server? Where's your stamina? This is not my beautiful car. This is not my beautiful wife. Happy 2024, Mr. Manz. TRMZ love.
Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. What was he even doing in there? He was possibly like overwatching the containers, maybe. I don't know. Cheers, Cheese Puff. Muller, thank you very much. Yellow Boy, Roswellian, Seb. Cheers for the resubs. My ears have been a bit better, Redline, but only because of the extended not using my headphones period, because of the Christmas break and then the stomach bug. But yeah, I'm my ears are definitely a lot better. The ear ringing is almost gone. Well, it is gone. But unfortunately, I suspect that won't last. It'll come back. Rope. The frames are a challenge in the cities, and I've got a beast of a rig, and I'm in some of the big cities. I'm into the 60s, which is still good frames, but it gets a bit ropey in terms of like not feeling smooth. But that's the price you pay to have amazing cities that are very intricate and different to normal. You know, you can. People use that term, it's not optimized, but what that really means is it's not got any detail. There's no way to optimize it to make it run the level of detail. So I think really, like, I'm probably putting words into John McClane's mind, but he's making a map that his map to make, you know, like trying to make it for the fun of making it and trying to make a good map, you know. Some places are going to have better frames than others. I think it's the game and the engine and what it can actually cope with is the issue more so than anything else, you know. But I think it's worth the price, you know. That you're going to get lower frames in cities. Don't go there if you want PvP, you know. Do I have someone in my family that fought in World War II? Not that's alive anymore. No, my granddad was in World War II. My great granddad was in World War One, but obviously both passed. My granddad died in 2002. He was in the engineers, and he was mostly in Africa, but he was in World War II. Never talked about it though. I only know about that from other people. He never spoke about it. He was a carpenter as a tradesman for his entire life, and he was doing kind of that kind of work really in the engineers. I think it was more like, I think it was bridge building and stuff like that, but I don't really know exactly what he did, to be honest. Empty city. Well, I was just shot at, Dargen, so somebody's around, but where they've gone now, fuck only knows. I'm just trying to be patient and see if we see him. I am skylining, obviously, but even if I get shot by a DMR, unless it's in the head from relatively close, I'll just go unconscious and then I'll wake up and be fine. I've heard there's a new DayZ engine coming out at some point. Will that splinter the game like they did with the model standalone? We don't know if there's another DayZ game coming ever, dude, at the moment. I think and hope there will be, but splinter the player base is a... I don't know. If over the course of the first year of a game coming out, someone hasn't got the cost of entry to play that game, but they had the price to buy the console, then something's wrong with the world, really. I know there's lots of cost issues right now. The cost of living is insane, right? But if somebody's got a gaming PC and they're playing DayZ, but they can't ever buy DayZ 2, then I don't think that's for the devs to worry about, you know. Would it fragment the player base? I don't think so. I think the vast majority would go to the new game straight away, you know, like everyone talks about fragmenting the player base. It's been talked about forever and a day. Meanwhile, the game gets more popular, you know, like, oh, console might fragment the player base. Oh, new maps might fragment the player base. Modding's going to fragment the player base. A new game might fragment the player base. Well, it just brings more people, you know, it brings more people to the game. No, I think it'd be a really positive thing, but whether there is one or not, the engine that Arma 4 is going to use is an updated version of the engine that DayZ uses right now. DayZ's using Infusion, but with some legacy code. Whereas the Arma 4 game, and Arma Reforger, is using all Infusion with a much more updated version of it. So, yes, it's going to be a better engine, but whether we'll see it in a DayZ game or not, time will tell. I think I never understand that fragmenting the player base argument, and because it's been made like, oh god, they shouldn't bring out standalone, it'll fragment the player base from this free mod that I'm playing, you know, like what that's code for really back then was I don't want to buy a game, I'm playing it for free right now, you know, like I bought Arma 2 and I'd rather just carry on playing it without buying a new one, you know, like, but it didn't fragment the player base. There's more people playing DayZ now than ever before, you know, and it's been out 10 fucking years. Where did this guy go? I know I've been up here a while, but people just don't disappear. He can't still be hiding in his little fucky house. I think he's in that one if he is, but... the cost of living crisis is horrendous. I don't want to drift into politics, but times are really, really tough right now. There is talk about... nobody need to talk about politics. You can talk about interest rates without talking about politics. I don't want to talk about politics, right? But the general headwinds seem to be suggesting that there may be, in the UK, maybe 2 interest rate cuts over the course of the next year. So already, like, mortgage rates are starting to be a little more competitive at the interest rate that they are. The lenders are starting to fight for business rather than trying to shoo it away. So whilst we're not in a recovery or anything, I'm not suggesting we are, I think it might not be as bad in the... Like, right now is terrible, but I think interest rates might come down a little smidge fairly soon. I hope. So, who knows what's ahead. We might be heading to the worst, like, recession, depression of all time, but I suspect we're not. I suspect the interest rates will come down, and what we've had is a correction because interest rates of not being any, like 0.5% or whatever they were, is not an interest rate. That's not sustainable. We had that for so long. They'll settle to a more sensible level at some point. Like, inflation in real terms is coming down. It's come down in the UK from 9 and 10% or whatever it was to like 3 or 4. It's coming down a lot. But it's sensitive. It could easily fluctuate, go up again. But and when I got my mortgage with my ex-wife, when we applied for it, it would have been like 2007 or something. The interest rates were 5 or 6% then. You know, that was normal, but it was pre-2008. You know, like, we're back to about regular levels, but everyone's been suckling on the teat of no interest. Voyager, yeah, the cost of living is insane. I am very lucky to be sort of shielded from it in as far as I've done pretty well the last couple of years, and I'm very grateful for that. But I spent 20 years earning fuck all, and I was in massive debt when I started streaming, and I've lived the, like, if the washing machine breaks, we might not have a washing machine for a month, the kind of life, because I can't afford to get it fixed or replaced, you know, like, it sucks. It really sucks, but yeah, I think things may improve. I think we are at the worst of it, I hope. The rain stopped. The visibility's improved. I got shot at. The guy is, or the girl, is still here somewhere. So I'm giving it just a little bit longer. I'm going to leave fairly soon. I haven't got patience for this, and I'm here long. I'm surprised how long I've been here, to be honest. But I'm going to keep looking just for another minute or two, and then we're going to skedaddle.
It's time to start running!
How excited are you for the Masters of the Air? Well, given it's on Apple TV, and I don't have Apple TV, not at all at the moment. It's going to be good, though, isn't it? I'm really excited for the finale of Jack Reacher Season 2. Clearly the best thing ever, and much better than anything on Apple TV. Reacher's been pretty poor, actually, but there we are. Luders, I think Reacher Season 2 has not been anywhere near as good as Season 1. It's not had the characters. Like, Season 1, he really got to know some people. He got to know the sort of out-of-town boss of the police department who was out of place. He wasn't where he should be, in Margrave, right? He got to know the police officer that he had a bit of a dalliance with, and they were strong characters in it. The bad guys were fairly strong and stuff, you know? Like, in this one, the bad guys are barely in it. It's mostly all of the special investigators tossing each other off about how great they are, you know, having flashbacks to when they were great, or then talking about how they're great and nobody should mess with them. And they're mostly kind of bland characters. All of the special investigators, it looks like, from the flashbacks, they kind of killed off some of the good characters and kept all the bland, inane, boring ones. It's not that exciting. Don't mess with the special investigators, as their peen gets gradually harder. I've never seen an episode of The Traitors. I've still been watching Reacher. It's not been the worst thing ever, but it's not been so good. The first season wasn't astounding, you know. The writing and the actual the dialogue is kind of poor, but I enjoyed it. I kind of liked the show. But this season, it's still got that kind of writing, but the characters and the character development just not there. And that's also, like you say, Claywoot, that's where Reacher is at its best. Reacher's at its best when he's stumbling upon a random scenario that he can just help put somebody out, you know, like there's a scene in the very first scene of the very first episode. He's like walking into a cafe or something, and there's a guy coming out, and he's clearly been beating up his missus, and he's pushing her around, and he goes over and stops it, kind of thing, you know, like Reacher is at his best when he's stumbling across some random thing that he can help out, like the littlest hobo, you know. They should make Reacher like a bit like the old Incredible Hulk series, where he just drifts around helping out for an episode. A bit like the A-Team as well. He could just help out somewhere for an episode, solve a problem, and then move on like the littlest hobo. You know, it would be very formulaic and very simple, but everyone would lap it up. He actually only stared at him. I don't think that's true, Hoyds. I'm pretty sure he goes over and talks to him. He doesn't push. He kind of pushes him up against the van and sorts him out that way. He doesn't actually hit him or anything, but he stops it. Down the road, that's where I'll always be. Would I help jack off a horse? I wouldn't help jack off a horse, no. You're not setting me up for that one. You get the point though, right?
Hot damn love you fella. X6581 heart.
And in the show, sorry, in the film, there's a few like moments where he's like, "There's 5 of you. You should bring more guys," kind of thing, or whatever it is, you know. Like, I'm sure everyone else has got an absolute eidetic memory for every scene in Reacher, but the point is still made. You get what I'm talking about, right? can't jump. I want to parkour. To find a Zenit mount. Reacher doesn't shed tears. Jojo, thank you for the Prime. 6581, thank you for the 36 months. GBA Hacky, thank you for the 11. Pixie Dust, thank you for the subbing. Ropesies, thank you very much for the Prime. Cheers for the support, guys. Thank you very, very much. Reacher drinks tears. I should think he does.
Best man ever. Tie you for streaming.
Ah! I think he was in one of those. I think he probably ran away as well by the look of it. I think he's long since gone. Wolfin, dude, thank you for tuning in. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Go, 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 go. So what am I looking for here? All I really want is a Zenit mount for the SVD.
TRMZ love.
And then I can use the SVD as my primary. And the Orgay X as my secondary. And all will be well in the world. And then I can go back to the airfield and die, probably. Remind me to pick up some trousers when I see them. I've probably already seen some. Bosch, yeah, Bosch is a show I've been kind of meaning to watch and then just never got around to. But there's so many shows like that. There's so many shows and so little time when you're watching 40-year-old comedy series like Only Fools and Horses instead, you know. Yakety, thank you very much, dude. Cheers for the support, man. Thank you very much.
Happy half-anniversary, Happy New Year, and I'm happy to be back in the office with y'all for company.
Lurlo, I'm not having the primary-secondary debate anymore. If you've been playing the game since it came out, then your sniper was always your primary. If you're a noob, then you might feel different. And that's the way it is. Guy itches. I bet he does. I started watching The Covenant and then I got tired and went to bed and I've never started watching it again, but it was good the little bit I saw. As kind of I need to go back and watch that. I keep meaning to. The problem is films like that are films that I can only watch when the missus is asleep. And then it's whether she falls asleep on time, and sometimes I'm already watching something, but my missus won't watch war films very much or Marvel films very much. So we tend to watch stuff that we'll both watch, and then I'll put that on when she's asleep, but I keep forgetting. I didn't even watch the snooker yesterday. I'm glad I didn't. I really wanted Ali Carter to win. I'm kind of I found myself a bit frustrated with Ronnie O'Sullivan at the moment. Maybe harsh, but every time he opens his mouth, I just want to turn the telly over. So, which I did when he started talking. I thought he was really not very nice about Ali Carter. It wasn't really a big deal, but normally they're a bit polite. I think there's been a bit of edge between Ali Carter and O'Sullivan in the past, but he weren't exactly the most polite he could have been
For the 3 months, geez.
about Ali Carter. In my opinion, anyway. I think he could have been a bit nicer. He basically said, well, I really struggled. I was just doing my best, but in the evening session, he was a bit shit, so I won. I think he is a bit of a douche. He can't win well. He can't. When he loses, he kind of chucks the toys out of the pram. When he wins, he's a bit of a douche. He does have his demons, and I kind of understand that, but it's so hard to watch the most talented player of a sport in the history of the sport not really give a fuck. He kind of has that, you know, a little bit like... He's a bit like a rocker that seems to not be enjoying himself, like smashing everything up and not really wanting to be there. Or in any interview he does, he seems a bit like an actor that's on the 3rd day of a press junket and he's answered the same questions for 3 days running and just doesn't want to do it anymore, you know, like... A bit like, I don't know, Meg Ryan that time she was interviewed by Parky all those years ago and she really didn't want to do it, clearly. He didn't even notice the gifted pick. I've not got there yet, but I will do, dude. I'm in the middle of looting. When an alert goes, what I don't do is instantly freeze frame and stare at the second monitor to make sure I catch it. I do them in little batches. So, for example, I got Yakities that was 4 minutes ago, but I didn't get Duggernauts that was 3 minutes ago. So, happy half anniversary, happy new year. I'm glad to be back in the office with you all. Dude, thanks for coming in, Duggernaut. Cheers for the resub, dude. Brugels, thank you very much for the 3 months. And Pick Me White G, thank you for the gifted sub as well. But do you need to give me a bit more than 2 minutes to spot it, because I do them in little groups. Mark Selby and Judd Trump are my favourite. At least Mark Selby's kind of interesting in an interview at times, but he does play in a bit of a boring way, Mark Selby, but he's 4 world titles for... he's done immensely well to win as many world titles as he has. He's a very talented player, and he's a very talented at winning, even when he isn't playing well. But he's not the most exciting to watch, is he? You know, I can't say I'm a big fan of Judd Trump either. Maybe I've not watched enough snooker lately, but I find him a bit boring to watch. I find him a bit boring in general. Like a lot of the modern snooker players, they're all a bit out of the school of Stephen Hendry when he was playing. You know, they're very serious and. There aren't many characters, which is the same for most sports, but I know, I'm sure Judd Trump is a lovely dude, but it's a bit boring. There aren't many characters anymore, really. There's the odd bit here and there, but there aren't many. I could massively regret this. But if I put that foul in the bag, all of the bullets will last as long as the foul. So it will give me an 8-hour stash for the foul rather than an 8-hour stash for the foul, but a 4-hour stash for the bullets and any other scope that I might leave behind. Oh no, I need that. Did I watch the darts final? No, I was streaming through most of it, dude, but I don't have Sky Sports, so I can't watch the darts, dude. I know there are other ways, but I can't easily watch it. I'm quite pleased, in my own plebby way, that Liverpool have been picked for the TV in the 4th round of the FA Cup, so at least I can watch that as well. They're playing, probably be Norwich, I guess, but at least I can watch that. Was that not an AN-94? I thought it was an assault rifle, an AR-74, but I don't know. It doesn't matter. I'm not taking it anyway. Was it in this one or was it in the other one? Do I watch F1? The races are all on Sundays and I stream Sundays, so fortunately I miss all the races. Maybe they need to present the snooker like darts. I don't think it would work. they do have a few tournaments, like the one-off, like the single frame tournaments where they're a bit more rowdy, but yeah, I don't think it would work. Are my Bills winning today? Well, I see the Dallas Fun Boys lost. I misunderestimated the power of Green Day, Redline. That Billy Joe Armstrong still can cut it, can't he? You know, Green Day won the day against the Dallas Fun Boys yesterday. Fuck! That was a Tundra. I am kind of a closet Bills fan, yeah. Oh well, that sucks. I spent all that time looking, never saw the fucker. Like on the roof. I bet that's the same guy that shot at me. That sucks though, doesn't it? Well, I've still got the foul stashed, but it's got the wrong scope and it's fucking miles away. But I have got a foul stashed, I suppose. There is that. Yeah, the Buffalo Bills were my sort of team when I was a lad, purely because they got to the final and lost, so I kept rooting for them, you know, but... Apple. Fresh spawn problems. Can't even eat my apple. Now I can. Tunnel vision, David. Maybe, but it's the way I play. It's the only way I can stream is if I'm fairly in an innocuous area, I read the chat and talk random shit. Very often you get hit, you don't get killed, right? It's just unfortunate when you do. But that was a Tundra incredibly close range, so there's not much I can do. If he hits the shot, GG. But if he misses it, I win, probably. Maybe I don't, but I'm not gonna play any different of a way. Otherwise, I can't stream properly. Has American football made traction in the UK? Not really. Oh my god, it's not that popular. It's a very niche sport. It probably wouldn't make the top 10 in terms of popularity in the UK. Like, compared to other sports like football, as in soccer, if you like. Who cares? Nobody need argue over the name of it. I don't give a fuck. And then cricket, and then rugby, union rugby league, and loads of other sports like horse racing and snooker and darts are all more popular. The time zones is definitely a reason, totally not Bob, but it's just not a sport a lot of people get into that I quite like. I only watch the Super Bowl. Like, the only game I watch every year is the Super Bowl. I don't watch anything else. But I enjoy the Super Bowl for what it is. But the games are so long, you know. Each game is a big event, and I like that event and that sort of. I like it for the Super Bowl. I wouldn't want to watch a game like that each week. It's just too long, too slow. But I enjoy I get the merits of it. I like the game. I like the sport. And that's I understand that, like, Americans would say, oh god, not everyone does, but why do people like soccer? It's 90 minutes and at the end of that it's still 0-0. It's so dull, you know. But all sports have their nuances and you either like them or you don't, you know. That's something that's going to be a bit different this year. The Super Bowl is on I think it's on ITV rather than BBC, so we'll actually get adverts. Last year it was BBC, so there was no adverts. Nettie, thank you for the 16 months. Cheers for the support. Grugel, Scottish Turbo, thank you again. It sucks that. There's nothing worse than just getting killed. It really sucks, especially in that area. It's not safe, but it's not the most dangerous. But if somebody hits their Tundra shot, you're fucked, aren't you, you know? Have I seen the tennis? Nope. I think tennis, to be honest, is a sport for me that I only really care about when the UK have got a decent player. Like if Raducanu finds some form and starts winning matches and maybe has a chance, or like back when Andy Murray was in it. But as a rule, I don't really follow tennis. I'm not a tennis fan. But if, like, back when I used to watch Wimbledon, even when Jeremy Bates was in it, right? I could get behind it if there was somebody to root for. But I'm not enough of a fan of tennis that I'd watch it just to watch it, you know. I just don't like it enough. I did very carefully, Quawed, say from the UK or Britain. I can't remember which I said, but He's still okay to root for. He was Scottish, but that doesn't matter, does it? Like when the Olympics was on, it was still on Great Britain's team, wasn't he? You had Rafa, blimey, that's a nice bag, isn't it? Oh, you're stirring incorrectly, Quailweds, because I didn't say English. So up your bum. I can get into any sport when there's somebody to root for. I'll never swing this. My missus wouldn't allow it. But the Olympics is this year. In an ideal world, I personally would take 2 weeks off and watch the entire Olympics. I fucking love it. I love it. I can get excited about the most... If somebody from the UK has got a chance of bronze in the shooting, I can stay up 3 hours to find out the result. You know, I fucking love it. Yeah, it's in Paris, the Olympics. I really... There's something amazing about it. It doesn't matter, like even you're watching someone, you're like, and here we have Swimmerson, and if he does his all-time best time, he might just about squeak a final place. It's the semi-finals of the men's 1500 metre butterfly. And I'll sit there going, oh, maybe he'll get in the final. And then if he does, I'll be, yes! Like, he's the 8th best swimmer in his division. Like, well done. It's an amazing achievement. But I get really into it. I like that a lot. It's great. Some of the events as well, it was better when Mo Farah was around, but some of the longer distance races...
Keep on running.
Anything from 800 metres and up on the track are amazing to watch as well. They're a lot like horse racing, which sounds like really stupid, but you've got like people that like to go from the front and try to win from the front. You've got people that are like struggling to kind of do 1500 metres, but they're the quickest at 400 metres or 800 metres, so if they can stay close enough... They'll have a finishing kick and maybe they can get into a medal and whatnot. It can be like the tactics that can come into play. It's really... I really enjoy that stuff. Fox, they are, yeah, they do run very, very quickly. Like, if you tried to run as fast as Mo Farah was running the 10,000 metres, for example. Like, the idea that he runs that for 10k. Like, it's the same with the guy that wins the marathons. I forget his name, but the guy that wins the marathons and holds the record. Like, he runs that pace for 2 hours. I couldn't run that pace for 20 seconds. It's such a harsh sport as well, all of the Olympic sports. Most of them, there's next to no money in them. You know, like, unless you happen to be, like, really premium. Like, if you're like, winning the 100 metres gold medal or something, you're going to make a shitload of money. But unless you're winning one of the really blue ribbon events, you're not going to make great money. And how many other fields are there where if you're the 4th best, you're forgotten? You know, like... If you're the 4th best American footballer, you're a fucking gazillionaire. If you're the 4th best soccer player, football player...
What's up, dude?
Hello.
How are you, dude?
Oh, good things. Did you get that
I
vest?
don't really. It's all clothing.
I haven't got any clothing. I've got a better backpack than
there's
you.
a bit... Yeah, you do. I mean, there's a PD over there.
What was that?
Yeah. What was what?
That noise, what was that?
I don't know.
You're a bad man! What have you been eating? Don't put that man meat in your mouth anymore, okay? You're a bad man.
I don't have any.
I heard you go. I heard you.
No, wait, you... No, that wasn't me.
I heard you.
I'm not shaking. If you hurt someone, that's not a person.
You've been eating the man meat.
If you just wait, you'll hear me, and I won't be giggling.
Well, who did I hear then?
I don't know, Yurt.
Have you got a man-meat guzzling
What's
buddy?
me? No, as far as I know, we're the only two in this town.
Oh. I heard someone else. I'm going to go and find the man-meat eater. Goodbye. Sorry I mistook you.
Good luck with your manhunt.
Sorry I mistook you for a bad guy, but I definitely heard the giggle.
I mean, if you did, that's probably someone we should kill.
Yeah. Do you think Meat Guzzler sounds a bit like one of the bad giants from the BFG?
I don't really remember that.
Like they would introduce themselves as Meat Guzzler. Meat Guzzler. Or Bone Dripper or something.
It's been a while since I've seen that film, though.
Yeah. I'm going this way to meet the Meat Guzzler. Good luck.
Yeah, good luck, dude.
Love you, boy. That was his actual laugh. I think you might be right. It was quiet. I think it was his actual laugh. He laughs like the original Joker. I'm the Meat Guzzler. Whoa. Ten you a kid. Thank you for the bits. Pug, Jockbox, Netty Nutty, Scottish Turbo. Thank you very much, all of you guys. I get into curling, dude. I watched I think the women's curling. Didn't they win a gold medal last time? I think I saw that. Yeah. I think the team captain of the women's curling team was a very nice lady as well, to put it in a very polite way. Is that Meat Guzzler?
No, it's me.
Oh, okay. I'm going this way then.
I mean, do you know where the big loot is? Because I think we're, like, all the way up north, aren't we?
In that tower there is where all the good loot is.
Up in the tower.
Yeah, I found an SKS in there last time I went in there. You should have a look in there. You have to go right to the top. It was in the staircasey bit. Are you not going to go and have a look?
I don't know. I don't trust big towers.
All right, well, your loss. I'm going there in a minute. Oh, there's a bus depot thing there. I might get food. Oh no, there isn't. I thought it was going to be one of those ones with a little shelf where all the food lies. There's no shelf. There's a shelf. Sometimes these shelves, they have the good foods. Oh, that's not a big shelf. I have to say, I've taken that death really well, all things considered. That death was a real painful one. They're about my least favoured deaths, the ones where you just get fucking shot. But I think I took it remarkably well, even for me. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. I ran all the way to check this shop and all I found was the same red pants that I knew were there. Langley, been watching the stream for a year, thought I'd better sub. Well, thank you for that, dude. Cheers for the Prime. Cheers for using your Prime sub here. On the subject of Prime, I watched a little bit, not all, but I saw a Devon Nash video. A lot of people may or may not know who Devon Nash is, but he makes videos about why Twitch is shit mostly, it seems. I don't think he likes Twitch very much, but anyway, he might be true. He might be true, I don't know, but made a video about the recent layoffs, which do suck. They do suck, but anyway. He was suggesting in that video that Twitch Prime is going to get removed. I don't personally think it is, but that's what he was hinting at. Like, because Twitch have made layoffs and they're trying to find ways of saving cost. Well, not letting everyone have a Twitch Prime sub would
44
certainly
long
save
months.
cost, wouldn't it? So that's what he was guessing, but I think Twitch Prime has value in terms of making people get Twitch Prime. So I don't personally think that'll happen, but anyway, that's just sort of stuck with me when you used yours, Langley. Thank you for doing so. Moist Critical was saying the same, and Asmongold. Yeah, I don't think it will happen. It might. I'm not planning for it happening or not. It would be a bad thing if it did, but it would be a good thing in other ways. It would hurt people's incomes, but it would, as streamers, I mean. And obviously, for every Asmongold or whoever else, there is another streamer with 50 subs or 20 subs. Not everybody's got. Most streamers aren't massively wealthy. You know, I'm doing pretty well, but there's a whole lot of different streamers earning different amounts of money on Twitch. Some are doing it as a hobbyist, and some are doing it and not doing so well, or whatever. But anyway, I don't know. I don't see it happening anytime soon. Could be wrong. I think if Twitch Prime were to go, I think that would be an indicator that Twitch was being sold by Amazon. If I'm honest, I don't think it will happen anytime soon. But if it did, I think they'd be getting rid of it. Real Bearded Nelly, thank you for the 44 months. Langley, thank you for the Prime. Cheers for the support, guys. I'll just thank you another 7 times, Langley. Yeah, I saw they're putting ads in Prime. You know, I think that's possibly why these thoughts crop up. You know, that I had the email about them putting adverts into Prime unless you pay more. So basically, you pay for Prime. It's one of those things that, like, when I got Amazon Prime, the reason I got it was the next day delivery on a whole host of things, and it made sense. But there's a lot of fringe benefits that go with it. But the fringe benefits are being eroded some, aren't they? I think that's definitely true. Like the video streaming is kind of a cool fringe benefit, which I do use. You know, I'm watching Jack Reacher right now. It's going to suck to be paying for something and getting Jack Reacher, but then having adverts on it. You know, but wow. Ropesies, December recap, eh? Wow. But yeah, I don't know, we'll see. I think it's just the way things are, isn't it? It fucking sucks, but things get introduced, they're growing and growing. Everything was great when the profits were massively high and everything was being sold in 5 minutes on the internet. Like when everyone was stuck at home buying shit on the internet, Amazon were doing amazingly well. Sure enough, now that people are back at work and money's a bit tight.
Hey man.
Hiya, you're right, dude. Did you just loot this castle
Were
thing
you
here?
the one on... Were you just on the building over there?
Yeah, I was on one of them over there, yeah. Oh, I heard steps.
Okay.
Yeah, I need 308 bullets. I suppose you have any of those, do you?
Yeah, but I got 5 shots on my only gun.
Ah,
so
you need, yeah, no, you need them. It's all good.
no spare.
I'm going to head to the well, dude. Good luck. Yeah, it's like everything, I suppose, but yeah, the benefits are being eroded some. Because he knows Kick is the future. Kick is the future about as much as I'm going to live forever, dude. That's absolute horseshit. Kick is not the future, I suspect. Twitch might not be either, you know, like, but Kick is not the future, I don't think. Kick is really being funded by gambling, and that's the only growth it's getting right now is from the money from that gambling. I'd like Kick to be serious competition for Twitch, but they aren't, are they? Not right now, anyway. Most of the people that... If you go to Kick for a contract, you're doing great and you're making loads of money. But people that went from Twitch to Kick by choice don't seem to have done tremendously well for the most part, dude. I think that's not true. YouTube is a much bigger competitor for Twitch than Kick, but YouTube don't seem to care about streaming very much. My reward, right? I've had a YouTube partner rep for about 2 years. On January the 1st, I got an email saying, "Oh, we've taken your YouTube partner rep away. Please just speak to the YouTube team if you need anything." Like, I've been switched from having a partner to just being on my own and like just use the support if I get it right. No big deal, but my gut feeling is that I'm streaming more, and maybe they don't really give a shit. I don't know, but I'm getting more views at the moment than I was getting when I wasn't streaming. But they don't seem to want me to have a partner up anymore. But companies do need to maintain their profit growth, otherwise their share price goes down. That's the problem. So every year they either have to sell more or they have to cut costs or do both. You know, that's the way of the world, isn't it? And so Twitch are in that same loop with Amazon, YouTube are in that same loop with Google. It's the way it is, you know. It really sucks that, like, when I was in retail, particularly in Asda, supermarkets are terrible for that. If you stay in the same shop or the same business for a while, every year they expect you to do the same work as last year, but they give you less hours to do it, but also give you more work to do. And basically that happens every year, pretty much forever. And then occasionally they'll make a job role redundant. Do you prefer Twitch subs or YouTube memberships? I don't really have a preference, if I'm honest. I think it's fairly negligible in terms of which one is more valuable in terms of actual price. I don't really mind. I'm not really particularly eager to steer people either way. This whole dying of thirst and hunger thing is a bit of a problem. I was trying to find some food in these houses, but we better get up the hill. The well is up here, so at least I can get a drink, but this is a problem. You're only creating resentment by constantly firing and hiring. Well, they're not doing that. They've just made redundant 500 people after doing about the same again last year. So they're not firing and rehiring. They're streamlining. You know, it sucks. Redundancies suck, but if they're not making money, and that's the way businesses are, I'm afraid, whether they're owned by Amazon or not. You know, it sucks for the people involved massively. In my last retail job, I was up for redundancy twice, and I had to reapply for my job both times. On the second time, I ended up with a promotion of sorts and more money, but there was 12 people doing area manager jobs, and then they scaled it down to 9. And then those 9, a couple of years later, had to apply for regional managers' jobs, and they went from 9 areas to 5 regions. So I joined as an area manager. There was 12 regions. When I left, there was 5, and I was one of those 5. and that's what happens, isn't it? You know, that's partly how business. And that was only a small company that maybe does £2 or £3 million a year. You know, like a small company, not Amazon or Twitch, but it happens in every business. My money is on YouTube taking over Twitch in one way or another. It does have value. I don't think it will happen in the next 5 years for streaming. YouTube just don't care. YouTube care about taking the TikTok share. YouTube want people staying on the site and watching content, and people watch more shorts. Live streaming is not very profitable. They can't pile enough adverts into you. You know, like if you watch a stream for 2 hours, that's nowhere near as profitable for Twitch as if you watch 2 hours of regular YouTube videos. They may make way more money out of that. And they have, YouTube ads have gone a bit insane, banoids as well, I agree. Does he not read YouTube chat? He has 2k viewers, Ramius. No, I only read the comments moaning about me not reading the chat, it seems. You may see a cut in streamers pay out if they had to do cutbacks. Red Drift, they already did that. a lot of OG streamers, and I mean OG as in old school original streamers. I don't mean OG as in they're the best streamers, but a lot of streamers were on a 70% revenue share. So if somebody subbed at $5, a 70% revenue share streamer would get $3.50. They stopped that, and they've reintroduced something else, which is like a incentive program where if you get to a certain level, then you can get 70%, but only on a certain amount of money, and then it goes to 50-50. So they've already effectively done that. They've cut a lot of streamers' revenue from 70% to 50-50. Mason, of course you do. There is a revenue share on Prime subs, yes. Funny enough, Uncle Food, I did read his stupid question and choose not to answer it. Partly why I don't necessarily see pings very much, because sometimes the question is dumb. E. Carlson, well, it can be mentally tiring, yeah. The reality is, though, this is true, YouTube chat, I'm sorry to say.
Whatever percentage, it's yours.
I've been streaming for 8 and a bit years, so I have muscle memory for how I stream. So I probably do read Twitch chat about 60% of the time I read chat, and YouTube chat about 40%, because I've been streaming on Twitch for 8 years. You know, I've only just started YouTube streaming 2 or 3 months ago. I'm still getting it into my muscle memory, you know.
All is well. Smiley face.
That's just that's the way she goes, you know. I'm doing my best. But to the person that said, does he even read chat? He's got 2,000 people
Here's
here.
another one.
There's also 2,600 people on Twitch, so I just can't read all the messages, you know. I'm not a fucking genius. I'm playing the game firstly, and then reading the messages secondly. I started streaming at the age of 37p or so, just about. Been doing it 8 years now, I'm 38. That math checks out. I wonder if a function that combined your YouTube and Twitch chat would benefit you. Schnitz, I've tried that. It's actually harder. I didn't like it. I prefer having 2 separate chats. It works better. I just like dip into one, read a message, dip into another, read a message. Having it combined, YouTube chat doesn't poll quite the same, and it ended up being Twitch chat, and then YouTube would drop 50 messages in one go. So I find it easier this way. How does a redhead make love? Oh, gingerly. Make love. I'm impressed that you used the make love line. Make love. Paul Crampton, thanks for the YouTube streams. Posty Paul. Ah, dude, thank you, Paul. I hope you're good. Thank you for the support, dude. I don't want to know why Dr. Pepper comes in a bottle, if I'm honest. I think I looted that one. So I found a tin of peaches, I just can't open the fucker. I think I'm going to go this way. Might check I think there's another hunting stand over there to the left somewhere, but I'm going to check this one in front. Maybe we'll get a box of 308 to go with the Savannah and the Blaze. Do you get more money if I don't skip an ad? I don't think so, Soul Surfer. Possibly I do, but just skip the ads, dude. If you're not using an ad blocker, I'm extraordinarily grateful already. Don't sit there and force yourself to watch the ads. Just skip them, dude. You know, if people are watching with YouTube Premium or watching with no ad blocker, I'm really grateful. Don't fuck about watching the ads. Just skip them when you can skip them, dude. That's doing a lot more than a lot of people already. That was right. Look, there was one there. Yakety, dude, thank you very much for the gifted sub bomb. You're very, very kind, man. Thank you. Cheers for the gifted subs. That's really generous, dude. Thank you very much. Some kind of melee weapon would be good. Tell you what, 308 or a hunting knife would be nice. What about nothing? Nothing's pretty good too. Right, where was that other hunting stand? I'll need to go back. There's a feed shack there. The hunting stand's the other side of these trees. Right. Does anyone know how to change the name of a YouTube account? What's wrong with Happy Gilmore? Happy Gilmore's a great name. Hasn't read my sub message. Mega Shack, thank you for the resub. Robot Lady reads the messages, right? I don't read the messages. She does. She tells me what it says. Angry Mars, thank you very much. That's why I'm glad I didn't read it. Now I've just fucking seen it. I'll end up going do 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 do. Fucker. Cheers for the resub, dude. I think there was another one I hadn't seen there as well. I'll have a look at that in a sec. Just jump in the water and catch a fish with my bare hands. Bears have paws. One sec, guys. Eat the Nub, thank you very much. Scotty Too Sweet, Angry Mars, Mecha Shack, Only Axolot. Thank you very much for the resubs, all of you. There we go. Take
Shit
that.
the bed. 35 months.
Shit the
Happy
bed.
anniversary, dude.
Thankfully, that's something I managed not to do last week. Quite an achievement, if I'm being completely honest. But anyway, thank you very much for the support, Hutchie. Smoking Cats, thank you for the bits. Do you get cash when we use YouTube Premium? Dead of the Sean. Everybody on YouTube does, dude. So YouTube Premium, it's exactly like Twitch Turbo on Twitch. So if you use YouTube Premium or Twitch Turbo, then the websites treat it as if you were watching the ads. So there is a little bit of a it's like you were watching with ads if you're watching with YouTube Premium. So the creator gets a tiny cut of the premium for every, I don't know, hour that you watch, let's say. It's not broken down by hour, but that's how it works. So yeah, like I was saying, like I said briefly before, if anybody's watching with YouTube Premium or Twitch Turbo, or if they're watching on platforms and just skipping the ads when they can, all of that benefits any creator. Ropesies, well, all the more. Roll Plays, how you doing, dude? How much a year do I make playing this game? $50. I make enough to buy Dan Aykroyd's watch in Trading Places. A day. Sorry, dude. I don't want to talk about the ins and outs of my finances.
13 happy months.
They're mine. Finally. Sing Hosanna, I shall eat peaches.
Hey man, hope you're well. I'll raise a glass this week.
What made me get interested in watches? I've always liked them ever since I was a kid. I used to have a Pops watch with a blue and white NATO band, and I loved it. And I've always liked watches ever since I was a kid. I've always worn one. Obviously, when I was a kid, there was no mobile phones. There was no, so I've always been into them. And as a younger adult, I had a couple of Amigas, and then I got into really serious money worries. Had to sell those. I was in big debt, so I had to sell those to try and help clear off debt
22 months.
as best I could.
Keep on running whenever your leg isn't broken.
I sold off those, sold some other things as well. I had a really good hi-fi that I sold, like an Arcam surround sound system. But yeah, I've always been into them my whole life, but when I got myself financially straight and got myself in a position where I could afford to, after having sold my watches, I started being interested in them again. Now I hopefully won't ever have to sell them again unless I want to. If something would happen to DayZ, what would be your next game to play? Buke, whatever replaced DayZ. DayZ 2. That's a cop-out answer. At the moment, it would probably be a combination of Scum, possibly a tiny bit of Deadside, but a combination of Scum and Tarkov, probably. Maybe even a little bit of PUBG, but I wouldn't be very good at PUBG. Probably wouldn't be very good at Tarkov unless I put another 1,000 hours into it. Are my watches my retirement account? Definitely not, Viking. Thank you for the video, by the way. I think I've seen that years ago, that little thing with the ladder down. I think I've seen that years and years ago. Bumped into it, but not recently. Well, a couple of years ago. So I'll try and remember that. But no, they're not really my retirement fund. No, I don't. I think, I'm not going to talk about individual watches, but I think the watches I own are worth ever so slightly more than I paid for them, by and large. Some of them were second-hand, some of them were new, but they've not lost money yet. Whatever I own, whether it be Casios or whatever. Actually, I looked last night. I bought a Casio G-Shock back end of last year, and that's worth £100 more than when I bought it. So it just goes to show that. But anyway, yeah, it's not my retirement fund, but I don't know. It might be that at that time I might sell a few, I suppose. But no, it's not my plan for retirement. No, I think that would be a really bad plan. Oh shit. There are much better ways to invest for your retirement than buying watches. Diogo, yeah, I personally don't buy any watches without box and papers, so all of the original certificates. I also don't buy watches personally. I don't buy watches very often, by the way, but if I were to buy a second-hand one, I'd only buy one from a known dealer. I wouldn't buy one from like a friend or like on a forum or anything like that. I'd only buy them from a reputable dealer that's actually confirmed it's a legit watch and made sure it's straight. Otherwise you can end up buying something that's like dodgy. It's not actually, you could end up buying a fake. Some super clones are incredibly hard to tell, so making sure you're buying from a reputable dealer is a good idea. I'm selling my Patek. Any interest? No. My Patek watch box is all full, Redline. I ain't got space for any more. What's the potential earnings a player can make streaming gameplay? Just curious. That's like saying I've kicked a ball around in the back garden. What's the potential earnings of Lionel Messi? It's a really complex question, that, Clem. Here's the truth. This is from Devon Nash, who he's a very good dude, actually. I mentioned him a little bit earlier. I think he has a bit of a hard-on for hating Twitch. That's a bit of a hard way of putting it, but he really doesn't seem to like Twitch very much. So I think he's a little bit biased in some of what he says, but he's a very, very knowledgeable dude, and he makes really good videos. But I do feel he has a little bit of unconscious bias, whether he likes to admit it or not. Maybe I do the other way, but anyway. His stat for it is that for every, he says 10,000, but it's a simpler way of saying this, but for every 10,000 people that take up streaming, 5 people make minimum wage. So most people that start streaming don't do it for a job, by the way, but for every 10,000 people that start, 5 will make minimum wage. So you need to take that into account, right? So if you start streaming today, you have a 2,000 to 1 chance that maybe you might make minimum wage at it. And even if you are one of those 5 in 10,000, the chance that you'll make it to be one of the streamers that potentially gets rich out of it. I'm just talking about myself, completely frankly, I'm not a millionaire. I've been streaming for 8 years, and I'm probably in the top 500 streamers in the world. I'm one of the bigger DayZ streamers. DayZ is a small game, but I'm a fairly big creator in a certain terms of sub count. If you want to be rich on Twitch, you probably need to be in the top 50 to 100 creators. And if you want to be really rich, you need to be in the top 50 for a few years. There are stats, Victor. Devon Nash has been a partnered streamer, but he's an agency. He has an agency, and he looks after a load of... Oh, fuck, I've come the wrong
So
way.
what you were saying, I have a higher chance of being a streamer than finding a girlfriend game on.
Maybe you do, Kenny. Thank you, dude. Thank you for the resub. But no, his stats bear out based on the amount of people that stream and the amount of people and how much they make. So there was a leak. There was a leak a few years back that showed the top 10,000 streamers' earnings on the entire platform, and that's the top 10,000 streamers on the platform. Bearing in mind that millions of people stream on Twitch, right? And you don't have to go down very far down the list until you get minimum wage. Now, coming back to what I was just saying, I'm not pleading poverty. I'm doing very well, and I'm very pleased and very grateful for how I'm doing. But I'm trying to answer the question, like, it's like going up to, I don't know, a comedian that's doing stadium tours. Like going up to, who's the richest comedian? Dave Chappelle, maybe, or Bill Burr, or somebody selling out stadiums, like in the UK, maybe Peter Kay, or somebody else doing stadium tours, and they all sell out. Ricky Gervais would be a good one, right? You go up to Ricky Gervais and say, how much can somebody reasonably expect to earn as a stand-up comedian? Like, obviously, I don't think he'd answer you, but that's by the by. For every Ricky Gervais, there's 10,000 people doing comedy club slots, mostly for free, trying desperately to make it. For every Brad Pitt actor, there's somebody in Hollywood working as a waitress in a cocktail bar, trying to get parts. That's the reality, isn't it? There's way more people trying to be Brad Pitt than there are Brad Pitt. There's way more many people trying to be as popular as Bill Burr or Ricky Gervais or whoever else, but not many people do. Kevin Hart or Joe Rogan? Joe Rogan's all about the podcast, though, right? Kevin Hart does pretty well. You're right. He's pretty decent. I think they made him pay his tax in the end, didn't they? So yeah, I think he does, Jimmy Carr. I've never even seen Joe Rogan stand up. I'm not saying he isn't one. I know he's done it. But just talking for me, but if I hear Joe Rogan's name, I don't think stand-up comedian. I'm more likely to start thinking about UFC than I am stand-up comedian. It's all about the podcast and all of that stuff. Not that I necessarily watch it or hear it very much. Never really have, but. I've not seen Saltburn. No, a few people are asking, but I've not seen it. Do I prefer OBS or Streamlabs? OBS, pickles. OBS is... I use Streamlabs briefly, but OBS is kind of the one for me. Kenny, thank you for the tier 3, dude. Very kind. Urfu, thank you for the bits. You've helped me with the game tremendously, dude. Thanks for coming in. Doc Dance, thank you. Deltree, thank you very much. Hope you're well as well. Thank you, Del. I hope this month's been alright for you, dude. Dr. Four Eyes Gaming, Sinful, thank you very much for the resubs as well. According to Google, just stand-up, Jerry Seinfeld is the richest. Interesting. I thought most of his money came from the TV show. But Smoking Cats, thanks for the bits as well. So I'm going to need to find some more food. We can get back to where I stashed the gun relatively quickly. Minus 30 redline. Holy shit! I have to say I was disappointed to see you polluting my Twitter timeline with fucking EV talk when I woke up this morning. Like, why am I seeing this fucking knob waxing on about fucking nothing? And then I realised that I was seeing it because you'd replied to him. Oh, great. I do wonder if maybe talk about EVs should be looped into religion, politics and gun laws as a subject that we don't talk about because it's so fucking dull. Not like the other ones. The reality is it does get emotive, but it doesn't get emotive like religion does or politics does. It just gets dull. It gets really dull. Fucking hell. Jesus Christ.
Happy New Year, Paul. Loving the new map.
Do I prefer the US or UK stand-up? I don't know. I've seen a lot more UK stand-ups on account of me living in the UK. I think I prefer UK stand-ups on the whole. I think I do prefer UK stand-ups. There are some good American ones. I do very much like Bill Burr. By and large, I think I prefer UK stand-ups. There's been some great American ones over the years. Some really, really massively good ones. But I think if I had to pick only one, I'd probably go UK. It's not even like somebody just said there. It's becoming like Apple versus Android, or Nvidia versus AMD, or whatever. It's not even like that, the EV thing, because like if you're doing Apple versus Android, you've got an iPhone and you're saying my iPhone is better. Like maybe it is a little bit like it, but it's more like they're trying to like stomp the change, you know, like. I guess they are. It's kind of a decent comparison, I suppose. But if one came out way after the other, and like, I don't know, people were out with their pitchforks. Hosing. I think I'm going to take that over the Savannah just because it splits the difference on what bullets I might find. Like if I find 308, I've still got the Blaze. If I find Mosin rounds, I've got the Mosin now. I have a 4080, sorry, a 4090 Speedy. What is an EV? I don't know. The whole paying and talking about what you earn argument is a really tedious one as well, isn't it? I can just see a big post there. I agree with what you just said there, by the way. The idea that everyone should earn the same for the same work isn't necessarily true when at the end of the year you get a review and you might... Let's say you just do a simple... Well, let's not say a simple job. Let's just say you work in retail like I used to, right? And you're working in the sales floor. You're working in retail, but you're in retail sales, right? And at the end of the year... You get a review.
Hello?
Hello. You alright, dude?
Wait. Didn't I meet you in the town?
Ah, did you ever go up the tower?
No, but I did find an SK.
Oh, dude.
Yes.
Do you have any 308 bullets to spare yet?
I have a little bit. Like, I can give you one, I think, yeah.
Dude, I love it when people give me one. Especially if they're meat guzzlers.
I mean, I'm not a meat guzzler.
Do you know what it is? Your laugh, your real laugh that you just did sounds a little bit like a meat guzzler. You just did it.
Does it sound like the Kuru laugh? Does it?
A little bit like the meat guzzler laugh, yeah.
Okay. Well, perhaps I gotta change that then.
Yeah. Alright, well, I've got to go meet a buddy that lives this way. Good luck, meat guzzler. Thank you for the bullet.
No. Care. No problem.
Love you, bye! I probably should team up with that guy, but I don't really want to. Yeah, coming back to the, like, at the end of your working year, there's two people, and they both get a review, and one gets a 1, meaning they're doing the best job they could possibly do. They've hit all their targets. They've done a really good year. They've been really beneficial to the company, and they get a 10% pay rise. And somebody else gets a 5, meaning that they're terrible at their job, but they've not done quite enough to get the sack. They don't get the same pay rise, you know. And so, if that replicates for a few years, what is wrong with the person doing a good job getting paid more than the person doing a bad job? You know, that's the way the world should be. Like, it's okay to get a slightly better pay reward for doing a better job. That's not the way always it happens. Sometimes people unfairly get more money, of course, but sometimes it's not. Death Soot, sorry. Thanks for coming in. Appreciate it, dude. I haven't even got a proper knife yet. Fork around and find out. Fork around, found out. Thank you for the 19 months. Oh, mushroom. I like that. Uncanny, Big Boy, Devil Dog. Cheers for the support, guys. The issue is human error on the deciding factor. Well, the issue is it's not necessarily human error. Sometimes it's a bit like my friend gets more money than you. My manager's the friend, so I got a pay rise, you know. Like, there is a little bit of who you know in all walks of life, you know. But usually in a well-run place, you'd like to think that the reviews are fair. It doesn't mean they are, but they should be. I think wherever I've worked, if I've had annual reviews, they always felt fair. I knew when I was doing a good job, and I knew when I wasn't, and I knew how my review was going to go. I never walked into an annual review in any job I had and was surprised at what they said, ever. They always said the right stuff. The issue with that mentality, maybe. I think the mentality is to try and better yourself and earn more money for you, you know, like that's really the key. That's the thing I didn't do, if I'm honest. That my biggest mistake at work is not looking out for me. I need to loot this, I need some more food. I made big mistakes in retail in that I thought the work I did would speak for itself. And I used to have this thing where if one of my team did something well, I'd shout about it. And let the manager or let my area manager know what's happened and what they did. Even if I really kind of steered them towards it, I'd try and help people look good. And then if there was a mistake, if somebody below me made a mistake, I'd swallow it. You know, I'd be like talking to the manager going, we've made this mistake. I never threw anybody under the bus. And when somebody did well, I put them in the limelight. And that, I thought, was the right thing to do. And my own work would speak for itself. But that's not true. I don't think you should ever throw people under the bus, but I certainly don't think you should absorb other people's mistakes. And there's nothing wrong with singing your own praises a little bit, and I never really did that. I think I worked in, when I was in sales, you didn't have to. When you were in like a, I don't know, somewhere like a Best Buy, or you're in a more independent one, there's KPIs. You can see on a sheet how everybody ranks against each other. When there was sales to be done, I was always the best salesperson in the stores I worked in, right? That's not me showing off. The stats were there, like that. I was always the best salesperson, and so the work I did showed. It was really easy. There was no denying that I was the best salesperson. Everybody knew it, you know, like that's the way it was. If there was one customer in the store and they were looking at expensive tellies, I'd go because I'd be the one that could close the sale and get the add-ons or whatever, you know, like. It's not that hard of a thing. It's just gift of the gab and being able to talk and whatnot. You know, it doesn't require a load of brain cells. But anyway, when you then become in management, the KPIs are for the store. And like when I moved to Comet and I went to Braintree, I helped that store quite a lot with the manager. And by the time I left that store, it was the best performing store in the southern division of Comet, about 70 stores. And I had a big hand in that. And I thought the fact that I went there and it wasn't doing well, and when I left it was doing amazingly well, meant something. But unless you actually let the people above you know that you've done it, they won't know it. They won't think you've had an impact. They're not that fucking smart. They have to be fucking told. And that's the problem. You assume that your work is going to do the talking for you, and it doesn't. You have to do the talking for you. That's a really good find. Gottos, thank you for the 19 months. Cheers again. KW Rob, cheers for the follow on YouTube. I don't know. Everyone says stuff like that. That the problem is in a capitalist society that if everybody has that attitude, then it just allows the people to be put down and like get taken advantage of by like modern day slavery. Like no one ever has an alternative. Like let's give everybody food tokens and we'll all live in fucking peace and harmony. Like we'll all sit at home, get fat, like float in our paddling pools and be given out tokens for everything we need. You know, like no one has an answer. Let's not bother trying to find any answers. But if everyone everyone moans like it's the worst time ever. You know, all right, go and get a time machine, go back 400 years and see if you're happier there or now. You know, I think you'll probably be happier now. Go back to the 1940s or the 1930s or the 1920s or the 1910s. See if you're happier then or now. Tell us that bullet you've got. No, I'm keeping it for putting in someone's noggin. My days of selling are well and truly behind me now. I can't be fucked with all of that. Like that thing in an interview where you have like the, all right, sell me this pen in 1 minute. Oh, fuck that. It's a bad time for entertainment, i.e. gaming and movies and music. Maybe. I don't know. You might be right. Marvel and all of the Marvelification of cinema has got a little bit boring. But yeah, streaming has affected things a bit. But I don't think music is too bad. Some of the stuff my kids are listening to is pretty good. But the reality is, if somebody's saying music's bad now, they're just old. You know, like there's plenty of stuff that my kids like that they like. There's plenty of stuff that's being made that people are liking. It's just not the music you like anymore because you're old. The movies thing, that the cinema, it's hard to say for sure that it's getting worse. There was a bad spell because of lockdowns, but last year Oppenheimer was brilliant. The Creator was brilliant. Fucking Wonka was brilliant. Even Mission Impossible was really good. You know, there was some really good films out of the cinema last year. Were there as many as some years? Maybe not, but there was some really good stuff. You know, June 2 comes out in a couple of months. It's not as bad as it was. We just suffered a bit with writers strikes and lockdowns before that, and all sorts of other issues, and the cinemas are on their arse, you know, but there's still good shit. The Creator was really good. It comes out on Disney Plus in 2 days as well. Action movies have been going down for 30 years. There's been some really good action films, but the reality is, when you were 30 years younger, you lapped up every action film, whereas now, you've seen a lot more and realised that they're actually a bit shit. So you need to get a really good one to be impressed. I don't particularly like action films, but I did like the Mission Impossible latest one. I've not liked many of the Mission Impossible? That's the Sean Connery edition. Mission Impossible. I've not liked many of those, but the last one, I really quite liked it. I thought it was decent. Best one I'd seen in fucking ages. I can't agree on the Creator. I thought it was pretty dull. Well, I think that's okay. Subjectivity is exactly that. But I saw it at the cinema. I thought it was great. I really liked it. How do I feel about John Wick? I think it's turgid dross. They could take all 4 films, scale it down to 15 minutes, and that would be enough. Creator's a popular film, Velvet. I think the reviews are pretty good. I don't think I'm alone in saying it's good. I'm not trying to say everybody likes it, but I certainly don't think everybody hates it. I'd rather watch The Matrix 4 than John Wick. Any of them. I only got one hit on him. Fuck's sake. One bullet was not enough there. He was he was aiming at someone else. I shouldn't have jumped over the fence. That was the only mistake I made there. But I thought he was pushing away, but he was aiming back. He wasn't shooting at me. He was shooting at somebody else. But it was a gamble to push over the fence, but there we go. That was John Wick. It was somebody with more bullets, unfortunately. That's what it was. That fucking sucks. That just makes my foul even fucking further away. That guy did not like the creator either. I only had 3 bullets for the 1911. I only got maybe 2 shots out. I hit him once. Maybe I fired all 3, but I only hit him once anyway. That sucks. It's actually not very far to get back from here. If we go to the castle and go across, it's not too bad. But and I think cinema is improving some. I think 2023 was a much better year for cinema. I don't really see that personally about film. I think last year was way better. Some of the other years have been worse. Marvel is getting worse, but that's good. Marvel is getting worse. Do you know what that means? They'll have to work harder to find other things to make. They won't rest on their laurels just churning out more fucking Marvel shit because people are starting to turn off from it. They'll still make it, but it won't be as popular. They'll have to find something new to be popular. 2023 was a disaster. I don't agree, Lars. I think 2023 was a pretty good year. I really enjoyed some of the films out. I just mentioned some, you know. If there's 5 films out at the cinema in a year that you really enjoy, I think that's a really good year, personally, and I think there was at least that. I don't agree. I think 23 was decent. Chris Stewie, thank you for the Prime, dude. Cheers for the support. Thank you for using your Prime sub on my channel. Yeah, but I didn't mention Barbie, but I've not seen Barbie. I can't really be fucked. But my missus saw Barbie. We went to the cinema. My missus went with a mate, and she took my younger daughter, and then me and the bigger daughter went and watched Mission Impossible. I'm glad. I really enjoyed it. I wasn't going to bother with Mission Impossible at the cinema. I don't really like them. I've not really seen any of them that I really loved very much at all. I don't mind them, but they're quite formulaic and they're a bit dull. But I really liked that one. I thought it was a really good. I thought it was a really good story, done pretty well. My missus wasn't right keen on Barbie. She didn't hate it or anything, but I think she was wanting it to be better than it was. We actually watched Mission Impossible 2, me and the 2 kids, on the Saturday before I got ill. So a week on Saturday ago. So I'd seen it at the cinema and I sat watching it again. I liked it second time round as well. It's just a good popcorn action flick, but the action's good. It's a good film. There is a bit of a dearth in ideas, but there are still some good films coming out. There are good films. You just have to find them. There are good films coming out. The new MI script was laughable. I don't think it was. What was laughable about the script? Like name one massive plot hole. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I just enjoyed it, you know, like compared to some of the other films you could be watching. I don't think it was that bad. Hello. I think we might not bother with the castle based on that. Have I ever thought about making a DayZ movie? There is somebody that's bought the rights to a DayZ movie, and they're trying to make it. I don't really see what difference a DayZ movie is to any other zombie film, really, except the name. It was just a mess. Oh, I don't agree. That's not a review, is it? The plot hole was the plot was laughable, and then next is it's just a mess. I thought it was pretty decent. I've seen it twice. I thought it was alright. Your bar of 5 good films making it a good year is very low. Boom, and that's an average year, dude. Like, there's been many years. Not every year is going to be like the year Pulp Fiction came out. You know, like, my bar of 5 films being very good is very low. I'm talking about cinema releases, right? I don't think that is very low. I think there's been many years when there's not been 5 really good films. I'm talking about really good films. I think that's kind of quite common. There's loads of other ways to consume films now. Like the bigger problem is that the standard of what you consider being worth watching is lower now because it's on Netflix or Disney or Amazon or whatever. Or like what you consider a watchable film is different if you're not having to rent it or buy it or go to the cinema to see it. It's already included in the price of the thing you've already got. I think 5 might be low as well, you know. I'm not sitting in front of me with a list of what films came out, but I enjoyed quite a few things. I went to the cinema quite a bit. I think everything I saw was pretty good. Fucking hell, Saltburn. Clearly it's on the tip of everyone's tongue. I've not seen Saltburn, sorry dude, but I must have answered that about 16 times today already. Master Finch, no, I didn't. You're right, but I think 23 was a decent year.
Running out of things to write here, not gonna
Certainly
lie.
compared to 22
Happy
and 21 and 20.
67 months.
Yeah, I don't really see like somebody. I had an email from the dude that's trying to get a DayZ film off the ground. I was like, oh, this could be great. Maybe he wants me to do a bit of narration. It wasn't that. It wasn't that. But I don't know. I don't think it will probably. I hope it does get off the ground and be great. I really do, but I'm somewhat skeptical. I thought Batman was okay. Yeah, the Batman was more like a whodunit, wasn't it? But yeah, I thought it was all right. Just going to skip these and move on. Was Dungeons and Dragons 2023? Yeah, that was okay. I thought it was 2022. I saw Dungeons and Dragons at the cinema. I thought that was 22, to be honest. But yeah, that was all right. There's water here. The well's at this bit. That's where I'm going. See, where we just died was there. Look, that spire, that's where we just died. And we're not very far away. I'm afraid we'll lose you to a sports talk gig. I think that's highly unlikely. Like, the sports talk ones want... like former footballers. Like TalkSport is all former footballers or like journalists and shit, isn't it? Not that I'm trying to be a TalkSport DJ, by the way. Oppenheimer was decent, sub. I liked it. I thought it was decent. I thought it personally, it was pretty good return to form for Christopher Nolan as well, because Tenet and Dunkirk were not my favourite films of his. In fact, I think they were the two I liked the least. Dunkirk was okay. I didn't like Tenet. You'd have to work with Goldstein. Oh, I couldn't listen to him talk about Man United. Fucking hell. CM Gogol, thank you for the prime. Ariana, thanks for the resub. Hope you're good. Running out of things to write. I'm running out of things to say. Cheers for the support. Thank you, Forensic Duo, for the 5 months. J Mason, Sniper Fox, cheers for the resubs as well. I quite like Simon Jordan one way. Occasionally he gets a little bit too soapboxy, but Simon Jordan's great. The one I don't like is Jim White. Jim White is really bland, and a lot of his takes are fucking horrendous. I think he just tries to take an opposing view to make there be conversation. He's probably playing a role, but Jim White is a bit bland and a bit dull. Sorry, I'm sure he's a lovely man, but Simon Jordan's great, but Jim White is dull as fuck. Really like Dunkirk personally. I didn't like it, Mikey. I liked the Tenet was terrible for the time shifting bollocks, right? But I liked the way that it was done with like a week's perspective and then an hour's perspective and a day's perspective between the different stories as they weaved together. I quite liked the way that was done, but it just didn't do a good enough job of showing Dunkirk. It was like a fly on the wall of Dunkirk, but done in a really poor way. And the only French dude in it was trying to pretend to be English to escape, you know, which was incredibly unfair, you know. Like, this is something that's come up on this stream a lot, but the only reason that everybody escaped in Dunkirk is that the French fought to the death while everybody escaped. You know, there was people fighting to keep the Germans from getting to everyone on the beaches. They were mostly French. And they fought to the death. But in the whole film of Dunkirk, the only Frenchman is trying to pretend to be British to escape. And that alone is a kind of sad thing. You know, like the French already get enough stick for being like white flag raising surrender. Like, I think even in The Simpsons they called them surrender monkeys or something, don't they? But anyway, they get that stick a lot. They've won a lot of battles over the years, by the way, but They literally fought to the death so that everybody else could escape in that, and that's the only reason Britain still had an army. I've not seen Napoleon yet. It's available on Amazon if you want to pay to rent it, but not renting it. I know I could watch it other ways, but I'll just wait for now. I need to try and find some food, but I really want to just go up to the tower and try and get my gear back. I don't know how long the bodies despawn, but I'm guessing it's quite quick. Yeah, I've heard a lot of mixed reviews about Napoleon. I really wanted it to be great, but I don't think it is. I've not seen it yet, but I'm not rushing to watch it. Thy man himself, thank you for the 26 months. Regular Andy, thank you for the 30 months. Cheers for the support. Thank you. What about Fury? I thought it was decent. Fury was decent. I don't know. I used to really like Platoon. So when people ask me what my favourite army film was, I always used to say Platoon, or war film, I should say. But there's so many great films over the years, but I don't think Fury would make my top 5. I still think it was decent. Good cast. What do I think of Ange Postecoglou? I like him. I think he's decent. I think he's doing an okay job at Spurs. They lost their best player, and they're not doing worse. You know, I think he's doing a pretty good job. But I think he's got a hard job on his hands. All for Quiet on the Western Front was great. I really liked that. I've only seen it once, but it was a really good film. I preferred Black Hawk Down to Fury, just as a one-on-one comparison. I don't think Full Metal Jacket is overrated. I just think most of it isn't a war film, you know. A hell of a lot of that film is before the war starts, isn't it? and it's really interesting. I really like that bit. The first half. It's a good film. I really like it, but I think it's more memorable for the bit with Private Pyle in it than the rest, in a way. Debbie, thank you for the 72 months. Hope you're well. Cheers for the support. Thank you. And thy man himself, in case I missed you. "1917" was pretty good. Yeah, I quite like that. I like the way it was shot and the way it played. I think that was kind of cool. I think Saving Private Ryan would be rivaling Platoon. I haven't seen Platoon for years, but I think as modern ones go, I think it would possibly be my favourite. Can't beat Deer Hunter. I haven't seen it. I saw it a couple of years back. The Russian roulette stuff in Deer Hunter makes no fucking sense to me. Yeah. It's quite slow. Some films like Deer Hunter maybe were a lot better at the time. It's a great film, but I don't think it makes my top 5 personally. Oh, no way. Oh, my fucking hell. Oh my god. I knew he was there. I saw his feet under the wall. I had to try and kill one of the two, but that sucks. He was so good. I saw his feet under the wall. Maybe I should have waited for him to come around the corner, but with that gun and no chest protection, I was on a hide into nothing really, wasn't I? The gun was good, but even if I'd hit the shot, he still would have killed me. Then in that scenario, I still would have died, even if I'd hit. Been a tough day today. I could try and go back. All the bodies were still there because there's people camping the tower. I'll be able to go back again, but it's such a long fucking run. It's a bit of a ball ache. Trying to get back to this foul is causing me some grief right now, isn't it? You did hit him right. I didn't think I hit him, but I haven't seen it back. My gut instinct was that I missed, but even if I hit him, like I say, I would have died. Baroness, I'm not going to change maps just yet. We're only 3 hours in. We've got plenty of time today. Well, I might change later, but I'm not changing yet. I've got a file stash down south. I'm going to give myself a chance to get that. My gut instinct is that I didn't hit, but whether I did or I didn't, don't matter. I'm dead. Why didn't you double shoot? Snort, I had one shot. Dude, you can double shot if you want, but I only had 2 shots. And let's be fair, dude, I didn't know I was going to turn a corner and he would be literally at the end of my gun, but I didn't double shoot because I had 2 bullets. That's why. If I'd hit the shot, I could have won potentially, and depending on the scenario, but I don't fancy double shooting when I've got a blaze and 2 shots and there's about 4 people around, you know, that's my only shot. Even if I'd hit him and then I killed him and then the guy from behind would have killed me and you'd been like, why did you double shoot? Then you didn't have any bullets left, you know, like... Roofmas, thank you very much. Legendary, thank you very much too. Cheers for the support, both of you. Docs to Royster Head, totally overrated. Bubble Cosplay, cheers for the resubs as well. It's kind of frustrating. Obviously, the SVD, he was shooting at the tower. He wasn't... the tower shot at me, and then he was shooting with the SVD at the tower. That's probably my SVD, by the way. No, I died down south tonight. It won't be my SVD. I did die there, but I had a blaze and a Mosin and no bullets, didn't I? I didn't have the SVD yet. The gun showed FF, did it? So yeah, it probably was on double shot, but I hadn't chosen that. It was on it from whenever I'd picked it up anyway. Been a bit of a salty day so far. 3 hours of pain and suffering, but
while watching your stream, TRMZ LUV, TRMZ LUV.
It doesn't take a great deal to turn that around, though. So. Addy, thank you very much for the support, dude. Cheers for the 10-month inning. Need to get a bit of food if I can. Damn, I'm getting through the fluid today. This morning I got up, I had an alarm set for 9 AM and everything. I got up at 9 AM, I had a cup of tea. I thought about leaving the house. Put my trousers on. Ah!
A great day for a snow day. Coffee and days. Cheers.
Run away! Yeah, anyway. Yeah, I had a cup of tea and then I went out for my walk. I was out for about an hour and 25 minutes, hour and a half. I got about 10 yards from the house and thought, I've only had a cup of tea this morning after a night's sleep. I already feel dehydrated. I did make a mistake there, and I can feel it now. I'm drinking like a... I'm drinking quite a bit now. Like, not had to go for a piss yet, but I've drank nearly my whole bottle of water and a great big cup of tea since the start of the stream. I feed the pigeons. I sometimes feed the sparrows too. It gives me an enormous sense of well-being. Beer can, no, it's 32 ounces this one. I don't know how much 32 ounces. I think it's about a bit under a litre, but I've drank most of that. Good day, sir. Did you know that someone on DeerIsle was following you on Twitch? I don't know what that means. This is definitely the spot to bandage, for sure. I should try Red Dead Redemption 2. Nah. I don't want to try Red Dead Redemption 2. There's no zombies in it. Oh, sorry, no, the 1.5 pints of tea. No, that's the water bottle. The thing is 32 ounces, is the water bottle. The tea is, I don't know, it's probably about a mug and a half size. I don't know how much that is in mil, but... Do I get stream sniped a lot? No, I've never been stream sniped. Not once. It doesn't happen. There isn't any zombies here either. I just fucking killed 2, literally there. What are you talking about? I present to you Exhibit A and B. Any news on when the next YouTube video is coming out? Yeah. In the future. It's not coming out now. It's not far off a Sports Direct mug, yeah. Pretty close. Uncupa's working on... I messaged Uncupa just as the stream was starting, but I haven't checked my phone to see if there's a reply, to be honest. But as far as I know, Uncupa's working on a video, but it'll be out when it's ready. Do I still play with Frankie? No, we had a massive falling out, dude. I've never played with Frankie. We've never had a falling out. He probably doesn't know who I am. But no, I've never played with Frankie in my life, dude. He's the reason I play DayZ, but I never played with him.
Hello?
Hello.
Wait. It's not...
Just going to go and get a drink at the well. Cornbread, thank you for the 38 months. Churchy, thank you as well. You've locked your doors. I don't understand your message. Gaslight, gatekeep, girl, boss. Je ne comprends pas. Hello.
You called me the meat guzzler, didn't you?
Oh no, it's you! Did you die at the Spire place?
Oh, sorry?
Did you die at the place where the red and white tower is?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, me too.
I heard a bunch of shooting. Oh, wait, hello. Sup, dude?
Oh fuck, I've got one of them. Thanks for remembering me.
I don't. I'm fucking poor. I mean, there was like a guy with a bunch of gear.
Yeah, I'll fill you
like
up
I killed
quicker.
one initially. Oh, cheers. I killed one initially. He killed like 2 guys or something. He was laying on the ground. But then there was like someone on top of the tower.
Yeah, I got killed there. I ran back and got killed again. Dude, there's a spare there's a spare canteen on the ground there if you want it.
Oh, really? Oh. Fuck yeah.
I can't really team up. I've just made them both sick.
Hey, I guess.
Oh, there you are.
Yeah, the mic was off. Forgot I'm sick.
It happens.
I'll just talk to myself in my head.
How'd you get sick?
Oh, got that.
Like cold
thing.
or eating meat?
Are you?
I think it's AIDS.
You're not a meat guzzler, are you?
No. I think I got some of the STDs.
Oh.
Oh, I mean, you eat the other meat then.
Do you want this? This will cure you. Have a look at this close up. Look at it. It's,
Oh
beautiful.
my God.
Look.
Yeah.
I'm showing it to you. Like I'm showing it. I'm not going to punch you. Look. See. Look how. Look. See it. Look.
Oh, you got the good drug.
Do you want it?
Got the good drug.
You want some?
Nah, I'm good.
Yeah. Have some. Yes. Have some.
What's that? It's the...
You're gonna make me puke.
No, it's fine. It's okay. Tasty.
Oh, it's dried out zucchini.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It looks like it's
Yeah.
been inserted somewhere for too long.
Yikes.
I
Yeah, it
mean,
does.
I assume if the zucchini gets stuck up there for a certain amount of time, yeah.
Yeah. That's what
Well,
it looks
tasty.
like.
Dried out.
You need a pair of forceps for retrieval, but if you get the forceps, then that's what it looks like.
Ugh.
Anyway, gotta go.
It just got weird.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Yeah, take care, dude.
Love you, bye. He does have he's got a Kuru laugh, that guy. He laughs like he's got Kuru.
Yes.
I've never met somebody with a Kuru laugh before. Can't even do it. I should be teaming up, right? But I've done so little streaming this year that I seem to be laser focused on all of this rapier chat that we're having. I just don't feel ready for team ups yet because of all the interesting conversations we've been having about who's the most popular stand-up comedian and why the name of John McClane's channel is spelt wrongly. Whether I've seen Saltburn or not. Mr. Campbell, you need to look up the word rapier. It's not the word you think it is. A bit like the use in fencing. You use a rapier in fencing. Why is it raining so much? This is fucking annoying. Shineblind, I always think it works well when you try to say, isn't it pronounced when you're typing? And the way you've just spelt it would be rapier. Like as in Eminem's rappier than Snoop Dogg. He's much more rappier than Snoop Dogg, that Eminem, you know. McKingus, no name, sorry. Thank you very much for the converted sub. McKingus, thank you for the resub, and Cornbread and Feeling Moody, Churchy before that, thank you. We can pretend that's a gun. Looks like one, doesn't it? Kill someone with a
Together for 23
blowtorch.
months now, my parents are asking for grandkids and marriage.
I guess we'll have to keep trying. Slicknick, thank you for the support, dude. Very kind, man. Thank you. Ryan, yeah, I died. I'm still getting over the loss. I took it well at the time, but now I'm feeling it more. Purple, for some streamers, yes. For me right now, no. Total Meltdown, thank you very much for the support, dude. Thank you. Makingas, thank you again. Slicknick, thanks again, dude. I can't really remember where we're at. I could do with a bit more visibility, to be honest. Do you still love this game? It's my all-time favourite game, dude. I think it'll be hard to push for there ever to be a replacement. Yeah. Echo, thank you for coming in. Hey Paul, hope you have a great stream. Cheers, dude. Thanks for coming in. Sometimes I think it would be just nice to climb inside the dry bag and wait till the rain stops. That was a nice noise, wasn't it? The sound of the rain falling on top of a... Dosha 1900. Sounds good. They keep the contents waterproof, dude. If you've got things in a dry bag, they keep waterproof. They do. That's why it's called a dry bag. The dry bag is... If you in DayZ, if you keep things in it, it stays dry. So I would stay dry. So up your bum. Dosser 900. Dosser? You big dosser. That's food on the bonnet. That's bird shit, dude. I'm not licking that. Oh, okay. I thought that was the radio aerial. You get good signal on brisket spread. Look, there's food on that one too. Where were you on that one? You dropped a bollock there, didn't you? give me a gap. Come on, McLean. Yes. Big Kenny, dude, thank you for the support. Big Kenny, wasn't that a character from Phoenix Knight? Big Kenny and Little Kenny.
Corona Bab.
Troubleshoot, dude, thank you very much for the support as well. Food no bird shit. Kenny Dalglish Senior. Cheers for the support, guys. Thank you. Total Meltdown, found you last year and haven't stopped playing since. 2100 hours already, never going to change. Oh, dude, that's cool. Yeah, I do still love the game, yeah. I think I'd have a hard time playing it as much as I do, even though it is my job. If I didn't enjoy DayZ, I would struggle, and I do enjoy it. I enjoy it a lot. So yeah, I do still enjoy DayZ. Obviously, if I wasn't a full-time streamer, I wouldn't play it as much as I do. I'd still play it, nowhere near as much. That's just not for common sense, you know. Like, just like if you're a porn star, you have a lot more sex. But if you're not a porn star, you might like sex, but you're just not going to do it as much, you know. Like, it's just one of those things, you know. It's a Greek island, Ofempog Alteria. It's based on a Greek island. Being a DayZ streamer is a lot like being a porn star. Like, you have to spawn in, you have to travel around, really try, and then you're finished. And then you have to immediately reload and carry on, even though sometimes you might not want to. You're finished, and then you have to immediately carry on. Again and again and again. Meltdown, dude, thank you for the support in thrice different ways today, dude. Thank you. What's my favourite map? Chernerus is the OG map for sure, but of the modded maps, I've had loads of fun on DeerIsle, Namalsk, Banov, currently on this Alteria map, Essica. There's some really, really good modded maps, but if you're really familiar with Chernerus, then looking at something like Namalsk or DeerIsle as the first port of call would be a decent shout. They're both very, very good. Confirmed, TRMZ has never seen porn. I definitely has, DD Squeeze. If you think that they only make one porn film a day, or if you think they only do it once, you're highly mistaken. Trust me. Is Muller my fluffer? No. His hands are too big. He's a very big man. I did my research. Yeah, I did, Last Beast. When I was at school, I asked the what's that person? I forget what they're called now. You know, the one that tells you what you can and can't do when you're older. That job. What's that? What are they called? They're absolutely pointless. Careers advisor. Well done. Thank you. Yeah, the careers advisor. I asked a lot of questions about being a porn star to my careers advisor. I started with, do you think this is too small to be a porn star? No, I didn't. Do you think this is big enough, or will I need to have an operation? Giannis, it's not. It's loosely based. It doesn't mean it's real, does it? He still has to work with the tools of the game. But it's the landmass is inspired by somewhere around Greece. But that doesn't mean that it's trying to recreate it with the buildings and whatnot, because that's not possible. AKM or AK-101? 101's better, I think, but the AKM with the drum mag's pretty hard to argue with, really. Sorry guys, one sec. How do you use the map on official servers? You can't play this map on official servers, Wayne. Oh, do you mean just the map that you put it in your hands and then you press left mouse button on PC and it opens the map up? I've been here before, there's a well here. Micropene has a category, does it? Oh, dude. There's a vocation there for me. I've got a trade to fall back on. What's my least favourite weapon? In the history of the game, it's the trumpet, but it's not in the game right now. I don't know what my least favourite weapon is. The MK2 is an amazing zombie killer. Possibly the repeater. I think the repeater's dog turd. I think I might go for the repeater. There isn't another gun I would rather... I can't think of another gun that goes on your back that's worse than the repeater. Fresh pots, you ain't getting me. I've been got by that, but I think I'd rather have a sport with a 30 round mag than a repeater. The secret of the Trumpet Brothers, Killbilly, is that we don't keep the trumpets, you know, we just had them when we met. The trumpets are not... oh, fucking hell, Canteen, yeah, good shout. The trumpets are not actually an important part of the Trumpet Brothers videos, are they? Will I be playing Stalker 2 then when it comes out? Maybe. All the guns are kind of the same in your hand. You're right, I missed the shot, the other guy kills me, and then I respawn. I'm going to go to this military base. It's never got any loot, but maybe today will be the day. Meltdown, thank you again, dude.
Made it to a year.
I enjoy DayZ and this guy is streaming wild. Dude, that... Cody, I might need that. I enjoy DayZ and this guy is streaming now. I might need your reigning endorsement for my channel there, dude. I might need that. If you don't mind. You know, like, on the front of, like, DVDs and books and things, they put, like, reviews and things. I might need you on one. As, like, an advert for my channel. It would really help. No end. I enjoy DayZ and this guy's the only one that's on. Perfectly timed. Uncle Food, I did get a gather that I saw him arguing with, I was going to say a mod, but it was you. Which is why I then saw the next message, I suppose, but I haven't seen any of the rest. 10 out of 10, it was on. as regular as the heating. Like the thermostat of DayZ. He keeps forgetting he has a canteen. 5 out of 7, yeah. Oh, I need that. Maybe up here we can get an AK buttstock. Oh, disappointment. Ever thought about how looting up is like an innocent form of gambling? I don't feel like it's gambling myself. There is an element of gambling in DayZ, but it's a game. You're not gambling with anything. You're not putting anything up, are you? Other than a bit of time, but that's a good use of time, I think. But there is an element of gambling in a lot of games and a lot of decisions and whether to push or whether to not and so on. There is that, but it's fairly harmless in the grand scheme of things, isn't it? How did that hit me? Does he read the YouTube chat? Only the messages asking whether I read the YouTube chat, Greasy. Oh, you fucking fuck off! Not you, Greasy, by the way. I was looking for that on the SVD character, and that's the reason I died. I was looking for one of those, couldn't find one. Certainly found one now, haven't I? Now I don't need it. Damn, you lot are band happy. I don't think we are, Rogue. However, I do quite like the chat to be a friendly place. Sometimes people turn up and they just want to cause trouble, you know. Some people turn up to YouTube chats and forums to stick out like a sore thumb as a pain in the ass. We're not here to be solving everyone's problems, you know. If you want to be here, great. If you don't want to be here, fuck off. And I don't mean you here, I'm talking in general, by the way. That's not ban happy, it's just like self-preservation happy. If people want to be here and take part, great. But if they want to make the chat all about them, or fight the mods, or just be dicks, then they can go somewhere else. That makes the chat a better place. Twitch chats and YouTube chats can get incredibly toxic, and some people actually favour that, you know. Some streams are like that, and they're meant to be, you know, but this one's not. If you want a toxic chat, the chat's not a good place to be. A lot of people are still playing DayZ. You're not checking right, Danny, if you think there's 100 servers, only 4 to 5 people per server, dude.
Hey man, you doing alright?
I'm doing great. I've got an axe. How you doing?
You've got an axe?
I've got an axe, yeah.
Not too bad myself.
Yeah. Oh, mind the zombie.
Fuck.
He's a bad one.
Yeah.
Sounded a bit high, didn't he, that one? You are taking the fucking piss.
Here, I got this one for you.
Thank you! You're a fucking zombie anyway. Right, I don't know where we're going, but I'm just going to run away. I think I'm going to go this way, see how we end up. He seems nice enough, dude. Again, I'm not really looking for a team up right now. I'm just looking to hightail it down south with enough food to get back to my fowl one day. Yeah, he's playing DayZ 420 for sure. Twisted Ninja, thank you so much for the prime. Dally, thank you very much for the subbing. Cheers, both of you.
I've been very busy over the last 8 weeks, but finally got time to chill and watch your stream all day. Hopefully another great year for DayZ TRMZ LUV.
Are we running back towards the same fucking town now? It's so tricky because of the... That's not where I was before, is it? I don't know. Let's just go this way. It's so tricky in the rain. I don't really know where I'm going, where I've been. I have no clue, but let's just go this way and pray. I don't think I've looted these houses. I'm not going to bother now, but... Bouncing Goat, dude, thanks for coming in. Well, being busy can be good in many ways. Hopefully, at least it's profitable, maybe. Hope all is well. Thank you very much for the support, dude. Can't take others too seriously. We don't, Rogue, but the chat is quite an important part of my stream. So when people arrive and they act like dicks, we tend to usher the dicks away because it makes the place nicer to be. Not taking people too seriously, it's just maintaining a nice place to be. I don't wake up in the night having cold sweats about that dude that said something a bit nasty in the chat. I don't remember the name of the guy that was just saying whatever he was saying. There is a truth to the fact that unfortunately there's a lot of unhappy people right now, and a lot of unhappy people tend to spill onto the internet to spew bile everywhere because it makes them feel better. Well, I'm not here to listen to people's bile, so we try to keep it on the straight and narrow. That's a kind of a good thing. Car would be great. This map's quite hard to drive on, I think. Well, I don't really know where I'm going most of the time. And then I end up where I mean to be, but I'm not sure I'm going the right way now. That looks like the end of the map, doesn't it? I think we're going the wrong way there. That's like north. I think that's it, going that way. Don't fucking know. There's more town there, but I don't think that's any good, is it? Let's try going this way.
Thanks.
I just ran round in a great big circle there. I think I need to go this way. Dali, dude, thank you very much for the gifted subbings. You're very kind, thank you. Zen, thank you for the 38 months. Borrow, Loco, thank you for the 14 as well. Cody, I don't talk about politics. I don't even know what you're talking about now, but if you like being here, stay. If you don't like being here, go. That's the deal. Pretty straightforward. But when I see people arguing with mods, I start getting a little bit like, or disagreeing with mods, I start getting a little bit like wary. Uncle Food, stop debating him, dude. If he's been a dick, then don't debate him, ban him, or just drop it. Sorry, I know that I'm not trying to, but we don't need an open conversation about it. If he's breaking rules, ban him. Otherwise, leave him be. It's like it's just going to make him talk more. Sorry, you'll be on the right side of things, but you're just goading him to a ban, I guess. Just ban him if that's what's going to happen. I intentionally avoid politics. I don't do it. Some people can't avoid it, though. There isn't really a nice one, Lee. Gluten-free bread, there isn't really a nice one. Promised seeded is pretty good. Promised seeded is pretty decent. And the best I've found so far is either Warburton's or Sainsbury's own brand, Tiger Bread, which is white bread, Tiger Bread. Like, you have to cut it yourself with the Warburton's one. But if you lightly toast it and like make a sandwich with it lightly toasted, it's really, really good.
Danny donated $20.
We've already been there. I literally just ran around that in a big fucking circle. I don't know where I'm going. Sourdough is not gluten-free, Kendall. You can get gluten-free sourdough, but that Warburton's do a gluten-free sourdough. That's okay as well, but it's no better or worse than the Tiger Bread. I just quite like the Tiger Bread personally. I've not been to the northeast yet, Chris Lynch. I understand that's where the gas zone is, but I've not been there. I'm really hungry. I'm talking about Tiger Bread. I'm fucking ravenous. Only 4 o'clock. Darley, thank you for the gifted subs again. You're crazy. Thank you very much. Daney, thank you very much. Daney, thank you very much for the $20 tip. That's very kind as well. Burrow Loco, thank you for the support as well. Burry Loco. Let's knock my glasses off. Taking my headphones off. Right, while the server comes back from the restart, I am going to go and have a piss. Darley, dude, thank you very much for the gifted subbings ×2, man. Thank you. No, it's only an intolerance, Tyler. I'm not celiac. It's just if I eat gluten, I get terrible shits and burps. Rogue, you have to tell YouTube that you're prepared to accept gifted subs. I believe it's a setting in your YouTube options. You probably have to Google it, but you can if you're not set up to have them, you will never get one. Gifted subs are random, so they go to random people, but you can have it set up so you won't get one as well. You might have that and not even know it. Anyway, I'll be back in a sec, guys.
I came to watch TRMZ, but all I got was this lousy elevator music. Much love.
Neuro's actually made me some different music that I need to add to that. He sent it to me while I was off sick. Or on Saturday when I just got back, I can't remember. But inspired by the GoldenEye music. It's like a GoldenEye-esque version of my theme tune, which is kind of cool. I might switch that on from... I've not put it on OBS yet. Do I like the map? Shiny, I've had 4 streams in the last week and I've played Ulterior every time, so yeah, definitely like it. Never imagined that shopping at Morrison's would be regarded as middle class. Is it, Brian? We get a lot of our stuff from Aldi. We're not very loyal, really. We probably buy more stuff from Aldi than anywhere else, but we also... There isn't a Morrison's right near us, so we tend to be Tesco's, Waitrose, Sainsbury's or Aldi most of the time. Can we hear it now? Not right now, no, it's on my email. I've listened to it on my phone, but I've not listened to it on my PC, so I've not downloaded it yet. It's on my email. And I can download it in a second, but...
GM.
Aldi's great, Uncle Food, yeah. Sorry, Uncle Food. Uncle Evo. Sorry, Uncle... The other one. 2 uncles. Just used to saying Uncle Food now, so... I could probably meet my Uncle Bob and I end up calling him Uncle Food, knowing me, but... Yeah, Aldi's great. I like it. The only thing I definitely don't like after having it last night, their normal chorizo sausage. We had one last night in a paella. It was fucking awful. If there's any Spanish people watching that are going, you shouldn't have chorizo in a paella, it's our version of. It doesn't matter. Anyway, it was really bad. It was tasted fucking rancid. But anyway, their stuff's pretty good normally. Bob is my uncle, yeah. Good, no rain. Did you peel the skin off? What are we talking about? I don't even know where to go with that question. Ah, chorizo. Thank God. No, it just was wrong, dude. The chorizo was wrong. I was like, what did you peel the skin off? Puts the lotion. I don't think we normally take the skin off of the type of chorizo that was. No, we don't normally take the skin off. We normally just cut it up and cook it. Ah, fuck me. I don't think this one had a skin. It was on a little string and it was in a thing. I don't think it had a skin, but we don't normally take the skin off of the one we had yesterday. Some chorizo is specifically for cooking and some isn't, right? But it was the cooking chorizo. It didn't have a skin on it. I'm pretty sure of it. What time is it for me? It's 8 minutes past 4. I didn't eat it, Jacob. No, we had a few bits. It was really bad. I peeled it all off to one side of my plate and left it. Paul, we need a gun. I've got a foul down south if I could just fucking get there. don't think I've been down there where those docks are. I just want to get back to where my loot is, to be honest. I'm going to try and get back to the fowl. I've got a plate carrier. That's the best combo, isn't it? We go back to get the fowl, we'll get the fowl, we'll have a plate carrier, and then we'll work out how to get some kills, probably. Humming James Bond... James Bong! James Bong, that would be an interesting film, wouldn't it? James Bong. Hello, my name's Bong. James Bong. Yeah, while shoveling handfuls of honey into my mouth. That's living, dude. That is. How to get kills, Red Dog. I didn't say how to get killed, although let's face it, that'll probably happen too. Go this way. There's going to be a blaze in that hunting stand. I can smell it. I can smell it. Zoan, bloody hell! I haven't seen that film in ages. I used to love Adam Sandler films around the time when Happy Gilmore came out and The Waterboy and those ones. You know, like I was never as big of a fan of Billy Madison. I know a lot of people really like it. It was alright, but. Like, when those came out, like Little Nicky and all of those, I was a massive fan of Adam Sandler now. I can't say... I think he's a nice dude, but I'm not such a big fan now. I'm not a hater, but... Like, I guess that's the case, really, because of the way the films are. But nobody's like, I can't wait for the latest Adam Sandler, are they, you know? They were very good at the time. I guess that's the case with a lot of people that make comedy films, you know? Like... There was a little spell where the Seth Rogen films and all the other people that were in those films, the Judd Apatow films, were like comedy gold, but nobody's like desperately waiting for the next Judd Apatow right now, I suppose, are they? Can't believe Jack and Jill didn't win an award, yeah. Miles away. We've got loads of distance to cover. I think we're going to skip that. We'll do this house. I liked The Wedding Singer. I did like it. The first time I saw The Wedding Singer was the day after I'd split up with the first girl I ever said I love you to. And I watched The Wedding Singer and I had a fucking tear in my eye just as they were getting together at the end because I'd just split up. I was really struggling. I was like, I know what I'll do. I'll watch this Adam Sandler film. That'll be great. And then I'm like fucking like all in bits when they're getting together at the end as I've just lost the first girlfriend I said love you to. We lived together briefly. We lived together briefly. This is a weird way to go here, but I saw a clip on Instagram talking about how even people my age had it too fucking easy, and it's impossible. And I do believe it's harder now. Just to say that at the beginning, but I saw a clip of someone saying it's impossible now. Like I can't even afford to rent unless I have somebody to live with me and whatever. Well, when I first moved in with her, I was 21, and I earned £480 a month after tax. And the rent on the flat that we had was £330 a month. and she earned about £440 a month after tax. So between the two of us, we earned less than £1,000. The rent was $330, and then we had to pay council tax and house insurance and food and get to work and all the other things everyone else does. I had a car. It was about 30 years old, but anyway, I that's something that just occurred to me, really. It was fucking hard back then when you started out as a youngster if you wanted to... Our rent is 12. Well, obviously rent's going to be higher now, Scary Beardsman, but we were renting a one-bedroom apartment, and this was in... Well, it was when I was about 21, so let's pretend it was 17 years ago. FYI, paella is pronounced paella. 10-4. My first car was a Talbot Samba, although I never drove it on the road. I only drove it with L plates. Before I'd passed my test, I'd got rid of it. My first car when I passed my test was a Metro City A-Reg Brown. You were still able to rent Pole Medic. Yeah, it can be hard to get a place to rent right now, but if you've got a couple and they're both working, you can probably rent right now, dude. I don't think that's untrue. If you're renting a one-bedroom apartment somewhere, you can probably still rent. I'm not trying to say it's harder then than now. It's not. It's clearly harder now. It's ridiculous how hard the housing market is and the prices of everything, and it is crazy. But it was hard then too. The only reason I ever bought a house was because I went somewhere... my own problems. I wasted my own money. I was bad with it. But me and my ex-wife got a house because it came with a 5% deposit allowance. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to get on the housing market at all. What games did you play when you were 21? I played pool in the real world. I wasn't much of a gamer in mate. I was a massive gamer as a kid, and then I got into gaming again around PlayStation 3. I think PlayStation 1 would have been... I had a PlayStation 1, but I kind of stopped playing it. I didn't get a PlayStation 2, and that... the PlayStation 2 was when I was mid-20s, I think. I can't really remember. But
Less than 3. Less than 3.
I used to go down the pub. I used to play pool when I lived with her. We used to go out. I played for a few pool teams, so I did that more than anything else. So, like, I used to play for a Tuesday league team and a Thursday league team and a Sunday league team. So I used to play pool 3 nights a week, and then I went on to play pool for Suffolk, and I played in lots of tournaments and things. I wasn't that great. I was pretty decent, but only as an amateur. I would never. That's all. It was more of a fun thing. But anyway, I used to go out. And like it would be 50p a game of pool, and I used to go down the pub with £1, and I'd buy a half a Coke with my £1, and then I wouldn't be able to play pool until the game was starting. So I wouldn't be able to play pool at all until the league game, and I'd play the league game, and then sometimes, if you were lucky, the landlord would open the pub. Sorry, would open the table up like half an hour before the game started, so I could play a few games to actually play before the actual match.
Fuck me dead, TRMZ, worth it.
She actually says it right, doesn't she? Bloody hell. Fuck me dead. Doria, thank you. T-Sac, thank you very much as well. Oh, fuck off. As If by Magic, DayZ Biznich, Guitar Hippie, Liam, Herb Warrior, Johnny Twitch, and Unreal Vanity. Cheers for the support, guys. Thank you. My missus got an air fryer. Any idea for suitable punishment? You've now become Channel 5 people. That's a line from King Gary before anyone asks. But anyway, I saw it. I think, I don't know if it's a series or not, but I believe it is a series. There's actually a Channel 5 series at the moment about how to get the best from your air fryer. I don't know how many parts there is, but yeah, I suggest you watch that.
What's up? Keep running.
I don't remember what my first ever alcoholic drink was, Uncle. It was probably a little tiny bit of something like my mum's Stone's ginger wine or a tiny bit of port, but I didn't drink very much until when I first drank in a pub, it would have been lager. I used to drink quite a lot of Budweiser. Oh, that's very good, actually, for this stage of a character. Don't normally find much in these. I don't like Budweiser now, but Budweiser's kind of sweet. Like the American Budweiser, it's kind of sweet. It's not my thing right now, but when I was younger, that's what I drank. Gluten-free products for an air fryer. She said you might be less angry with them now. I'm not angry with air fryers, but gluten-free products for an air fryer are also gluten-free products for an oven as well. They're the same products. Do I like IPAs? I tend to not drink much beer, dude, because of the gluten, obviously, but IPAs are alright. I don't really drink a great deal. If I'm going to drink beer, and it's rare, I still mostly drink lager. I don't go in for most of the other ones. It's quite nice. Quite often you used to be able to get like 3 for a $5 with all the all of the ones that sound like Monk's Elbow and Bishop's Foreskin and all of that. You know, the ones that sound like ales and whatnot. They can be really, really nice, those, but I'm not really massively into beer. So normally it was just lager. A lager with a slightly citrusy flavour like Kronenberg was kind of my thing. Yeah, hobgobbling and all that. No, it's definitely Bishop's Foreskin, dude. Monk's Elbow. The Wizard's Sleeve. They're all called stuff like that. I was standing right next to it wouldn't aggro. I had to run away for it to fucking aggro. I did see that other guy gearing up, by the way. I just didn't do anything about him. Tried to pre-fire the corner of that door there. Medic, there's only 2 official... Oh, food on a zombie. Blimey. Only 2 official DayZ maps, still Livonia and Chernerus. Everything else is modded, dude. There has been some slight hints at potentially a new map from the devs in a YouTube video they put out on December the 16th. So there may be a new map for console and PC at some point, but not yet. Vickers Jockstrap. Blimey. Not familiar with that one. Caddy, dude, thank you. I'll do my best to keep running. Thanks for coming in. Cheers for the resub. At least I know where I am now. It's going to be the mouse. I wouldn't be surprised if they added the mouse. That would be cool if they added the mouse to console, but I hope it's something more than that. I don't think it will be that. I don't think it will be. The mouse to console would be a great thing for console, but I don't think it will be that myself. Magic, I believe the island, the actual shape of the island is based off somewhere around one of the Greek islands, but it's not, other than that, it's a work of the creator's mind. It's not It's not trying to copy anywhere, just the landmass is a copy of somewhere. Diner, if they were going to release Namalsk, I would imagine they'd have to buy Namalsk or pay for Namalsk from the person that made it. When they released When they released DayZ standalone, they bought the idea, they bought the rights to it from the mod creator Dean Hall, and also employed him to help launch the game, right? So they don't, just because the mod was made for DayZ, it doesn't mean Bohemia own it. They'd have to buy the rights to it and then sell it on console. So, yeah. Why do people love Namalsk so much? It's a very action-packed map. It's small. There's a lot of action. Quite a lot of players packed into a small amount of landmass. But the main reason is that it was the very first map that had such a massive change to the game, like the cold and the heat resistance that you can build up and all of the other things that go with it, as well as the EVR events and whatnot. It's the first map that had a massive amount of lore behind it and around why there are alien events and all the other things. It's got a lot of Stalker inspiration, right? But on top of that, it was the first modded map that made a massive difference to the gameplay. When you're playing Namalsk, it's not the same as playing regular DayZ. It's harder. It's a different game altogether. We can eat this. Shouldn't get sick. My read, the last death command is something that the mods have to adjust, so if there was no clip... On the last death, all I did was go back to a place where I just died, I suppose, but... the last death, I had a blaze in my hands and I was turning a corner and somebody killed me, but... it relies on... It has to be updated by the mods, so if there's not a clip, sometimes it gets missed, like every now and then. And I also think it's highly unlikely to be Namalsk Kara, as you say, Karsat, because Namalsk has got a lot of things in it that are directly taken from the game Stalker. And that's fine when you're making a free-to-play mod, you know, like you can make a copy of a game. You could make a modded copy of Tarkov that's exactly like Tarkov. It rips off all of the ideas of Tarkov, but it's in DayZ. You can do that when it's modding, but you can't then sell it as a game because you're ripping off Tarkov, right? And that, as you rightly say, there's a hell of a lot of stuff from Stalker in the map Namalsk, which Bohemia would have a hard time getting away with selling, because it would be infringing on Stalker's like property, you know. So I think that's very true. I think it's highly... Also, that airfield isn't in any of the maps that we're aware of. The numbers don't tally up, even to Tanoa, whatever. I don't know. I hope it's a completely new map, or a map that we've not played before anyway. Endermanadia, well, the person that made Namalsk, Sumrak, it already works for DayZ, already works for Bohemia, but that doesn't mean they can sell Namalsk anyway, for reasons we just kind of mentioned, you know. Will a 30-round AS Valmag make it more playable? Definitely, yes. Hoklahokey, thank you for the very long resub, dude. Thank you. Antichrist, thank you for the bits. Doing the bull dance, thank you very much too. Doing the bull dance. I agree as well. I think it would be a real challenge, or and Bohemia aren't averse to publicity own goals, to be honest, but it would be a big own penalty kick, or a big own goal, sorry, to to be teasing some brand new thing, and then the PC player base isn't getting anything because what that brand new thing is Namalsk. I think that's unlikely. I think it'll be something that's new to console and DayZ and PC. Romby, I think it's more than just the storm. There's a whole load of other things in it that are stalker related. They could take it all out, but it wouldn't be Namalsk then. It really wouldn't. Like the storm is the way you teleport to Atlantia, and it's how you get to Athena 3, and it's quite a big deal. But like the Research Institute and all of the lore behind all of that, all of the map is based around the lore of Stalker. Did you see that Everton could be deducted even more points? What, in the same season? That seems a bit harsh, doesn't it? I thought they only had one case to answer and they got 5 points for that one case. They're broken. Yeah, I don't think they'll get... If they've broken financial fair play again, they won't get any trouble this season. They'll have to be next season. How are clubs like Chelsea and the big spenders? I know Chelsea are spreading it over many years, I suppose, but how are other clubs not getting it? Like Newcastle have got massively rich owners, but they can't spend any money, you know, they're really struggling. How are some of these other clubs spending like it's fucking water and getting away with it then when Everton can't? I think they might add a new map, dude. That airfield that they teased, there's a reason that yellow helmeted dude was on that airfield, right? The helmet that they teased, sorry, the airfield that they teased is not in the game right now. So that the airfield he was standing on with those numbers is a new airfield. They're teasing snow and they're teasing wherever that map is. They might be teasing two separate things there. It might be the same thing, but I don't think it's just seasons. I think there's a bigger thing than that. I think it's a bigger announcement than just seasons. Seasons would be cool if they did it, but I think it's a new map. Interesting, Jambon. I'll probably forget to see it, but... I may not be the first to it. I wasn't going to go this way, but I've got to try and get to that helicopter. Who said that airfield is one with a volcano on it, Mr. WC? The devs haven't said anything, I don't think, have they? Would I like to see 50 cal rifles in DayZ? I don't think so, Lizzie. The only way I'd like to see a 50 cal rifle is if it was bolt action only, and you only found it at convoys or heli sites, and it only came with about 3 bullets, and your chances of finding more bullets were next to none. I don't think there is a date for the reveal yet, Phil. No. The fact that it wasn't announced in January, I think that's... The shot, those other, not that shot, but the other shot sounded close to the heli to me. That sucks. How's the stream gone so far? Amber, we've only had one death that mattered. I've not died, like, geared, other than the first death, and that was a sickener, unfortunately. I wasn't in a firefight. I'd got shot at, got away, flanked around, waited on a building, waited for 20 minutes, looked around, nobody was there, and then carried on looting, and about half an hour later I just got shot dead. And I was fully geared with an SVD and an Orgay X and a plate carrier helmet, all sorts. But I have hidden a foul down south, but ever since then, I've been trying to go to get the fowl. I keep getting fucking killed before I get any gear. I've died with a blaze and 1 bullet, and then I've died with a blaze and 2 bullets since. Why can't they charge City with 1 to 5 at a time? Because here's the thing, dude. They can't, because they've got 100 and odd charges. They can't charge them with 1. They're charging them with. They've got more to charge them with, right? But what Everton did is comply. So Everton realised they'd done wrong and they complied and they went with it. City are not complying. They are doing everything they can to delay the process. They've got really expensive lawyers trying to fight back. They've already got away with it with the Europa. Sorry, with the Europa, not Europa. UEFA. That's the what I was looking for. They already got away with it with UEFA by delaying, procrastinating, and then they got away with it completely. But that won't work with the FA, so they're just delaying for now and using as much tactics as they can to kick it down the road. You know, the reason Everton got prosecuted is because they admitted it. They said, "Yeah, we did wrong. We know we've done wrong." And when they tried to help out in the processing for helping out rather than fighting, they got the points deduction quicker. Man City are doing everything they can to leave it for now, make it further away. Maybe in the hope that the rules might change or whatever, you know. They're going to end up in some bother eventually. It's just taking fucking ages, isn't it? They'll certainly get more of a points deduction than Everton did. They'll get way worse. Maybe down many divisions, who knows? I don't think they'll get stripped of titles, but if they got a penalty like Rangers got when they were demoted, that's a huge penalty. It takes years to come back from. Like, Rangers getting put down to, like, many divisions. That was a big loss for them. They are back in the top tier now, and they've won it once, but it took them a long time to recover. They had to start as a new club, effectively. These shots are getting too close. I don't even have a knife, so I can't stealth the zombie.
Hello, Senior Squishy Pants.
I've really rushed to this. The helicopter's crash site loot has been amazingly good on this server so far, but that is a big disappointment. Holy shit. I don't need the assault bag, dude. This bag is better. The hunting bag is better than the assault bag. At least I think so, anyway. Ben Eastwood, thanks for the 22. Meaty lad, thank you for the support as well, dude. Oh, fuck me. We have got no gun yet, no. Well, I've got a Pioneer and 1 bullet. I guess that's kind of a gun. How far am I from the stash? If I don't die, 15 minutes maybe? I don't know for sure, but that feels about right. Roughly 15 minutes, but not dying is going to be a pretty tricky challenge, I think. It is very hard to get used to mouse and keyboard when you switch, Pete, yes, but you do get used to it. Just keep having at it, you know, keep trying. A bold dude, thank you for the 6 months. There's a little video on my channel called The Best Mouse Setup for DayZ. Excuse me, the only thing that's different to that now for me is that the mouse, sorry, the zooming in and out with the scope is completely different, but that video it talks a bit about it, but using an MMO mouse as a console player is a really good idea. So have a look at that video. Green Contact, well, dude, you're doing a good job of telling him how you found addiction, so that's the same for everybody else, dude. I think it's a lot better to just talk about your own experience of your experience rather than saying that's how everyone should be, because I've seen you do that, even if the other dude's doing it, right? So if you managed to give up smoking and you found it really easy, great, but that doesn't mean other people don't. Other people are literally dying of lung cancer still smoking. You know, never managed to give up, you know, like... It's addiction is a really, really tricky thing to talk about. So, GG you for giving up, but that doesn't mean that it's not hard for other people to give up. You're addicted to mashed potatoes. I saw about 5 minutes of Saturday Kitchen with James Martin on the other day. I like to play Spot the Rolex with James Martin. But anyway, he made mashed potato, and it was equal quantities, right? So equal quantities of potato, butter, and cream. That's a hell of a mashed potato like mashup, isn't it? Equal quantities of butter and potato, and then cream equal quantities too. Fucking hell, that's probably tastes great. You might not get to eat very many before you cast it. It might be a bit more puree, but yeah, it looked good. Sir Jimmy, I don't believe City will get the leagues stripped from them. I don't think it will happen. Rangers didn't get anything stripped from them when they got found guilty. Rangers were found guilty of paying their players in an incorrect way. You know, they were paying players in a way that wasn't on the books of Rangers to try and like cook the books. That's what they got found guilty of, pretty much, I think. Rangers didn't get any of their titles stripped. Man City won't either. I don't think it will be like that. I think they will either get a massive points deduction that gets them relegated, or they'll get relegated out of the league and into the conference or something like that. I think it'll be something big, but that's the reality is it could be miles away, and it'll only take them 4 or 5 years and they'll be back. Since I've got anxiety, I've learned that when you listen to other stories, you lack emotions when they go... Hugan, you can do. I know what you're saying there. I thought you meant me for a minute there, but you're talking in general, aren't you? I think it's never a good idea to just deny what other people feel because you feel different. It's better to talk about your own experience and how that might benefit them than rather than tell them that they should experience everything the same way you do, because that's just not the way life is it, you know? If it was, we'd all be exactly the same. Everyone would have a 30-inch waist and we'd all be fully fit as a flea. Nobody would be overweight. Everybody we'd all be homogenised and everybody would be the same. It's just not that life isn't like that, is there, you know? There'd be no addicted gamblers, there'd be no homeless people, there'd be no drug addicts. Life just isn't that way, is it? You know, like, different people have different experiences, different people have different baggage, all sorts of different things, and we're not even talked about, like, mental well-being and whatnot, you know? Slinky plays, yeah, the Everton news must have only just dropped. A lot of people are talking about it. If they've been charged now, there's no way they're going to get the points deduction in the same season, surely. They've never been that quick before. They'll get it next season or something. I hope they don't get another one, that would suck. From what I gather, they've been trying to stick to it, you know. They've not been spending money, have they? I do feel like financial fair play is a reasonable idea in some ways, but I also think there is massive elements of it that just aren't fair. Like, it was meant to be a way to stop... Financial fair play was cooked up by Michel Platini et al. To try and take a little bit of the power away from the Premier League because they had so much money they could afford to spend more on wages than his beloved PSG. And then PSG got taken over by Qatari owners and probably he regretted it. But the reality is that financial fair play creates a lot of protectionism as well. It protects teams like Man United and Liverpool and Arsenal and Chelsea and so on. It protects teams like that. It stops teams like Newcastle finding it so easy to move into those echelons, even if they've got the money to spend, you know. Newcastle could easily spend enough money to be more guaranteed a top 4 place, but they can't because of financial fair play. And maybe that's the way it should be, but why should it be that the clubs that have got the most money as own income, because they were popular before financial fair play, get to maintain their seat at the table by definition because they were big before the rule came in? There is... I think it probably makes sense that it's there, but there is a flip side to that in that it stops the teams from lower down. Like, it stops teams from lower down ever having a chance, you know? Like, if you're, I don't know, Accrington Stanley, I don't know. If you're Colchester United in League 2 or whatever league they're in, they're never going to be in the Premier League. They're never going to be competing with Liverpool or Man United. That might never happen anyway.
When you have last
but there's
time
no
to
chance
goalkeeper.
ever.
Happy New Year and grand luck.
Because even if the richest man in the world takes them over, or the richest person in the world, whatever, they still can't ever be grown to that level unless you do it over like fucking 50 years. Like, Everton are struggling like fuck to stay in the Premier League, and I know they made some bad signings, and they did spend some money in the past, but they've not been really lavish with their spending. They did spend a lot of money on players, and it seems to have backfired. They got only bad players, but they're struggling to compete. But they've not. It's not like they've been winning the league or anything. Am I describing socialism? No, I'm talking about financial fair play in the football. You're only allowed to spend so much in football, so football clubs are limited. They're only allowed to lose so much money per year. Bear in mind, football clubs, talking about losing money, they might be owned by very, very rich owners, right? So, like you might have a football club that loses £100 million in a season, but the owner of the football club is worth 10 billion. You know, like, So they can afford the losses, but football clubs are not allowed to lose money like that over a 3-year period. They have to balance their books. They're not allowed to pay so much. They're only allowed to pay out so much on wages and transfers. They're not allowed to lose it, like money. Well, I forget the exact ratio, but some clubs break it. They did sign a shitload of players when they got promoted, Funky Jez, didn't they, Forest? They signed a load of players. But the flip side of financial fair play is it keeps everybody that's big at the top, you know, like Liverpool are one of the biggest clubs in the Premier League because they've got the history of winning the league. They've won the league more than everyone else other than Man United. They've won the Champions League more than everybody else. They've been historically one of the winning most teams. So they're one of the most popular around the world. So they have one of the highest revenue streams, so they can spend more money. That means they can always pay more for their players and more for their wages than a team that didn't do that, like, say, I don't know, Everton, who did win some things in the 80s, but not as much. Their revenue's not as high. And they've won some stuff before that as well, of course, you know, but it does create a like a haves and have-nots where you've got the top 6 to 8 teams all able to spend whatever they want within reason, kind of. And then the teams that finish 15th struggling like fuck just to finish 15th. I think West Ham are pretty decent. I think I get a bit annoyed by the West Ham fans at times. I guess I do by a lot of fans, to be fair. But I think I don't take that the wrong way. I just think West Ham have been a bit harsh on their managers at times, the supporters. Like David Moyes has been getting absolute pelters last season, and they're doing amazing this season. But if they lose 3 or 4 games, they'll be getting pelters again. You know, like West Ham seem a bit harsh on the managers in some ways, and I guess I'm not watching them regularly, but I remember seeing it with people before in the past when other managers were doing, I thought, was a good job, and they were getting pelters by the fans as well. Alan Pardew, I remember getting a load of stick from West Ham fans, and I thought he was decent at West Ham for the most part. Why not just do salary ceilings? Well, that might happen, Remco, but the problem is with salary ceilings, that works in American sport because there's no promotional relegation, dude. Like, it's hard to compare American sports like NHL or NFL or whatever, because those teams are guaranteed a slot at the table always, whereas in our football, like Man City are winning everything at the moment. If you went back 20 years, they weren't anywhere. They were like 3 divisions down in the league, you know. They weren't in the top league. It'd be like, there isn't a comparison for, say, American football because you don't have that. You've got like college ball or maybe like university sports, which is massive, and then maybe lower leagues, but like you'd never get, I don't know, the New York Giants would get relegated out of the NFL and AFL, and they wouldn't be able to try and compete for the Super Bowl and the playoffs and whatnot.
Want to come over and watch a dirty movie?
It would never happen. You know, like, but that does happen in football. In football, if you lose and you can get relegated, and if then you don't immediately come back up, you can be left in a quagmire, like down in lower divisions eternally. I think I'm going the right way here. I think I need to kind of go this way. But not Z, thanks for the 22 months. Stingray, thank you for the support. Sawgas, thank you for the 15. Basta, thank you. JGD Gamers and Sponge Lewis, thank you all of you guys for the support. Thank you. Yeah, the players can know my name, but that's not the same thing, is it? Players don't get relegated. They might get picked or not, but that's not the same as the team getting relegated, because the player, the wage limits in American sport benefits the owners, not the players. But the owners in American sport are already onto a massively good thing because they can't get relegated anyway. You could have the worst year ever, you still get to go and compete for the Super Bowl next year. So Bosley looks an amazing talent, Zalan. He's been a brilliant signing. The other thing as well is that it's easy to have a wage cap in American sport like NHL or NFL or whatever. It's easy to have a wage cap because you're only competing in America, right? Like, there's no other country that's trying to take the best American football players. They're all playing in America, right? If you have a wage cap in the Premier League, but there isn't a wage cap in Saudi Arabia or China or Japan or Brazil or Argentina or the whole of the rest of Europe or something, then you're not going to compete for players in the same way. You know, there's a world marketplace for players. You know, Liverpool have had some players poached from Saudi Arabia in the summer. They're paying crazy money for average players at the end of their career. You know, like, if there was a wage cap and they weren't involved, that wouldn't help because the best players would go to play where there was no wage cap. You wouldn't get that in American football. You can cap NHL because there's no rival league anywhere else that could afford to pay the players more. Henderson lasted all of 6 months. He's not gone anywhere yet, Heli Pilot. There's a lot of stuff in the press about how he wants to go. Slump. Wrexham will keep doing well for a time, but they'll find their limit at some point because of financial fair play. Same thing. They can't keep growing forever. They'll get to a point where other clubs are as rich as them, and then they'll stay there. You know. There is a world market, and the best in the world play in the US. That's bullshit, Strange Brew. There isn't a world market because there aren't anywhere. There's no competitive league other than the American one. I mean, competitive to the NHL or in American football's case, the NFL and AFL, right? Obviously, people play American football in the UK, but it doesn't compete. It's not on the same level. The players are not anywhere near as good. You know, football is very different to American football. That's not true. What you're saying, like, there are little provincial leagues. Like, there's been some American football played in most countries, but there's no competition. You know, there's nobody getting 300 grand a week to play American football in the UK, right? There's no competitive league. So you can have a salary cap in America because there's no other league that has the interest around the world that can pay for it. Maybe there might be one growing in Japan or something, but there isn't, is there? There's nowhere else that has a professional league that can pay the players what America has, so you can cap them in America because no one else is competing with you. In football, there are loads of competitive ones. You know, just in Europe, you've got clubs in England and in Spain and in Germany and in Italy that all compete with each other for the best players, right? Then you've got around the world, you've got places where there's shitloads of money, like in Qatar and also Saudi Arabia, and in the past we've seen it in Russia, in the past we've seen it in China, where they will spend more money than the European clubs will spend on players to try and get big names in. That doesn't happen in American football. I'm not exactly sure where I am at the moment. I was quite close to the airfield before. Now I've gone off on a bit of a tangent here. I'm not. I'm trying to find my stashed fowl, right? But it's proving a bit difficult at the moment. Snowman, I'm on my own today. If I'm collabing with or I'm teaming up with another streamer, I'll always try to name the streamer in the title of the stream. I think. I've not. Thank God. I thought I'd gone full circle and come back to where I was. I'm off. 25 minutes of football shit is enough. We're not actually talking about just football, Dan, but if you don't like the stream, feel free to fuck off, dude. That's fine. Thanks for slamming your door on the way out. Appreciate it, dude.
I'm off. The streamer doesn't talk about what I want. Now I'm going to go. I'm going to tell my mummy on you.
Fuck me, dude. If you like the stream, stay. If you don't, fuck off. Please only talk about something that interests me. Try correlating that to 5,000 fucking people, dude. I can't, okay? Some things you like, some things you won't. But if you don't like enough, don't watch. I've definitely been watching streams where, in the past, where, I don't know, there's been half an hour talk about a sport I have no clue about, so I choose to go and watch another stream, you know? I think that's a perfectly rational thing to do. But leaving with a slam of the door in the chat just makes you the douche, dude, just so you know. Like, it's okay to not like the subject matter and go and find another stream. But, I don't know, like, if you're watching a film on Netflix and you don't like it, do you carry on watching it but you ring up the CEO of Netflix to complain? To personally tell them why you're going to turn it off in a minute, you know? You just find something you like. I've never talked about ping pong. I think you'd have to call it table tennis, really, wouldn't you? I don't know if ping pong's kind of correct anymore, really. I don't know. Doesn't really matter. That's not like it's because it's drama. It just seems a bit weird nowadays, you know? They don't have ping pong at the Olympics, do they? They have tennis de table. Anyway, no. I don't like table tennis. Tables for meals. And snooker and pool. What's my opinion on the NFL moving to Europe? I'd love it if there was a European team. Or like, let's face it, I'd love if there was a London team. I think that would be cool. I'd probably be more interested in the sport. If London had a team, I'd support them in the Super Bowl. You know, that would be cool. I think it's unlikely to happen, really. Or they're trying, aren't they? They're trying to tickle the interest. They have sports. They have games here. Quite often at Tottenham Stadium, but in London they have games every season, and they are trying to get more people on board with it. I think it would be cool. The problem is that even if there was a London-based team, it still would be less popular than the other sports that are popular. But it would be enough to sustain one team for sure. Dan, it's okay to like the streams but not like football. We talk about a whole load of different things. But I'm a dude of the age I'm at. Sports is going to be quite a lot of a conversation. But it's okay not to like it. But when you say, that's it, I'm leaving because of 25 minutes, what am I meant to do with that? You want me to feel guilty when you leave? You know, just leave. That's all. It's fine. You don't need to stay. You're not forced. But the topic will be the topic, and some you'll like and some you won't. And we were literally talking about the differences between American football, wage caps, salary caps, and English football and financial fair play. That's not just football, it's two different footballs, okay? American football and the other one. Super Bowl is pretty shitty. I quite like it. Will a single round out of my gun kill a deer? I think it might. Oh shit, it's a boar. Show me your noggin. My only bullet, but it was worth it. Oh, actually, let's use this. The yellow food thing's getting me a little bit concerned. Now I'm not so concerned.
Hey Paul, hope you're well. Keep on keeping on, bruv.
Can't stand football. Can we talk about carp fishing or I'm off? I can't stand carp fishing. It's not really fishing, it's just like tactical waiting. Tactical waiting is what it is. Oh, that looks a bit like the hills near the airfield. I need to go over that hill, or I need at least go up that hill, I think. I don't know where I am right now, for sure. I got anything? Oh, I got paper, okay.
Paul, chat is worried for you. You need to stand up against toxic chat. Don't hold back. And by the way, I ate brutal hot wings. I shall pay for it tomorrow.
Brutal hot wings. That's a good brand name for hot wings, isn't it? Brutal hot wings. Then you could get brutal deluxe hot wings.
And you call tailed. You're called Rodney. Lol.
Brutal deluxe hot wings would be the Speedball 2 edition.
Finally, I made it. 1 year. Thanks for the great content, Paul.
Nimloth, thank you very much for the support. Ross, thank you very much too. Iron Balls, cheers for the support. Good Aims. DB Light, Debbie Leica, New Spawns. MFabsty, thanks for the support. Peeps, thank you. I think I'm just going to eat the sardines. They're shit anyway, right? Let's just eat them. I used to love playing Speedball 2. This is a very sad admission, but when I was a younger dude, I was going to say man, but I was a kid at school. I wasn't a dude. I wasn't a man. But when I was younger, I played. This might seem hard to believe because at the age of only 38, anyway, I played a play-by-mail football game where you had to post off your team sheets and try to sign players and all sorts of stuff. They were based in Cornwall. Gad Games was the name of the company anyway, and I think that might be the town I'm trying to find down there, maybe. But yeah, and my team in that was called Brutal Deluxe after Speedball 2. I used to love that play-by-mail. It was long before the days of like Championship Manager and whatnot. Like, it was amazing. The excitement. They used to post it on a Friday, and the excitement of getting it, like, it was like Christmas if you got your envelope on the Saturday, because they sent them first class on a Friday. If you were lucky, you'd get it Saturday morning. If you were unlucky, you'd then have to wait till Monday morning to open it just before school. Oh god, those fun, they were the best of times, they were. Soccer Supremo is exactly what it was called. It was by Gad Games, and they were based in Cornwall. In Bude, actually, I think. I remember being in Bude and reminding myself of Gad Games. But yeah, Soccer Supremo was the name of it. I don't think there's much market for play-by-mail football anymore. Sounds boring to me. Well, that's because you've got a whole load more choices, Rob. Like, people love Championship Manager and whatnot. Well, that was kind of the equivalent before that was a thing. You had to go a lot more hardcore, though, you know. It was much better in some ways, right? So you were in a division with other real players. So if you wanted to sign a player, you had to get on your telephone and ring the number of another real person and see if they would let you buy their player. How is that not better than Championship Manager, right? If you wanted to sign someone that was on the transfer market, you had to ring somebody up and go, I'll offer you, I've got a 12 rated midfielder, I offer that plus 300,000. That was fucking brilliant. Was that before the internet? This'll shock you. Of course it was, yeah. I got a little bit underhand towards the end of my stint on Soccer Supremo. I arranged a swap deal with somebody, and they had this really good up-and-coming young player, and I arranged a swap for one of my midfielders, and I gave him the details of a younger player that was a really good one, and then I actually gave him the reference number for the player of a player that was about to retire right near the end of the season. So I swapped my old, very highly rated but old player for one of his young, very highly rated players. And then it was the wrong player. And like once you'd signed someone, you weren't allowed to do the deal back for 6 weeks. And then it got to the end of the season and he retired. I scammed some poor dude. Obviously, you shouldn't really have done that, but it was a play-by-mail fucking football game from decades ago. It was a lot harsher than killing new spawns in DayZ, though. Sure you aren't working for Chelsea on the side? Oops, accidental alt tab. How I alt tab then. I'm going to have to do it again now because it's reset my second monitor. I just need to bring a few things back up.
Your Altaria video is awesome. Don't trust anyone, huh? Epic. No matter what happened later.
File transfo. Thank you, God. That was great. The highs and lows. I'd like to edit that. I named that like a video yesterday after the stream because the first bit was so good. It was a bit like a... It was a bit like the sort of thing that I would have picked as an unedited back in the day, you know. So that was cool. That was yesterday's stream. Haven't slept all night, Paul. Have you got any tips on how to knock myself out? Have I? Clear your mind right out, won't it? Sort you right out, it will. Clear your mind, you'll feel much better. Still carrying that for rope. I don't think I need that anymore. Let's get rid of it. I hate that when you can't sleep. Normally, I don't. I get it sometimes in the evening, or late at night. I only normally get it personally if I've got something really important to do in the morning. Like I've got to get up early and I've got to do a drive. I must be at the train station at a certain time or something like that. And that kind of thing can cause me to stay awake. Beyond that, or if I'm angry about something or whatever, I've got something on my mind, or me and the missus, we never argue obviously, but if we happen to have had an argument that we never have, then sometimes I can be awake for a bit, I suppose. But beyond that, I thankfully don't struggle for that too much. I did find the name for it. The one thing I have, I can't remember what it was called, but there's a name for it now, but I definitely have it. I can't. It's one of those fashionable things that's just like a personality trait, really. But I have this defiant thing. I can't remember what it's called. It's called Revenge something or other. I read the name for it the other day, but everything needs a fashionable term now. But the basic crux of it is that I fight to stay up as a means to gain control over what I don't have during the day. So, like, a lot of the time, very little of the day is mine. Revenge, bedtime, procrastination. Thank you. So I intentionally do that. That might be what it is. That seems right. It's basically just not going to bed, but I have so little control over my day sometimes. And obviously I do. Like, I'm a streamer. I set my hours, but once you're into a habit and you've set your schedule and you're trying to carry on you don't really control what you do so much as you might think, even though I can change my hours whenever I want. But nonetheless, a lot of the time I don't have any control over what I'm doing. And so I end up staying awake really late as a means to try and watch a little bit of telly, feel a little bit like I have a bit of freedom, you know, rather than I'm like locked in a fucking simulation. I guess I get that quite a bit. Well, you're taking revenge on yourself as such. Someone's just like discussing like the idea behind that name. So you are procrastinating, but you're trying to gain some control over yourself. Like you're taking it out on yourself effectively. You're going to be more tired the next day. But in order to gain that 2-hour window or hour window, whatever it might be, where you can do what you want, you're actually hurting yourself tomorrow. You're going to have not enough sleep. I used to be terrible at that when I worked in Asda. I used to be playing Call of Duty till 2 a.m. when I had to be up at 5 a.m. for work. I did that so often. I had a young baby, but I had a young baby, a job that was an hour and a half away by car. I had a long day at work, and then like I'd get nothing. Like literally an hour and a half drive to work, 10 hours at work, an hour and a half home. Looking after babies, sorting out some dinner, or a baby. Not really having much of a to and fro with my ex-wife now, obviously. And then the kid goes to bed. She goes to bed because she's got to get up to commute to London. And then I should be going to bed because I've got to commute. But I've had no part of the day that's been mine yet, so I force myself to stay up for a few hours. Then I have 3 hours sleep. And that's I guess where that kind of the revenge comes from, because you're taking it out on yourself. I've done that for about 10 years now. It's very, very common, XO. It's why I left that. I was in Asda. That's why I left. I was at Asda for about 3 years, and I got a job that was working weekend. It didn't involve working weekends, so I took a pay cut from Asda to move to a different company so that I didn't have to work weekends, and it was only 8 till 6 instead of being... Like, despite the fact that there are rules on things like the working time directive, I used to get scheduled to finish... The shop shut at 9. I wouldn't leave till 10. I had an hour and a half drive home, so I'd get home at 11:30. And I used to be scheduled to be back in the store again by 6:30 in the morning. So I'd be scheduled to work at 6:30. I left at 10. Got home at close to midnight if the traffic was good. Like, that was awful. But that used to happen all the time when I was in Asda. You meant to have 11 clean hours between a shift, but I didn't. Even if I'd lived like in the car park of the store, I wouldn't have got 11 hours. But it is illegal, but it still used to happen. It may not happen now, but it did happen then. What condition was this one? That was badly damaged. This one is badly damaged as well. There's another one there. Not that one, the next one. I'm fluffing around for a slightly better quality backpack. My FAL is a kilometre away, I think, if I am where I think I am. I quite like the Lone Wanderer bag. I didn't think that was a Lone Wanderer bag. If it is, I would have took it. Honestly, from a distance, I thought it was an assault bag. I dropped a... Oh, it is. It is an assault bag. Yeah. I normally take the Wanderer bag just because it's got the extra weapon slot on the back. I had one on a previous life today. If I saw one earlier, if you saw one earlier, I just missed it, dude. That's all. Mike, thank you for the 11 months, dude. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Did I empty it out and leave it? I didn't realise it was a Wanderer bag then, but I am really playing on autopilot at the moment. I'm just chatting and not really paying any attention. I thought the one I dropped was not a Wanderer bag. I thought the one I dropped was a beige armchair bag. I forget that it wasn't a Wanderer bag. I haven't dropped a Wanderer. I had that kind of beige sandy coloured bag, but that was one of the vanilla bags. Working in a supermarket is depressing as fuck. It might not be in some places, but it definitely is in the UK. I'm not where I thought I was, I don't think. I think this is not... This is not where I don't know where I am. Retail in general sucks, but... If you're working in like a, I don't know, like a really like high-end jewelers, or like, obviously I'm a big fan of watches. If you're working in a high-end watch store and you're interested in the product, if you're working in sales, like even like if you're working in car sales and you work for a decent manufacturer or something, you know, you could be working in something where you're really interested in the product. You can maybe get decent commission. You can be on an okay wage. You can do really well, right? But if you're working in a supermarket, you can do really well if you're the store manager or something, but it's shit. It's really hard work, really mostly mundane work. It just never ends. I have got 4 bullets for the SSG. I'll give it some thought. Stacking the shelves at night ain't so bad. I guess it depends a bit on your manager, if I'm honest, but if you've got, I don't know...
There was a BK-18 in that truck before you got the bag.
Oh, never mind. If you've got like 20 cages to work, and you've got, like, if it takes you, I don't know how, like, it depends on what you'd work. Let's say it takes half an hour per cage, and you've got 8 hours. In theory, you should get, like, 16 cages done, and you've got 25 to do. It's not much fun. That's the bit that, like, usually you end up with more work to do than you've physically got time to do. That's basically a summary of supermarket work. They expect you to do more than you can. And they know you won't get it all done, but they want you to try, and then at the end of it, if you didn't quite do it, you still did more than you would have done. Where the fucking hell am I? Rogan, GG dude. Like, some are different than others as well, but the reality is with what you're doing, right? Like Morrison's, when I was in retail, were renowned as being quite tell and do in terms of management style, and the managers at that time were renowned as being really quite strict and harsh. That may not be the case now, and it may not be true then, you know. But the reality is that you could have a Morrison's or an Asda or a Tesco's in one town, and it's a really nice place to work, and you could do that same job in another store 10 miles away, and it's absolutely fucking awful. You know, like, they can be so hard and so massively different from one to the next. But yeah, the fact that you've got one that you're doing and you like it, stick at it, man. That's good, because there's some really bad ones. There's some really like even when I was in Asda, like, I was in Asda, based in, it was a Asda Living, so it wasn't a supermarket that sold food, it was a non-food store that was trying to be a bit like a cross between a Curry's and a old Woolworths and a Boots and clothes on the first floor kind of thing. That's where I worked in Asda. I worked in one at Lakeside in Thurrock, and it was absolutely awful. Like, I literally left my keys on the table, walked out and resigned on the spot because of my manager and how terrible he was. And when I ended up speaking to my regional manager about it and relaying the story, and I wasn't trying to get anything out of it, I was saying this is why I've left and it's his fault and this is why. He offered my job back and he moved me to another store. And they moved me to a store in Dartford, the other side of the bridge. And that store, it was still an Asda Living, it was still the same type of store. That was way better because the management team were much better. It was just a nicer place to be. It wasn't run by an absolute fucking ghoul. The guy, I've never been so. It was awful. Like that what I just described about the hour and a half commute. That was when I was at Asda. I'd get there at 6:30. Like the store would open, and if you were on the start, it was meant to be 7 a.m. But it was like an unwritten rule that you had to get there at 6:30, and you were meant to leave at 4:30 if you started at 7. And I'd be going to leave at 7 p.m. on the day. And I'd go to the store manager who was on a late shift. The late shift started at 1 and he got there at like 12 o'clock or something. And I'd go to him and say, right, I'm done for the day. Everything's all set up. People are working what they need to be working on. And he'd be going, do you feel that your shop floor is really in an acceptable place for you to be leaving right now? And I'd look at my watch and think, if I leave now, my newborn is asleep when I get home anyway. What the fuck? Fuck off. Do you feel your shop floor is in a position for you to be leaving 3 hours after you stop being paid to be here? No, absolute fucking knob. I couldn't stand him. But the reason I walked out, I dislocated my shoulder at work. Now, I dislocated it because of my own stupid, silly fault. I did something really dumb. I was going up an escalator the wrong way. Like, it was a down escalator, and I was running up it, and I tripped, and I dislocated my shoulder. Nobody else knew that. Nobody saw it. It was while the shop was closed. Thankfully, I could have got myself in trouble for that. But anyway, I dislocated my shoulder. I got signed off for 4 weeks. I went back to work after 2.5 weeks. When I rang up and said I've dislocated my shoulder, they've told me I've got to keep it in a sling and I can't drive for 4 weeks. I can't work for 4 weeks. And if I try and go back any earlier, I'm going to cause permanent damage to my arm. I absolutely can't do it. His first reply was, are you sure that this job's for you then? Because you're going to need to use your shoulder when you get back. No, like, this fucker employed me. Like, he's like, you sure this job's for you then? And then I was like, yeah, it'll be fine. I'll be okay, but I can't drive and I've got to keep it in a sling. The doctor signed me off for 4 weeks. Anyway, I went back after about 2.5 weeks. I went back early. I didn't go back to the doctors. I just went back. I self-certified. I said I was fine and I went back. And because he'd had a bit of a hard time when he got back, he put me on. When I got back, he put me on an 8-day straight shift. So I should have been signed off for 4 weeks. And when I came back a week and a half early, he made me work 8 days straight as, like, punishment. And, like, constantly was riding me because I was still in pain. Like, it was an absolute fucking knob. And in the end, I just like, fuck this. I'm not doing this anymore. I left my keys on the table and walked out. And when I relayed most of the stories that I'd had to my area manager, he was like, well, what do you want to do about these allegations? I was like, nothing. I don't want to do anything about these allegations. I've just left, haven't I? I've sorted the allegations out myself. He's a knob. I'm not working there anymore. I'm done. And because I didn't say I'd like to make it formal, I'd like to make a formal complaint. Because I kept it informal and let his friend, the store manager, carry on being a douche, he gave me a job somewhere else. That's in the UK. Oh god, dead zombie. I'm not in a position to take on geared dudes at the moment. I'm off. The SSG's not too bad, but it's not good enough. I think we're just going to go this way. Shells, thank you for the 15. Golf Punk, thank you for the 12. Mike Spears, thank you for the 11. File Transfer, Chainsaw, Sammy Boots, cheers for the support, guys. Thank you. I really didn't like Asda. I like some of the people that worked in Asda. Some of the, like for example, in the Dartford store, some of the ladies that worked there had been in Asda for 30 years, and they were amazing. And they were really lovely people that worked really hard, and there were some really lovely people in the store on the shop floor at the regular shop floor level. But like when I joined Asda, they had this 8-week training program, and they fill you full of these amazing things about how great the company is and the company ethos and all about how it is. And they fill you full of all these amazing things, and then you go and start day one in your own store, and it's nothing like it. It was horrible. It might not be like that now. Asda has changed hands. It was owned by Walmart then. Not that Walmart had anything to do with it. They're not owned by them now, and it may be a lovely place to work now, but then it was horrible. Of course, a lot of companies are like that. That's not abnormal, but I hated it. I really hated it. It was horrible.
Loving every minute.
The second Asda at Dartford was next door to, I can't remember the stores, but it was in the corner of a retail park next to it might have been no, I don't think it was a Metal End. I can't really remember now, dude. It was like, I've been doing this for 8 years in May. I've been a streamer, and my job before that I did for 6 years, so Asda was like 15 years ago now. Fuck me, that's a long time ago. Reesman, cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. Right. I think I went to this tower. I said earlier I'm less than a kilometre away from my foul. I was very wrong. That little base that we were just at, fucking hell, that's a lot of zombies I just narrowly avoided. Yeah, I came this way on a life on maybe Saturday. I don't think I'm too far from the foul. Road girl, that's great. I work in banking, had a manager who was a total tyrant, bullying and even a bit of sexual harassment. Reported by several women, he got promoted. Yeah. Sadly, too many people in management are in management that shouldn't be. I definitely think that's the case in retail. There are really good managers, so this is not in all walks of life, including in Asda, right? In all walks of retail, and there are good and bad in all businesses, but the model by which you get promoted if you work for Asda is not about being good, it's about working hard. And it's a shocker of a model, but I think that's where I need to be, over there. I think that's it over there. It is. I was standing on the roof of those 3 buildings. I've got to try and do this heli now, haven't I? This is fucking dodgy. Yeah, in companies like Asda, if you take those 2 stores, just for example, I just used there, either side of the Thames, like one at Lakeside and one at Dartford, right? They're both the same type of store. And let's say both of them are doing roughly the same on the KPIs. And when you walk around the stores, they both look 9 out of 10 in terms of standards. So they look great, they're doing well on the numbers, they're doing really, really well. The store manager that might get promoted from those 2 will be the one that's doing the most hours. So you could have store A, where the store manager is being paid to work 45 hours a week, and he works 50 hours a week. And his store's 9 out of 10, and he's hitting all of his KPIs, or she's hitting all of their KPIs, right? And that manager is doing 50 hours a week, being paid for 45, and they're doing really well. And then you could have store B, where the store's 9 out of 10 and they're doing the same kind of KPIs, but that manager's doing 80 hours a week and being paid 45. That's the manager that gets promoted. That's how retail is. The fucking idiot doing 80 hours a week to achieve what the guy is up road doing 50 hours a week is the one they promote. That's so you end up getting more and more shit people going higher up. They don't want managers, they want people that will flog themselves to death working for nothing. It probably isn't just retail, but in the real workplace, most of my experience is in retail, obviously. I did pretty much only retail. I have not got the time for this. I'm so fucking dead. Maybe I should be taking the FAMAS, I don't know. I'll make that decision when we get further away. I don't really want both, but I have got a FAL. So potentially the FAMAS would be a better foil for the FAL. I think I'm going to use the AUG for now, and as soon as I get near the FAL, I'm going to take the FAL and then take the FAL and the FAMAS, probably. I don't think that shot was at me. If it was miles away. The only thing is, the FAL that I've got currently doesn't have a scope on it, so it would be using a FAMAS that's only good for CQB, and a FAL with a, well, it's got a night vision scope that can be switched to day mode. Bear there. I think I'll get away with it. Oh, fuck off. 2 bears. Just ran where that guy is. Actually, I had more bullets for the repeater that I never used, but never mind. Fuck am I going? Man, this is hard to go. I don't understand where I'm at now. I could see where I wanted to go before, and now I can't see it. I don't understand. I could have sworn it was this way. It might be over that hill, but I don't really understand. I've lost it because the place I'm going to is on the ocean. I can't see the fucking ocean. This ain't right. I could see the buildings I needed to get to. Oh, that's the ocean. It's this way, I think. I don't fucking understand. It's so hard to navigate this map without a compass and a map. Fuck me. I think it's this way. That's the problem. There's a load of water in the middle, but what I'm needing is the ocean that's to the south. Like the actual ocean, not the water in the middle of the map. That's the idea, yeah. I could see if I ever fucking make it there. I just got to... I was going the right way, which was this way, and then the bear kind of threw me a bit is all, but I think it must be this way. I was expecting to see it when I came around the hill, and then I didn't. Genzi, Reaper, thank you for the gifted subs. Cheers for the support, guys. Thank you. Gonna be this way. I think we're going right now. I just went a bit awry for a little while. It's fine. I never actually cleaned the fucking... I did.
Zombie to Paul.
Badly damaged.
Who the F are you? Paul to zombie. Who the F am I? Zombie to his pals. Who the F is he?
I didn't know the zombie spoke. Other than the Santa zombie, he says ho ho ho. Cheers, Ironball dude. Thank you, Ironballs. Thank you for the bits once again. One thing we do know, having been at this base before, is that there's about 1 billion AK-74s, so we probably won't need to keep either of these guns for very... What else do you like, Paul? Legos, meats? I don't like Lego very much. It's too expensive to like. I'm quite a simple man. I think most people are fairly simple, really, but my tastes aren't very complicated. I like watching the telly. I like going for walks. I like it when Mrs. TRMZ sometimes thinks about touching my little pee-pee. What else do I like? I like films. I like sports. And then watches and whiskey, obviously. I used to like gluten. I don't think I've ever woken up in my life, Depike, and thought, my fuck, thank heavens for gluten, I love it. You only like gluten when you can't have it. That's the truth, dude. What's my favourite brand of whiskey? Redbreast, probably. Redbreast. If we're talking like brand across the different ages, that one. DayZ didn't even make the list. Well, that's a given, Spoon Ryan. You know, like I love streaming, I love DayZ, but like I'm doing that right now. He kind of said talk about other things. I don't think he wanted. What he didn't want was me to like let's talk about other things. What do you like? And then me say I like football. Let's spend 25 minutes talking about Everton. I like Emily Blunt. Yeah, I do.
TRMZ potato shaker.
I quite like the idea of doing a bit more travelling. I haven't done enough of that. I haven't been on a like the last time. Lots of people have never done any holidaying, right? Like as in gone away somewhere. But the last time we went away anywhere to go and explore around and see different places, me and the missus went to India in 2019. I haven't done anything like that since then. You know, that'll be 5 years in. Well, obviously it's 2024. 5 years in November, I think we went. So it's about time we went somewhere and did some things. You know. That's not a bear. The noise that you're hearing there is a boar, dude. Redbreast is lovely, Indy. All of them are lovely. He said, they said, what's your favourite brand? That's why I said Redbreast, because they do many different versions. They're all very good. The 12 is good, 15 is great, 21 is fucking orgasmic, and the 27's even better still. I don't have to have expensive watches or whiskies, Nurse Stabby. I like Casios. Being a simple man doesn't mean you're a cheap man, by the way. You can have simple tastes, but doesn't mean they have to be cheap. They're all pot still, yeah, hooligans, yeah. Pot still is... most Irish whiskey has got very little age expression, so pot still is... I can't... I've read about it. I can't remember the complexity of it now, but it's not the same, but it's a little bit more akin to like a single malt equivalent. A lot of Irish whiskey is blended and it doesn't have a great deal of age, but pot still means that it's not blended and produced in a certain way. I think it's triple distilled potentially, I forget, but anyway, that's by the by. That it's very, very nice. It's like the Redbreast. If you like Speyside Scotch whiskey, it's like Speyside turned up to 11 and it punches you in the face when you have some. Stinky baby, I don't go a bundle on bourbon, no. Purely because it's more expensive to get something here in the UK than whiskey. Like, if you live right near Kentucky, I should think you drink bourbon. If you live right near Scotland and Ireland, you probably drink Scotch and Irish. I've tried a few Macallan's, Tobo. It's pretty decent, but it's not as good as the price. Macallan is a really premium brand, like Rolls Royce of whiskies, right? But I think you do get what you pay for with whiskey, but with Macallan you're paying for the name. There's others like that though. Dalmore I think is the same. You're paying a bit for the name. You're not just paying for what's inside the bottle. That happens a lot though. Pull over pocket watch, eh? Very cool.
Hello Paul and chat. It's been a while. Glad to be back. TRMZ love.
Redbreast it's gone up a bit lately actually, Darge, and it used to be just under £40, but it is creeping up. I think I could still get it for about 42, 43, but I'm not. I did have a bottle. I had actually had a bottle of Redbreast 15 over Christmas, but I've not got it now. I drank it, but I'm not buying any whiskey anymore. Well, I will buy it again, but not for a while. I'm kind of done. I've got about 2/3 of a bottle of Jura that is open, obviously, that my in-laws to be bought me. My missus's mum and dad bought me for Christmas, and I've got an unopened bottle of Balvenie Doublewood that my mum bought me for Christmas. So the only whiskey I've got left in the house is stuff that I got bought for Christmas, and I've not drank it, and now I'm on a sabbatical. Highland Park's pretty decent 420. It's kind of smoky though. If you like Highland Park, it's a like Highland Park is not like it. Redbreast is like Redbreast and Yellow Spot Irish whiskey are really good things to try if you like Speyside Scotch, but Highland Park is obviously not Speyside. Is the Blue Label worth the money? No, I don't like Johnny Walker. I don't remember trying Blue Label, to be honest, but I think Johnny Walker's shit. Nobody drinks Johnny Walker except tourists. As in people that buy it from is it gone? That's where I left the fowl. Or did I leave it along this bit? I think I left it here, didn't I? I think it's gone. That kind of sucks because the fowl should last 8 hours and it's not here, so someone's took it. Yeah, well, Johnny Walker I think gets bought more at like airports and duty free and stuff. It's a really popular brand. I think it's quite popular in America, like you just said, but not many people buy Johnny Walker in the UK. Like you don't get it in the supermarkets very much. Hardly anybody buys Johnny Walker. We don't drink it. Johnny Walker's exported. It's not what the locals drink, is what I'm trying to say. It's fucking awful. Some of the more expensive ones I'm sure are okay, but it's not very good. Glenfarclas are great. They're one of the very small distilleries. They're really, really good. Now, I'm not Scottish or anything, but yeah, Johnny Walker is not what people drink in the UK much, I'd say. Aberdeen, dude, fucking hell, I'm turning you into alcoholic. That doesn't sound good. It sounds quite nice, but... I've no clue what the new map might be, dude. Even if there is going to be a new map, I've no clue. I'm actually going the wrong way, I think. I'm better off going this way. That fucking sucks. I really hope that somebody found that foul by chance and didn't find that foul because they watched me drop it there. You know, absolutely possible that happened, but... Taliska's alright. I prefer Lefroy of the smoky ones. Taliska's a bit more seaweedy. I'm not as keen. I know that's what I just dropped there, but I'm just going to go across this way just in case it dipped into the beach or some shit. You never know. Got the patience. Taliska's alright. It's all personal preference, isn't it? It's taste buds, right? But I'd rather have Lefroy personally as a smoky one compared to Taliska. Taliska's got a bit more of a seaweedy, like salty sea brine flavour that I'm not that keen on. Whereas Lefroy has less of that, but still a lot of the smoke. Yeah, oh my god, I don't think it will make any difference if it's somebody watching the stream, but yeah, I should have left it in the water. But given I dropped it in a hurry and I'd just been shot at, I wasn't really worried so much, you know, but dropping it in the water would have been a better idea. I've been trying for ages to get back to that foul. It sucks that it's gone. I've not tried proper 12, no, on account of like anybody that's tried it that knows what they're talking about says it's not very good, proper 12. It's meant to be really brash. It's meant to be not absolutely awful, but it's not meant to be very good. So no, I've never tried it because it's meant to be shit. it's a gimmick, isn't it? You know, it's not terrible, but the only reason people have tried it is because of Conor McGregor, not because it's any good. I've tried Four Roses Purple Tie. Redline sent me a bottle of Four Roses to get me to try decent bourbon, and that was very nice of him, you know. That was very generous of him to do. Still didn't really like it. It wasn't bad. It was the best bourbon I've ever had. But I don't really like the flavour profile of bourbon. I just don't like it. Bourbon has a slightly more sour flavour. Just maybe to be bourbon, it has to be made up of a certain percentage of corn and whatnot, and the ingredients are different between whiskey and bourbon. The ingredients, there is a difference, and that's something that people that like bourbon really enjoy, but people that like Scotch probably don't. The corn or whatever it is, it makes the flavour kind of sour, and I don't like it. My bum is going to be numb. Nah, I got a decent chair, dude. My bum's okay. Cheese toothpaste, Megalodon. Eric Monfrey, thank you very much for the support, guys. Am I going to the airfield? Not yet. No, I'm going to loot here. This is really decent loot here. I'd be surprised if we don't get something pretty decent gun-wise from here. I've got an Aeron Gaming Dead, yeah. An Aeron Gaming is basically the same as an Aeron, but with one extra adjustment to the seat positions, and it's matte black. Will I manage to go to the gas zone? I'm not really trying right now, but at some point, yeah. Ribbery, the playtest for Alteria is over, but the map is now available. I think it's available to backers. So I hope I'm not getting this wrong. So apologies to anyone if I am. But if you're wanting to host one and you've backed John McClane and supported the map, as it were, I believe you're able to host a server at the moment. I think that's the case. There you go. I have got another mag. I did have. I think I dropped it. What does someone get out of hosting a server? Nothing. People host servers. You can potentially charge for queue priority. But you can't really make it a business. Like nobody's making a business out of DayZ servers, right? When people host a DayZ server, it's because they're trying to host an experience that they really enjoy on their favourite game, kind of thing. You know, like there's not really any profit in hosting DayZ servers. People that do it for nothing. Do it for fun. Barefoot, I use my mouse for leaning left and right. I have an MMO mouse, so I use buttons on my mouse for leaning. Musa, like I say, you can charge for queue priority, but it doesn't make it a business. You know, like you might be able to help to keep your server running. You might even make a couple of quid, but you're not allowed to. Oh fuck me! You're not allowed to profit from the hosting servers. There are quite strict rules from Bohemia on it, so you can only really do it for a labour of love and maybe cover your costs. You're not going to make a shitload of profit out of it. Put it that way. Why do I carry everything? Because I don't know when I might need it, James. That's the game. Right now, I've got no main primary weapon. I've got no long-range weapon with a scope. So I'm carrying a shitload of things until I can select the one. Sometimes I do. Almost every life, I carry way more than I actually need. But the reality is, you don't know what you need until you dropped it 10 minutes before you needed it. And that's the game. That's just the way the fucking game is. Tiber, I'm ignoring your messages now. That's it. We're finished, me and you. Opening up that fucking can of worm. Bastard, yeah. Even now, I kind of want the FAMAS, but I can't take it. I don't host servers, Ben. No, I don't host servers. I recommend a few, like Spaggy servers, Zero servers, Day 1 servers, Karma Crew, and DayZ Underground, and some others too. But I don't host servers. No, hosting servers is a thing that I don't have the skill set for, but also the patience for. I'll put it on full auto. I think it probably should be. The org shouldn't really be in my hand, to be honest, never mind anything else. The only reason I'm carrying the org is that it's literally the only thing I've got with any zoom. It's got 1.5 times zoom. So at longer range, at least it'll allow me to zoom a tiny bit, but I need this, the second I can get like a PSO scope or similar, or a PU scope for the SKS, I'll be ditching the org A1 and just taking the bullets. Hey, Mr. Dale, you're right, dude. Yeah, the Dusk servers are pretty decent. You're right, they are pretty good. The only thing with the Dusk servers for an English speaker is sometimes you can have a much higher problem bumping into English speakers sometimes, which can affect your chances of interactions. That's not a problem. It happens on lots of servers, you know, like for lots of other nations, way more than it does for me, you know, but the language barrier sometimes on Dusk servers can cause issues, you know, anyway, that doesn't matter. That's part. It's not based in the UK, right? But as an English speaker, it can cause a small barrier here and there. But yeah, I've played on the Dust servers quite a bit over the years. They're pretty decent. They have some base building mods that aren't like there's not much modding in it, but there are changes to the base building, I believe. It might not be the case now, so don't take this as read, but they used to have like code locks and things like that. Which, to be fair, Karma Crew has, but Dusk is much more vanilla, except for the bits that make it not vanilla. I really like this map, DB. Yeah, it's good. Am I looking forward to DayZ 2? I'm looking forward to DayZ 2 about as much as I'm looking forward to my 80th birthday. It'll be nice to get there, but I'm not entirely sure it's actually going to happen. I really hope there is a DayZ 2, and I hope I have an 80th birthday, but there's no confirmation that it exists right now, so not much point looking forward to something you don't know about, you know. Why nobody uses the Vega? Because it's a great big bag of shit. It's just very, very high recoil, dude. There's so many better guns. Vegas normally spawn in fairly high-end military bases where you find, like what I found, AK-74s. Like, there's very little point having a Vega if you've got an AK-74. The Vega is just not as good. It's impossible to control. You really have to use it on semi-auto, and because you have to use it on semi-auto, it's not actually that powerful, you know. A double barrel is more powerful than a Vega when you fire one shot from it. Now I wish I'd kept the FAMAS. Still not blessed with enough bullets to be dropping things yet, I don't feel, but I would quite like to drop the A1. Bullet capacity of the guns I've got. Got no spare bullets for the SKS. I've not got hardly any spare bullets at all. Like the AK-74's got one mag. Somebody's cleaned all of these out. Fucker. I'm mostly finding empty mags. Doesn't make any difference that, but it does look nicer. I'm going to have to go for a piss in a second. I'm going to burst. There's me naively thinking I had the stamina to vault that. Fucking no way. 3 guns and plate carried up. No chance. Hi, Tama Kelly. How you doing? Thanks for coming in. Happy New Year. You got married on New Year's Eve and forgot to take the rings, dude. You meant to have like a ring bearer, aren't you? That's the answer. But yeah,
watching you
GG,
for 2
congratulations.
years has improved my play massively. Shame it hasn't had the same effect on my math.
Svenster, thank you very much for the 2-year resub there, I think. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. Right. This is not the best place to log out. I'm not even going to wait. I've got to go because I'm going to fucking piss my pantaloons. I'm not going to make another cup of tea. The tea's gone right through me. Do I ever play on the mouse? I do a little bit, low-key. I played it on New Year's... the 2nd of January I played it, but I've had a bit of a break from the mouse because I played it so much for about 2 years, or maybe 18 months, so I've had a bit of a break. Guys, I've got to go. I've got to go for Moist Coin Slots, Venster, Stupid Zombie, Megalodon. Just for the support. Thank you. Won't be long. Not over. I'm just going for a piss or room. All right.
Good evening.
Rallis, Resurrector, thank you for the support. Hi, grilled cheese. You right, dude? What have I got? I have. I've not had anything to drink for ages. Only the hydration I've been getting has been from food. So while we're here and it seems relatively safe, maybe we should... where's my bottle? Just drink the water and fill it back up and drink it again. It's a relatively small map, White Death. I think it's 8 km by 8 km. That could be wrong. But Alteria is a relatively small map. It's bigger than Namalsk, but it's not like on a par with DeerIsle or something like that in terms of size. It's a smaller map. Oh, it just came up. This is a bit of a ball ache. Why was that so tricky? That's weird. Namalsk is 12 by 12. It's not though, is it, Zagorki? The actual island that's really in use is not 12 by 12, dude. Most of it is ice sheet that nobody goes to because there's nothing there. The actual island of Namalsk is much smaller than this island. Ratstam, thank you for the 54 months. Very kind, thank you.
Bearsuit donated $5. If you could choose 4 guns for your favourite loadout, which would they be?
Even I wouldn't need 4 guns, but DMR number 1. The DMR is the best gun in the game. It's the best gun. DMR. Assuming it's a secondary to go with the DMR, you don't need one. But if I was going to have a secondary to go with the DMR, I'd pick something very different. I don't know. I'd probably just go with the M4. It's not very different. It's the obvious choice, but I think the M4... As a standalone gun, the Org AX is better than the M4 if it's your only gun. But if you're using it as a foil for a DMR or something, then I'd go with the M4 because it's better at close range. So DMR and M4 would be one loadout. If you want to go for a sniper's loadout, which we'll pick 2 separate guns, then I would go Tundra or Blaze. Personal preference, I'd go Blaze, but I think probably the better choice is Tundra, but I'd still go Blaze. And then to go with it as a secondary, the Org AX. Airsuit, thank you very much for the tip, by the way. Thank you. You could go for a pistol with both of those loadouts as well. Someone's just said pistol. Pistol's for killing zombies. I'd just pick an MK2. MK2 and a couple of mags, plenty of bullets. If I want a pistol, with guns like that, the pistol is for killing zombies. The MK2 is the best zombie killer. Because the pistol suppressor never runs out. You don't have to waste your weapon cleaning kit on it. It's a really good option.
Happy New Year.
Fucking hell, I took a step back to try and go and run onto that, but I fucked it up. Oh well, we'll just go this way. Just been downstairs for a piss, obviously. My missus is cooking. She's making... I've got lamb coming, lamb pittas, right? But she's made herself... She's got a curry, just a reheatable packet curry. And it smells amazing. And I went downstairs and there's all these lovely fragrant smells of curry. It smelled amazing. Where I've had this stomach bug, almost everything seems appetizing at the moment because I barely ate for like 8 days.
I still love the Mosin and AK-101 combo.
It's not hard. It's hard to argue with. I think at the outer reaches, the PU scope is not quite so good, but the PU scope is an immensely good gun, right? Sorry, the Mosin with the PU scope is immensely good. The AK-101 likewise, but there are just very marginally better assault rifles than the 101, I think, you know. The M4's higher rate of fire, slightly nicer scopes, I think, and the Orgay X is more powerful and still slightly nicer scopes. Don't need that at all, do I? $19.99 a pound. Well, I think the little packets we get are about £4 or £5. They're lamb steaks from the supermarket, and there's 2 of them, £4 or £5. So I think I have one chopped up, and then the other one can be frozen or had another day. I might have both. I think that's rare though. But yeah, they're just like little lamb steaks. The FAMAS is as powerful as the Orgay X Irwin, I think. The FAMAS and the M16, I think the FAMAS is more powerful than most, but because of the way it works and no sights, it's not a viable gun for anything other than like inside buildings or holding a corridor. Acid Freaker, they're often from Aldi, yeah. Sometimes Aldi, sometimes other places, but yeah, Aldi's the most common. The ones I'm having today are definitely from Aldi because my missus has just been down there. Do I like venison? I've only had it once, dude. It's not that common of a meat in the UK, so people have it, but I'm running into territory of speaking for everyone when I'm only speaking for me. But venison is probably a much more common meat that you might have in a restaurant somewhere than people cook at home. People will cook it at home, but it's not as common, you know, like... Hairy feet. Burger is massively improved by cheese. Doesn't have to be cheddar necessarily, but cheeseburgers are... A burger is meant to have cheese. If it doesn't, it's missing out. Yeah, I've only had venison once, and I don't really remember it very well, to be honest. I think it was alright. Oh, they look good. They're clean. Oh, I've got one. Let's fix these up. Put them on. Just made me hot, I think, or hotter. I'm going to need to change my clothes a little bit, maybe put on a Gorka jacket or something. The combination of clothes I've just put on now, I've just fixed them, are making me too fucking hot. Take that off for now, that'll do the trick. I love pinching the food, or the drink in this case, before they've even fallen to the ground. It's great. My dad has a freezer full of venison. His friend manages a deer farm. Just as well it's free. But oh dear, sorry. Yeah, and I think it's a lot more common in other places, obviously, but kangaroo is where it's at. Hello! Whoa, 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 don't shoot, it's okay.
Hey buddy, hey buddy.
Yeah, I didn't get my gun out, you're okay. Hi, dude. You're right.
Nice, thanks. Yeah, I got nothing.
No, that's cool. There are a couple of press vests over behind... No, sorry, yeah, stab vests, sorry, if you want one. The police car's behind one of the barracks over that way, but...
Alright, thanks, man.
There's quite a lot of loot, actually. There's some assault rifles as well, like AK-74s, in the Armour 2 barracks that are the way I'm facing now.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, you'll do okay over there. There's quite a lot of loot left. Whoa! Dude,
Ouch.
she hit you like 3 or 4 times. You're lucky you're not bleeding.
I
Right.
like that a little bit. Hey, man, have you seen a well somewhere?
I haven't. No. I have got. You can drink this if you want. Drink this. It's clean. I just put a tab in it. You can drink that if you want, and then I'll need the bottle back though. I don't think there's a well here. I didn't see one. I've been here a couple of times. I've not seen one.
Thanks, man.
No worries.
Actually, I have to give you an apology. 1 second.
Huh? Why? What's that?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Here you go. So, I know who you are, man.
You can drink all of that, by the way. You don't need to drink half of it. You can drink all of it. I can fill it up again myself. It's all good.
Alright, thanks.
You know who I am. That's okay.
So once on, do you remember Valning?
Vaguely.
Alright, well, you had like a military compound, someone shot you, broke your leg. Then there was a guy with a shotgun down the stairs.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, well, I watched your stream afterwards and found out that I actually shot you, so I'm really sorry, man.
That's okay. That's fine. I don't remember it. I get my leg broken like every 3rd stream, so it's all good. Right, I've got a buddy over by the docks, dude. I'm going to go and meet him up. Stay safe, man. Mind how you go.
Sure, man.
Love you, bye.
See you.
Aww. I thought it was going to be, I've got a confession to make. I'm watching the stream and I killed you earlier and stole your fowl. It was only that he killed me on Valning. That must have been like the best part of a year ago. I can't remember that. Can't remember what happened fucking yesterday. That was kind of cool. Can't wait till I shoot him in 15 minutes. I think he's probably more likely to shoot me, to be honest. Right. I will be disappointed if we do not get a plethora of bullets at this location. There's a lot of military containers. That's a good start, right? Wahet, Yakati, Bellis, thank you very much. R. Boyley, thank you for the support as well. Thank you very much, all of you. Bear Suit, thanks again. Fucking fuck. Do you and the missus have any same interests? Does she like have a nice drink? Yeah, we both do what she says. Oh, cool. Well, I'll thank you. I'll report back. Thank you. Abnormal bird. Yeah, that's pretty much what I. You know, interesting timing with me delivering that line, to be honest. We both like very, very similar music. Like we both kind of like 90s based guitar bands, 2000s and so on. She likes a lot more music than I do, but we have very similar tastes in music from back in the day. We used to drink in the same pub when we were much younger, so she was like 17, 18, I was 20, 22. We drank in the same pub. Have drinking as a shared thing from when we were younger. We both still like a drink now, but she drinks a lot less than she used to, for lots of different reasons. But she doesn't drink as much. Like 5 or 6 years ago, she probably drank a bit more red wine than she does now, but she's had some tummy troubles and all sorts of other things. So she's cut down a shitload on alcohol to try and help her health be a bit better. What's the grey and black mag in my... They're not mags, that's a... clothes. Oh, that one. It's the JMC prototype, which I presume only spawns in the gas zone, so you could probably just drop it. Same colour. I don't know why I thought they looked a bit different. Would you be kind enough to show me how to use the orienteering compass? Yes. I can never... I hate it. As you well know, that's why you've asked. The red side always points north. So, as you can see, it's north. So if you want to know where south is, you have to do that. And then you know what way south is. And so on. But I find it so hard to visualise. I hate it. I fucking hate it. I know how it works. I fucking hate it. It's harder to orientate with than having no compass up time for. That's not true, but it is for me. Never a good idea to rotate the ring. And that's what you would do. You would, if you wanted to know what way to go in real life, you would do that, right? Like you say, you'd point it north, and then you would hold it that way, and then you would head off east. And you could hold it in your hands at 90 degrees, so you could head off east this way, But it would still be pointing to north, but you could have it in your hand so that you were walking east. It's very easy to do that, but it's not easy to do that in DayZ. That's why I think I struggle with it. This is bringing back bad memories. This is where I died on the SVD
there.
character from the start of the stream. Well, over there as well. Goplex, thank you very much for the 22. Cheeky Scotsman, thank you so much for the gifted subs, dude. Thank you. Wahet and Yakati, thank you for the support. Well, guys. I am eating minted lamb pita bread with some salad. And bullets in that. Mag was damaged, not SO1. Yeah, I was just reading in the chat. You can use the hotbar. If you place the compass in the hotbar, it shows you off angle. It doesn't show you correctly. Like north is that way, so I'm now facing north. It shows you. Well, it shows you with that one. It shows you correctly, actually. So with that one, it actually shows you correctly which way is which. That's kind of cool. But nonetheless, I don't have the hotbar up, so it's no good for me. I don't like having the hotbar on display. The hotbar kind of annoys me, so leave that one. It's usually off by a set amount. Probably because I had it in my hand when I put it on the hotbar, I guess, that's why. But anyway, it's usually off by a set amount. And you can use the hotbar if you get familiar with it, but I don't like having the hotbar on. Where I died, there is the chance that whoever killed me brought all the loot in here. Need to get Some more bandages. Fairly big hurry, I'd say.
Will we see a TRMZ and Smoke duo for 2024?
Duck Huttons. I hope so. But the intention is there from both parties, but whether the timing is there, another matter. Norman Hill, that's just how likes work, dude. Most people don't hit the like button on YouTube, whether it's a video or a stream. It's just... Guys, if you're on YouTube and you can, hit the like button. I don't know if it really makes any odds, but...
Glad you are feeling better. Keep running.
Thank you, Shilly. I really do. So much better. Like, crazily better. Like, I've been out for a walk of nearly 10,000 steps this morning. -1 Celsius, which is not cold by many people's standards. Cold enough for me. But I went out for a walk for about an hour and 20 minutes or so, eating regular food, feeling like a normal person again. Small changes make a big difference times. Yeah, this difference being not ill. And that's all it is, dude. I had a really bad stomach bug, so that's the only difference. Shadowbat, I think there is going to be more and more animosity towards City as time goes on. I think it will be grossly unfair if City and Forest, if Everton and Forest are both sanctioned and fought and done before City is sorted out. And I think that might happen, unfortunately. But it sucks. It's really unfair. But there is reasons why it's not been dealt with, and Everton's was. Exactly, Picky Bugger. Everton have got... sorry, not Everton. Man City have got, like, more than 100 charges. Everton just got found guilty of one. As we were saying earlier, though, Everton complied. They admitted wrongdoing and complied, which made it an open and shut case, whereas Man City are fighting all of it. So, not open. Take fucking ages. I'm kind of vaguely interested in collecting the full NBC, dude. I'm not doing the fire station. I presume that's where your question's gone. I picked up the gas mask, but I really want to go to the airfield and PvP, so I've got the gas mask, and that's it for now. I may drop that if I want to carry more loot. I've not been on the radio, no, dude. This town loot sucked. Dude, I got the AK-74 and the SKS here. The loot's been really good. That's just perfect, isn't it, Spider-Man? Fucking hell. Oh, Jack, you're here now and I've not died, so let's just wait a little while, see if that comes true again then, shall we? I hope it doesn't. I'm primed for another SVD, aren't I? Fuck me. Just pixels. It's a long ago callback, that one. Must get SVD, clearly. Cheeky Scotsman, thanks again, dude, from a while ago. Battery Liquor, Zildin, and Bastion. Cheers for the resubs, thank you. I was anticipating more military containers around here. I've not found any yet, but I think there will be some. God knows where. I think they must be that way. I think I've missed them. The other dude was looting them. I think I'm bored now. I think we're going to go.
Keep running.
Bobo, thank you very much. I'll do my best. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. Right. The guy we bumped into may well be knocking around here somewhere. I've already looted these. This is where I got a shitload of the assault rifle stuff. I'm going to go back this way. I need to go this way. I'm going to quickly see if I can fill up my canteen at that little spot where the water was again. Hey Ridgers, I'm good. Hope you're well. Been quite a lot. I've actually had a few firefights around here. I died at that docks earlier today with a fully geared dude, more than this guy. I killed someone here Saturday, and then died. That guy was all for pulling his shotgun out and killing me. I should have got my gun out and started returning fire, to be honest, but I tried to talk. I've done that a bit lately. And the talking worked in that scenario, but I probably should get my gun out and shoot back a little bit quicker rather than talking, because often it doesn't work, and then I've got that delay, that lag gets me killed, you know. I should have had my gun out. I'd still have talked, but I should have talked and got my gun out. Stuff that I dropped. Zelkier, if you mean this particular server, I don't advertise what server it is while I'm streaming, dude. I don't host my own server, but if you're trying to join the server I'm playing in now, we don't say which one it is, dude. Right, so if we go this way, back over that hill, we're heading towards the airfield where all the main PvP seems to happen. Jack, I get asked that question loads about hosting servers. So your question was, have you ever done your own server? Would you? As good as. I used to be the mascot for the Spaggy servers, so they were called TheRunningManZ servers, but I didn't pay for them, I didn't run them. I was just the mascot, you know. That stopped a couple of years or maybe more back now. It just got too much. That, like, the servers would go down and people would all pile in here moaning about it or asking questions. Then there was like spells where the servers would get DDoSed horrendously, and then people would be in here telling me that I needed to pay for a better server and the service they were getting was terrible, and it just was no fun. Hosting a server is no fun. I don't know why anybody does it, you know. Like, I know that's incredibly unfair because I rely on great servers like
Baby Shark,
people like Happy
doo-doo,
Bombs and Zero and the
doo-doo,
Day One team and the
doo-doo,
Karma
Baby
Crew team
Shark.
and all them. Without those, there would be a bit missing from the game if we only had official. But it's an absolute bitch fest. Like, just one example. When I was running the servers, the server went down, and it went down because it crashed and it needed to be restarted. And there was somebody streaming on it, not a well-known streamer, no one I've ever played with. There's no beef here. Somebody was streaming it. That's superfluous information. They just happened to be streaming it. I don't remember the name of the streamer, and they're not streaming now. As in, they don't stream DayZ anymore. So there's no possible way to root out any drama in any of that. But the server crashed, and within 10 minutes, that person had been to the Discord saying, "Why is the server down? When's it back up?" When they didn't get an answer that they liked in a Discord within a minute, they'd tweeted Spaggy on Twitter. When they hadn't had an answer in a minute, they'd tweeted me. When they hadn't got an answer within a minute, they'd emailed me. And that's a kind of a synopsis of what happens at any given moment on running a server. They'd literally, like, they haven't got the patience to wait 10 minutes while the server comes back up. They've gone, "Why is your server broken?" in the Discord. Not had an answer. Onto Twitter, onto a different Twitter account, straight onto email to try and find out why. Like, when what they're asking, they're expecting like a level of support you wouldn't get even if you were paying for it on something freely provided by someone that likely has a job and works full time, and you're expecting them to drop whatever they're doing to respond to your messages and help you out, kind of thing. You know, it's crazy. All this rock has the stink of an underground area, you know. But that's a kind of summary of how it works. Like, every time, like, just to use Spaggy as an example, you know, but let's say the server's going to be wiped tomorrow. You put in the Discord, "Hey guys, we're wiping the server tomorrow." You probably already have it on a 2-monthly schedule, and it's been that way for 3 years, but you put in the Discord, "We're wiping the servers tomorrow." Everybody knows it's the 1st of the month anyway. It's the 1st of the month when the server's wiped. The servers will be down for an hour while we do it, you know. That's the kind of thing. It gets communicated into Discord. Spaggy puts it on Twitter. Wayward Jack puts it on Twitter. This is going to be an underground area at some point. That's like a Livonia door, isn't it? So they announce it all through every possible channel beforehand. And then when the server goes down, 25 people will pile into the Discord going, "Why is the server down? Why is the server down? Why is the server down?" Like, expecting one-to-one replies from the person that's actually working on the fucking server, you know. Like, that's the crazy thing. They can't answer those messages because they're working on the server and all the information's there. So every time you do anything, always, that's what happens. Why don't you just ignore ignorant people? Well, that's what happens, but it's easier said than done, Z-Bonk. When you've got people flooding your chat going, "Why isn't it doing it? Your server's shit, rah, rah, rah." You can ban them, but there'll be others tomorrow. It's just a side effect of it, right? So if you're hosting a server, that's one thing. But if you're hosting, if I'm streaming, right, what happens is my own stream becomes polluted by server talk because the server's down permanently, and so does this Discord, and I stop becoming TRMZ the DayZ streamer that's enjoying DayZ and start becoming TRMZ the server provider who's here to answer all your customer service requirements, you know. That's the point. That's why I don't host servers, because I don't want to get involved in all of that. I think that heli might... It's not actually... It possibly isn't the one that I went to before, but we'll go and have a look. I didn't hear it crash, but we're not a million miles away from the one I looted before. I don't think it was on that hill, though. But yeah, it's easy to say ignore it, but when you're streaming and you're reading the messages, it gets frustrating after a while. We had somebody come in on multiple accounts to literally tell me that I was an abhorrent person because I wouldn't pay for a better quality server on a server I wasn't even paying for at all. And that's one of those things. On that subject, guys, just as a bit of a try to be a good DayZ player, if you're on a server and it goes down, just wait about half an hour, you know. If it doesn't come back up straight away, just wait. Or go to their Discord and have a snoop around to try and find the answer. But be fairly patient for a while. If it's down for a day, ask a question. But it's down for half an hour, that's normal. It happens on all servers at some point. But that's what my Discord became like in the end. It stopped being about, like, my Discord's not that busy. It's not a very busy place. It could be busy if I was more proactive in it, but I do go there. But I don't put enough effort into the Discord. I don't have the time, you know. But my Discord is not a hive of activity. It's not an amazing place. I'm not here selling it to you right now. But when the servers were called the TheRunningManZ server, the Discord, people used to... Like, people that don't watch the stream, that don't watch the videos, that just joined the server because it was full and had my name on it, would have an issue with the server and appear in the Discord and start misering about the server or feeding back in a positive way, potentially. But the Discord was set up for people that enjoy my videos and enjoy my streams and are like-mindedly enjoying DayZ. That's the point of the Discord. It's not there to be customer support for servers. And that's how it became in the end. So, although it wasn't actually my choice, Spaggy decided to rebrand and change them all to back to Spaggy again. That was his call. I was relieved when he did it. I was very, very pleased when he did. I think we were both at the end of our tether, and I was at the point where I was going to be like, please, can you take my name off? But he did it anyway, because of all of those things I just mentioned. The terrain on this map is amazing. Yeah, someone's just said that in the chat. The layout of the map, the terrain is one of the best things about it. It's not just all forest and then a town. Roads next to a forest and then a town. It's some of the best terrain for the game that there is, I think. In terms of how it impacts on the gameplay. It's really, really positive. So Spag, no, we'd been talking. He didn't fire me, no. We'd been talking in the background for a bit, and it was just becoming a ball ache, and we both knew it. So one morning he just messaged me and said, I'm going to do this, and I certainly didn't argue. I was like, good. I think that's a good move. Let's do it. Quick. There is meant to be improvements to stream quality coming to Twitch very, very soon, Munchie, but you're right. The actual video quality is terrible on Twitch compared to YouTube. If you can stream in 1440p. An R700 barrel. I haven't got the space. Oh, I can't drop. I can't block with the fucking bag in my hands. That's my last bandage gone. That wasn't smart. That, coming back not to me hosting servers, that's one of the big reasons why I'm quite keen to be, I don't want to say supportive because I don't do a great deal, but be very, very positive about people like Zero and Spaggy and Day One and all of the other ones that I always mention, because without those guys a big bit of the game is missing, and they're really important for the quality of the game for all of us. Like, and same goes for whatever server you like. Like, if you like heavily modded, maybe it might be the Aftermath hosters that are the reason that you're still in the game. You know, they're providing the version of the game that you love. You know, but server hosters are a really important element to the game, and a hell of a lot of the community just fucking shit on them. The same with map creators and all sorts of other things. You know, hell of a lot of complete people are just happy to play for nothing and not say a word, but as soon as the server's not running right, they'll be into absolutely bitch whoever's paying for it. Oh, it's crazy, the mentality of that. But yeah, it's a very positive thing for all of us as a community, but I absolutely don't want to do it myself. Very long answer in a way, but I wouldn't do it. I was talking to a company that hosts servers, and they were going to provide me with potentially a server for nothing. I don't think I'd even do one on those circumstances. Even if I could have it for free, I might do it and not tell anyone and just call it, I don't know, Freddy the Spawn or something. I don't know. It wouldn't be that now, obviously, but I wouldn't want a server with my name on it because it'd be more hassle than it's fucking worth. They should put a complaint once you're banned in server notes. That will teach people. Well, that's the problem, Missy, as well. Like, that's the other side to it. You get this as being a content douche like me, like somebody that gets banned or whatever, gets a bit salty. But there's people going on Reddit and going on forums to try and stir drama because they got banned from a server and they don't think it was fair. And like the amount of drama that revolves around all these things, you know, like somebody gets banned from a server and they don't like it and they'll go and start some fucking internet campaign flaming from hell. But some people never drop that. They'll do it for years. You know, some people do it for years. That is a barrel for an R700. I have got the mag, which is why I wanted to grab it. Carsten, if you're very new to the game, that's the main reason. So your question was, how much of your content is on modded servers? I only play official line, having trouble getting in such good loot. I'm very new to the game. This server is easier to get loot on than an official server, so I don't mean right now, but if I'm playing Churnerus, I'm playing on servers that have loot economy almost the same as vanilla. You can get really good loot on vanilla, like on official. You can get really good loot, but if you're new to the game, that's why you're not finding it, you know, like your ability to get around and get to the right loot spots is dependent on experience, and the more you play, the better and easier it gets, right? So it's not that hard to get geared on official Churnerus. You can be pretty well geared in not many hours at all. And if you want the very best guns, you need to know where the convoys spawn are and where the helicopter spawns are. And you can get a DMR, not easily, but you can get them if you look in the right places. You can get one, or you can get an Orgay X or something similar, you know, like the Orgay X and the SVD on Churnerus only spawn in the permanent gas zones, but if you wanted an SVD on official, there's a player there, you could get one relatively easily. Like, you just need to collect a full NBC suit and then away you go, basically. that sounds like a not very easy thing to do, but an NBC suit, if you really try hard and you don't get killed, you could get one in 4 hours, easy. My biggest problem here is my lack of a main gun, my lack of a powerful weapon. I've got low stamina, like he will have, because he looks fully geared. But my main gun at range is an AK-74. I've got to hit him like 3 times to knock him unconscious, I think. And he may actually be getting away from me right. Oh, come on. He was getting close to that, wasn't he? I don't even know where he's gone now. The guy I gave water to. It might be the guy I gave water to. That last shot was painfully close. This is so hard to do. I'm going to get shot in the back in a minute. Are you going to keep going left, or is he going to use the trees and go away? He's so much better than me, look.
Thank you for all the awesome entertainment.
I guess I was static. I gave him a static target. He never gave me that, to be fair, but yeah. That was a good shot from him. Thankfully, I've got a plate carrier on and he's a long way away. It flinched me, though, so it's a more powerful gun than I've got. He's probably going to kill me, and I'm pretty sure that's the guy that I gave water to now, thinking about it. I think he had that big bag. Oh well, I've still got to go for it now, haven't I? I am going to regret this. In a minute I'm going to be running straight at him and I'm not going to know he's there and I'll get downed, but anyway, let's try. See him? I think he's by that rock. I think he's got hard cover now. See him. I can't. Another helicopter crash site up there. I think he knows you're coming, Paul. Dude, he might be onto something. Right, I just saw him. He's got hard cover and I haven't. Did he move to the left? He was behind there, but I thought for a second I might have saw movement to the left. He's just hit one of my guns. That sucks. He's just hit the gun in my hand. That really sucks. Toying with his prey. He is. This is not a great fight for me, is it really? I shouldn't have took it in the first place because of the gun I've got, but now I've been flinched by his better gun. I really shouldn't have. Oh, he's just gone over the hill. I just see... Oh, no way! How did he hit the scope and the gun? Now, we all know the answer to this, by the way. It's a bug in the game right now. But it's not possible for him to, from there, to have hit the scope and the gun with one shot. That's bollocks. It happens a hell of a lot at the moment in the game. That it's a known bug, this patch, but guns get their scopes and often the gun themselves ruined when you're fired at. Crazily often. Now I've got no range for the airfield. It saved your life though. Maybe, Aegon. I wasn't winning that. That's definitely true. Before he fired back at me, I got several shots very close to him, but they were all so hard to take. And even if I'd hit him, I don't think it would have made a great deal of diff, you know. I still wouldn't have... Like, he hit me with a gun that flinches me, which means it's probably a 308. Like, I don't recognise the sound, but maybe a blaze? He hit me with a blaze, I think. And it only did a segment of health. If I hit him with an AK, what the fuck is that going to do? It's just going to thank me and ask for another. Rubbing salt into the wound now. What? I've just killed 4 of them and he's still on me. I just killed 4 wolves and he didn't back off. I've never seen that before. And he's ruined my jacket. Fuck. I've never seen that before where you... Like, normally you kill 3, they run away. I've never killed 4 and they've not. I'm not cutting those up. Someone in the chat just said free meat. I can't cut that up because we've just been having that... I don't want to say a snipe off. That noob off with the guy that could shoot me and I couldn't shoot him. That one. I can't start cutting meat up there. He'll kill me.
Nine months keep running. Watch the barn doors.
Fucking hell, like on the... That's a good shout, actually. Bandages. I've got none. Oh my god. I need a bandage really badly. Habitus, I know of him. Yeah, I've I've talked to JLK a little bit in one or two events where we've randomly met briefly. I've talked to him via Twitter DM a few times, but that's it. You know, like never played with JLK and don't know him other than that. That's about as much as I know him, you know. I do have a bandage, but it's not disinfected, so I guess I could put that up there, to be fair, but it's not disinfected, so I can't. That's got the same problem as the rags, but yeah, you're right, I did have it. I did pick it up. Yeah, JLK is a bit, not that their videos are necessarily the same, but a bit more like Nezza in that it's really heavily modded stuff for the most part. You know the Stephen, slightly less than I know JLK, but obviously I know who you mean. Yeah, Fubar Bundy's cool. As is JLK, by the way, but I don't know either of them other than who they are and what they do. Yeah, that bandage wasn't disinfected when I found it, so it's a bit of a wicked pisser. Will I ever do videos in 4K on YouTube? You only get 4K if you've got YouTube Premium, right, Jambon, which you may have, but nobody can watch in 4K unless they've got YouTube Premium, which is a smaller amount of the people, but it's still a significant amount. I won't be doing videos in 4K unless I'm playing in 4K, otherwise there's not really any benefit. Like, you get the good codecs at 1440p, so I play in 1440p, I render in 1440p, that's the best thing I can do for the quality. Unless I'm playing in 4K, I'm not going to be doing 4K YouTube videos. Or something changes that makes it worthwhile, because right now you get all the good codecs on YouTube at 1440, so there's no need to go to 4K. Got away with that because of the rain. Jambon, if you've not got premium, you can select 4K, but you don't get it, dude. Nobody does. Used to at one point, I think, but you can select the 4K resolution, but unless you're paying for premium, you don't get 4K. I'm talking about videos, Jambon. Why? You can select the resolution, but you won't get 4K. You get in 1440p. Stevie, I have not done the gas, so no. I've got a gas mask now, but I'm not really trying to do it as such. That's a really cool military base where we might get an Orgay X or something, but there are yellow tents down here. And I need to get myself a bandage. I need a bandage more than I need a better gun, I think. One Bush, Mr. Small, Moist, Cobra and Meaty Pie. Thank you very much for the resubs. Wasted, absolutely. 1080 to 1440 is huge. The difference in image quality and video quality on when you're playing at 1440 is night and day. If you've got a graphics card that can run it, you should definitely do it. And hello, by the way. JT, yeah, that's what I just said. It wasn't disinfected when I found it. Not likely to get a bandage in here, but it's a fairly innocuous place to loot, hopefully. Oh my god, that line of it being a fairly innocuous place to loot. It's not very innocuous. What a fucking rat of a fucker. He might not have been in there very long, but... what did he say? Something like surprise? That is horrendous that there's somebody in there. There's no reason to be in there unless he's like waiting for a buddy to log back in or something, you know? Like, there's nothing there. Oh, fuck me, that sucks. It's been a horrendous run today. 7 hours and we've done fuck all. I don't think he saw me or heard me come in and hid. If he did, he wouldn't be in there. I think he was already in there. I don't think it had anything to do with me. There's no way, if you're setting up a trap, you don't go in there, because you wouldn't even know for sure I'd go in there. That wasn't a pre-planned thing. That was just me falling on his lap, the lucky bastard. Man, that fucking sucks. All that effort, all that time. I probably should switch maps right now, but I think I'm going to persist for now. I'm going to do a different map tomorrow. I may do a different map later today, but I can't end on that. It's been such a horrendous run. This map is amazing, but my luck today has not been. I could have been smarter there, to be fair. I could have had my gun raised and be on the assumption that there's a player in there, but you just wouldn't expect a player to be in there. That's crazy. Even if I'd been gun ready, I still would have died, but I might have got one of them as well. I don't think it was the water guy. No, that was the water guy was a lone wolf. That was someone on like in a group. I think there was two. YouTube stopped the premium thing in October 2022. That's so. That's interesting. You're probably right then, Jambon. They were camping in the corner, sat on top of the shelves. What the fuck were they doing in there? It just makes no sense, does it? Nobody's ever in there. Like that's not anywhere near where you can realistically expect to get PvP. That doesn't make sense. Like that happens in DayZ all the time, you know. And this is not me saying they were stream stalking. Sniping. I don't think they were. I don't think that's anything to do with it, because even if they were, that was a terrible place to wait for me, because the chances of me going in there were actually quite small, you know. Of all the places to wait to try and get a streamer if you were stalking, that or sniping, that is not it, you know. That's just random, terrible luck. But what the fuck were they doing in there? Well, they were aiming at me by then, because they'd obviously heard me outside, but it's just crazy. Like, it's so out of the way, nothing building there. It's incredibly unlucky that they were in there. if they were just ratting in there and they'd been in there ages, that's very, very sad for them. But there we go. I find that hard to believe, if I'm honest. It seems more likely that they were in a firefight 5 minutes ago and went in there to rat it out for the guy that was shooting them, maybe. But it doesn't make sense that they were camping for a random. They could be there for hours and not see anyone. Maybe they were, but I doubt it. Oh my fucking God. Jesus fucking Christ. Dante, here's the thing, right? Camping doesn't mean they were there for 2 hours waiting for me to go in. Camping could mean that they were shot at 5 minutes ago and went in there, you know? It's just talk, right? Nobody knows. You don't know either, but just because they were up high, that doesn't mean they were there for the last 2 hours until somebody opened their door, you know? Like, the reason I suspect that's less likely is because it's such a low-value building. If you're going to camp waiting, you wait in a high-value building where you're going to get some action. They could wait there all day and not see somebody. They really could. I suspect it was just bad luck on my part, but I don't believe they'd been there for 2 hours, personally. Maybe they had. I like to think that nobody's got the patience for that myself, but... Dial Rust, you only need to get Livonia if you want to play the map Livonia. There's no reason otherwise. So, Livonia is a DLC. It's in a map that you can only play if you pay for it. But if you get the regular base game, you can play the regular base game, which is Churnerous. And if you're on a console, that's all you can play. If you're on PC, there's a whole load of free-to-play modded maps that you can play without. You don't need Livonia except for to play Livonia. You don't need it for any other reason. Oh my fucking hell, that sucks so hard. That's the worst death of the day. Like, again, I just read before, maybe they heard the shots from before, so went in there to wait. That's not feasible. The shots were 2 kilometres away, and if they were waiting for somebody that fired, they wouldn't have been in there. They could have waited in there and never seen anyone all day, you know. There's no way they were in there waiting for the shots that I'd fired with the other dude. Just doesn't make sense. Just one of those you got to chalk up to bad luck and circumstance. Dubcat, I don't mind that question. Do you think your previous gambling addiction has helped with streaming away? Perseverance, maybe? No, I don't think so, dude. I think, obviously, perseverance when it comes to gambling is a terrible trait, which I definitely had, but I don't think gambling has had any impact on me being a streamer, aside from one, and that is that I only started streaming as a means to get out of the gambling. Well, I only started YouTube as a means to get out of the gambling, so if I hadn't been an addicted gambler, I wouldn't be a streamer. So in a weird kind of way, probably the biggest mistake I've made in my life led to the thing that changed my life, right? So, without one, there wouldn't be the other. They were noshing each other and three's a crowd. Could be. Ah, fucking... That really fucking sucks.
Have some Bezo bucks, mate. Love the stream. Keep on running. TRMZ LUV.
It seems to be raining way more today than it was yesterday, which is annoying as well. It's really hard to see where I'm going. Glossy, they probably hadn't logged in there, dude. I doubt. I think they might have done, but I doubt. Like, up on the shelves, they're on the shelves in a defensive position waiting for someone to come in the door. my guess is that they'd had some dalliance with another player in the last 10 or 15 minutes, and that was their approach to try and dealing with them. Do I like tuna? I think they look nice, the fish. I'm not the biggest fan of tuna, the meat, personally. Tuna steaks are okay, but I haven't had one of them for fucking years. Imported films, thank you, dude. I don't really know where I'm going at the moment. I need to try and get up on the hill. It's really hard to get a point of reference here. I'm running out of patience for the spawns. For Alteria 4 days in a row is probably enough, I think. I think it might be time for a switch up. Injun Smith, thank you very much for the 5 months, dude. Thank you. Yeah, canned tuna is pretty rank. Canned tuna with a little bit of mayo in a bit of a combo for a sandwich. Tuna mayo with a bit of sweet corn is pretty decent. But yeah, tuna steak is not something I like. No, we don't eat in our house very much. Tuna salad cream better than mayo, you heathen. I'm not brilliant with fish in general, Garrett. Oily fish is okay, but I'm not a huge fan of mackerel or any other fish, really. I kind of like the more meaty fish. I know where I am now, at least. I like the more meaty fish. Like in the UK, we like cod, for example, but cod or monkfish or whatever, you know, I don't hardly ever eat fish, but I like the more meaty, flaky fish rather than the oily fish. Although oily fish is incredibly good for you, I just don't like it. What mic do I use? It's an Audio-Technica AT2020 USB. Yeah, tuna steak is okay. I haven't had it forever, but yeah, again, that's quite meaty, isn't it? I played with Taupe, yeah. I don't go a bundle on fish in general. I didn't take that sporter, and now I've found fucking sporter bullets. I don't mind salmon. I'd like salmon, not just smoked salmon, but like a salmon fillet. Salmon's okay, but we don't have that very much. Salmon's all right. That's very flaky, though, isn't it? Little tiny crumb on my bottom of my mouse pad, or sorry, on the bottom of my mouse or on the mouse mat. Oh, fucking hell. No name. Too much fish talk. Rah! I think I found the problem with a lot of food in the UK is distance. I think that's partly true, Reptilian, but I think it's also because we tend to buy the shit. Like, if you eat a piece of fruit when you're on holiday in Italy or in France or in Spain, it all tastes way better, but they grow it where they are. So it's partly distance, like you say. But like if you eat a tropical fruit, if you eat a fruit that isn't grown in Italy, it tastes better in Italy. It might be because you're on holiday. It might be just like a trick of the mind. But I genuinely think that a hell of a lot of the exporters around the world send the UK the dog shit fruit because they know that half of the fucking, well, most of the nation have got no fucking taste buds. That's what I genuinely believe. I think we get shafted with the shit because we don't know any better. When it comes to produce, I think that's true. Like Spain grows a hell of a lot of the fruit, like say oranges, for the whole of Europe. But you eat an orange in France, it'll probably come from Spain, and it'll be better than the fucking ones we have. Well, I don't know why that is, but I'm pretty sure that is the case. Well, obviously, because of the UK's climate, we don't grow a lot of things. We grow like potatoes and a lot of root vegetables and stuff. We don't grow, and corn, obviously, or like wheat. We don't grow a lot of or like hot climate stuff. Like British strawberries are amazing for about 3 weeks. I'm about to have to deal with about 1 billion zombies with no melee weapon. This could kill me, actually. You produce a ton of moaning. Yeah, that's what we're good at. You got to know your strengths, right? The chambered sporter would be useful right now. Yeah, apples are pretty good in the UK. Yeah, you're right. Loose melon, I think that's probably true. There's a margin factor involved. If you want good fruit or good meat or whatever, you have to go to the sort of higher end places and not pay the supermarket prices. I think that's probably true. It's a lot of it may well be to do with where our food comes from in terms of the shop that's selling it and the price they're prepared to pay. I think that's a fair shout, dude. These shots could aggro a player. That's my one problem here. This is a really good find for a new spawn, isn't it? This is good, but I was going to start punching, but there's too many. I need to shoot them. My biggest issue is who turns up to these shots before I can get away. Right, I might as well put the pristine mag in. Just upgrade the mag a touch. That's great. Not the best guns, but the 60 round mag is amazing. Gives me a chance. I don't think the NVGs are going to do a great deal. It doesn't really get dark ever, it seems, so the NVGs aren't going to be much use, but... Mediterranean food is huge in the UK, dude. Yeah. Noah, Basil Sweet, Big J Bar, and Freshy. Thank you for the resubs, all of you guys. Thank you. And attack back won't be too shabby either. What's my favourite school lunch as a kid? I always had sandwiches. If I was lucky with maybe like a little mini Scotch egg or something like that, sausage roll. I never had school dinners at school. I was always packed lunch. But I used to eat my sandwiches while playing football. So certainly from about the age of about 11 or 12 onwards, we used to play football every break. So you would eat your lunch. What's that gun? Maybe an SSG? I don't know. I'm not going to bother. I'm just going to go this way. It's not right next to the heli. Gonna leave it and carry on. I saw a hunting stand up here. I missed a hunting stand somewhere. I can't remember where I saw it now. I meant to go to it and then got sidetracked, but let's go. I used to get a bit jealous of the kids that were having school dinners, but I always used to have packed lunch so we could play so I could play football. That's what I did every break. When I went to upper school,
always appreciate your honesty and straight talking.
Dude, thank you. Cheers, Beer Can. Thank you for the support, dude. Yeah, where I went to school, we had a middle school and then an upper school that you started at when you were about 13, and I did that till I was 18, so after I'd done A-levels. So as soon as I went there from 13, every lunch break I played football. I never missed it at all, ever. I wasn't very good at football, but I just loved it. There was another one, I think 1, 2, 3, but yeah, that's all good. Shot's not at me. I think those two guys are shooting at each other, but... That wasn't an SSG. Do with a knife here. I'm hoping for zombies here, military zombies, so I can get like a plate carrier. think that was like a bee cave. Shit. Oh, fuck. Deep shit. Deep shit. I'm in deep shit. I need to get out of this corner before they all turn up. Fuck! I'm dead. Well, I'm unconscious. I'm not dead. I wanted to kill the one with the head strap, and then when 2 came in and I'm backed in a corner, I was fucked. I could be in trouble here, because they may not leave the room. They should de-aggro, but because it's a finicky room, they may not leave the room. I could be in trouble. The shot's still the other side of the water, Bob Skegg. It's fine. I'm worried about the zombies not leaving my room. I'm not worried about the shooter at the moment. Typical hunk. I think it was too late to try and knock them back with the gun slap by the time I got stuck because I was out of stamina. They're not hitting me, dude. They don't hit you when you're on con. I hate that scope, but I could learn to try it. Well, not learn to try it. I might try it for once. I'm not putting the NVGs on my head just yet. It makes me look a lot more geared than I want to look right now. HB, dude, thank you for the resub. Sorry, resub, what am I talking about? Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good one, dude. Thank you, Vixen. Thank you very much for the new sub as well. Still need to get the zombies. Well, I'm trying to. I'm hoping there'll be one with a plate carrier. I think I'll just kill this one and go, though. I don't think there was one with a plate carrier. Who's the biggest streamer I've met IRL? I've met Happy Bombs. The biggest streamer I've met Sacriel. Although I don't know if it really counts. I've said hello to Sacriel and while he was in the same room as me in the DayZ booth for about 3 seconds. So the biggest streamer I've had a vague conversation with was Bibex, I would say. And that was only a hello because Bibex is French and his English is probably about as good as my French. That's not true. His English is way better than my French. But yeah, I very briefly said hello to him while he was playing the game and sort of shook his hand and whatnot. I did say hello to Sacriel on the same day, but he had like a camera crew on him and they were making a video for his sponsor or something, so he didn't stop to talk. He said hello, talked to the DayZ devs for about 2 minutes and then went off on his way. Beercan and Vixen and HB, thank you. I've not been to many gaming events. So in 2016 I went to EGX, which is when I met Happy Bombs. And at the same day there was Minder was there, Septic Falcon was there, Hayes was there, there was one or two others as well. And then in 2019 I went to EGX in London rather than Birmingham. And I saw Sacriel briefly and again Minder. Trying to think who else was there, to be honest. Can't remember. Kurgan, thank you for the 4 months.
TRMZ love.
I met quite a lot of big YouTubers when I went to that YouTube event in October. And obviously the one I was most pleased about was meeting Nico Leonard, as anyone that was around at the time knows already. But I spent the whole night fangirling over Nico Leonard. That was great. That was loads of fun. Got his number and he's sent me a Twitter DM since. And yeah, that was very cool. There were some very big YouTubers there, though. I very briefly, he wouldn't even remember this, but well, he might do. But I tapped Bateson on the shoulder and said, "Oh, hello, you're Mr. Twitch front page, aren't you?" And then just sort of said, "Hi, I'm Paul. I'm TheRunningManZ. I'm on Twitch as well." And then I just kind of scurried off. But so I quickly said hello to Bateson. He was talking to another couple of another couple of football streamers that I vaguely recognised, but I didn't know them. I guess there's a chance I'll meet. Well, Sauer's all the way over in Cornwall, but Muller has family around Suffolk, you know. You never know, that might happen one day. He's a fucking big boy. Who did I fangirl over? Nico Leonard. He's the biggest watch YouTuber. He's got the biggest watch YouTube channel. You've probably seen a video or a short of his. He does all sorts of kind of short, snappy videos and some longer ones, but he also owns the watch reselling website Pride and Pinion, which is actually quite a big watch reseller. So he's a businessman and a YouTuber, and I was a little bit put off by his videos in the very beginning because the titles and the thumbnails are so clickbaity. I thought it was just clickbait dross, but he really does know what he's talking about. If you watch the videos, you kind of get that, you know. He has some very hot take opinions and whatnot, but he's a good dude. Bumnards, in the grand scheme of the UK, one side to the other is as far as it gets. Yeah, you know, I'm in East Anglia, he's in Cornwall, so it's a long way to go to meet someone just for like a drink, isn't it? 6 hours by car, I'd say. It's long enough to make you think twice, right? That's like, it's far enough you've got to stay in a hotel and come back the next day. Tower don't want to meet me anyway, let's be honest. He's fucking 21. What does he want to meet some old fucker for? 6 hour drive to see a mate is nothing. I disagree. But it's relative, Redline. And it is very different. Come and do 6 hours on the roads round my way and then see how you feel. It's very different. 6 hours of driving on fucking UK roads it's like driving 12 hours on your roads. Our roads are terrible. To be fair, most of the way from here to there would be, it's not really country roads, it would be main roads. It would be like M25 to the M4 to the M5. It would be mostly 3 carriage roads, but our roads are shit. 6 hours is a very long drive for the UK, but it's relative, isn't it? You know, like, our country's not fucking thousands of miles across. Dirty Barry, it's about 300 miles to Cornwall. In theory, in summer, I could do it in one, but you wouldn't. You'd charge it. I'd only need to charge once. If I set off fully charged, I'd charge once. I'd get about 200 miles in and then charge, and then I'd have about the best part of 300 miles range. So if I did 200 miles, charged it up, drove another 100 miles, I'd still have around about 170 to 200 miles range left. Assuming it's in the summer. If it's in the winter, it'd be less, but... Bridge, I have a Model Y long range. Of course, it's not a cultural thing. It's because of what you're used to, right? A 6-hour drive in the UK is an incredibly long drive one way. It just is. But we haven't got great big roads, and it's not like I don't know America very well, but think about Australia. You know, you could go 6 hours from one town to the next town. You know, like if you drive 6 hours in the UK, you're going past 40 million people. You know, it's very rare. Like, we all live so close together. Maybe 30 million people. Like, a 6-hour drive might be from one major city to the next in America in some circumstances, right? A 6-hour drive for us, you can go almost like London to fucking Edinburgh. You could, like a major city, and like you get Leeds, and it's half an hour from York, or maybe an hour, I don't know, but like Manchester and Liverpool are almost touching each other, and then you've got Blackburn nearby, and then Burnley nearby, and then Sheffield and Leeds. Cities are really close together. Yeah, like, whereas in really big open states in America land, you could drive 6 hours to go like 2-3 towns over. That's not the case here. No love for Blackpool, yeah, maybe. I miss Blackpool out. And when we went to look at the dog, before we got him, we got the dog from a breeder in Gateshead, and it was the best part of a 5-hour journey there. We spent 20 minutes looking at the dog, and then we drove home. That, to me, was an absolutely obscene day. To drive 5 hours to stop for 20 minutes and then drive home was ridiculous. But in a lot of countries, that would be very normal. Also, the cost of fuel and the cost of travel is very different here to where you are, you know? Like, the cost of fuel in the UK has always been nearly twice as much as in America, you know? Picky bugger, yeah, I was hoping I wouldn't bump into you. It was a while ago, dude. Does a charge take about 20 minutes? Vertical, I've only used the hyperchargers or the superchargers at Tesla 4 times now, but if you're using a supercharger, which I've only ever had to do that, I don't need to charge it when I'm driving, hardly ever. So basically, when I've done it, I've stopped, I've put it on charge, I've walked into the service station or the whatever, you know, the motorway service station. I've ordered a drink or ordered some
Keep
food.
on running.
Before I've finished it, the charge is ready and I can go back to the car and go. So 20 minutes tops, you know, like if you just putting it a little bit more in so you can make sure you've got a bit of a backup to get home, you know, by the time you've walked to the thing and had a piss, you can get back in the car and go. But they charge so quickly at the superchargers that you're not there very long at all. it's a relative thing, like anything, right? It's not a cultural thing. It's a relative thing. You know, like if you're in a city, you might have another city fairly nearby, but then you have to travel huge swathes of land to get to the next one. America's huge. We ain't. Like if we have to travel more than an hour to go shopping, that's fucking annoying. As in, like, go shopping for clothes and things. You know, like, not. Decam. The last time I charged it, it cost me a tenner, but I only put a little bit in. I can't remember the exact charge, to be honest, but it cost me a tenner to put about 30% in, maybe. That don't quote me on that, but all of these costs are irrelevant for an average person because you don't charge them on the road, you charge them at home, you know. Like, obviously, if you've not got an ability to charge it where you park it, an EV probably isn't for you, but if you've got a drive or you've got off-street parking or you've got the ability to charge it straight outside the front of your house, then you don't ever use the network, you charge it at home. Do I use the autopilot? I didn't pay for the autopilot, Toby. I've got like the basic version. I wouldn't use the autopilot. It's not the one that's like keeping you in your lane. It's like glorified cruise control it comes with. It's really good. It's way better than any other car I've ever had. But it makes mistakes, particularly in sunlight, shadows. Like, you can be going around a corner and the shadow cast on the road, it sees the shadow and it can think it's an object, and then it starts braking. If you use the Tesla auto drive feature, any auto drive feature, I'm guessing, because I'm guessing the Tesla's one's a good one. At some point, it sees a great big shadow as an object and starts braking when it shouldn't. And if you've got a car very close behind you, you're actually brake checking somebody without even knowing it. You know, that's why you have to hold your hands on the wheel and you have to be ready to take over, because if you do a 4-hour journey, at some point it fucks it up. There's a mistake every time. It's amazing if you're on a like a dual carriageway or a motorway. It's amazing at keeping you in the lane, and if the traffic slows or stops, it's like glorified cruise control, and it's great at that. But everything else, I wouldn't want it myself. It makes mistakes.
I was in here 12 hours on a Monday. Hope you are well, boss.
Sorry guys, I didn't say anything, but I've been trying to sort it out. I've got that bug that you get where it won't let you join the server. It says whatever the message comes up, but let's close the video. Sorry, close the game down and try it again. Admiral, the Tesla version only uses regular cameras. I think there is a more expensive version, but the Model Y, it only uses cameras, even for like the parking sensors and stuff. It's all camera based now. They took out the sensors from the Model Y, make it cheaper. Teslas are great for bad drivers. All right. Ebram, thank you for 39 months. Bask, Sergeant Elias, Rugel's subs. Can a console player join the game? Not this map, no. Because this is a modded map. Console doesn't have modding. All Teslas only use cameras. They didn't used to, Jochen. Certainly for like parking sensors and things. They used to have proper sensors, but they don't anymore. Did I meet Frag Dempsey? Oh. Why do you hate Muller so much that you won't go for a beer with him? Talked about it for one, but for two, I hate everyone equally. So fuck off. There's this. I didn't know we were heading towards a tower. TV Dan, the windscreen wipers have been okay for the most part. Oh, this is the entrance to the tunnel on the other side, isn't it? Oh, cool. We're going to go through this, I think. Oh, Small Peen, thank you for the 40 months. Arthur, I don't know what you mean there, dude. Dude says it wasn't sniping because Dave came to them while the stream was on. I don't understand what you mean. Have I ever considered painting my hair blue and streaming Fortnite instead? I haven't, no. I can't do the pom-pom dance. There's a video of somebody gaming stream sniping you. Okay. I'm sure they were very proud. I'm not reading their name out, but I don't care, dude. It's all good. Oh no. That's a lot further than it looked.
You get a sub from me though. That'll show you get legend.
Gonna need a knife fairly soon, otherwise we're gonna be in trouble. Oh fucking hell, Paul. You heard of this thing called blocking? It's magical. You'll love it.
5 Optimus.
Five Optimus. Well, thank you very much for the 5 Optimus, dude. Thank you, Frogod, Artisol. Cheers for the support. There's been a few times. I'm not gonna. I didn't see the. Well, I did see the name of the channel, but it's not really stuck in me noggin, and I'm not gonna make a big deal of it. But over the years, there's been a few videos of people killing me on YouTube while they're blatantly watching the stream. So what? It doesn't tell me anything that we don't already know, you know. Sometimes people kill me while watching the stream. It's no big deal. I was just raided by someone that does the server. Are you suggesting that it was today? The video, as in a death from today? That's impressive. Fuck me dead. The guys in the shelves, fuck me. Well, I'm not suggesting that it definitely was, but it was weird that they managed to get some talking in. Like, in that scenario. Like, I should have been catching them on the hop, and they should have been, like, desperate for the kill, not laughing about it too. But anyway. I don't know. I don't care either. But if that's annoying, if it was the shelf dudes. Like, I genuinely was, like, going out of my way to say there's no way that there's any stalking going on there, because it makes no sense them being in that building. That's next level predicting. Anyway, I don't. Let's. I don't want to get drawn on that. I couldn't give a shit. Only just happened. Anyway. This gun is in terrible condition. Anyway, let's. I don't want to talk about it anymore. It's just giving them more publicity, which is what people like that do. May or may not do it for, you know. My main hope is that it didn't happen earlier today or yesterday or something like that. You know, that's the. This area is cool wasted. I've come to here from the other side, so on the other side there's a similar kind of layout with another tower. And another bunker building. There'll be more military zombies as well. Do with the weapon cleaning kit. That's an impressive callback, Prometheus. I could kill the deer and eat it if I had a knife to cut the fucker up with, but I don't. Yeah, guys, let's just move on from the server thing. Like, I don't really want any drama. This particular server, sorry, the stream sniping or stalking or not thing. The server has rules about not watching streamers and playing in the server at the same time. The server admins can deal with it. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I'd imagine, I know Twitch has rules about streaming yourself, stream sniping or stalking. You know, like. I don't know if YouTube does, but if you were streaming yourself, watching another streamer killing them, that would be against Twitch terms of service. It may be against YouTube's as well, I don't know, but again, I don't give a fuck. Like, it won't be the last time. That wasn't badly damaged before, was it? I'm sure it wasn't. Are shotguns better than an SMG, in your opinion? They probably are, but I'd rather have the SMG. I think it's more exciting. Yeah, I heard a bear.
Oi, Savaloy, TRMZ love, TRMZ love.
Super Schmin, a buckshot, sorry, a double shotgun is absolutely better than an SMG. They're just dull. They're so dull. I still use them. They're an insanely powerful gun, but they're so boring. Hey Wilson, dude, you alright, man?
Hey chat.
DK Dynamite, Silverback, thank you very much for the support. Papa Bear, dude, thank you for the gifted subs. You're very, very, very kind, man. Thank you. Actually disappointed not to get another zombie with a plate carrier. Will keep coming, won't they? Fuck me. The other vest's badly damaged. I think I already checked the condition of it. There's one outside and one in here, but they're both badly damaged. I checked them, I'm sure I did. So there's a deer upstairs and a bear and now wolves. Yeah, I checked this one. It's badly damaged. Yeah, mine is going to be ruined if I keep taking it. So that's why I just swapped with me, but whether mine's any worse or not than this one, I've no clue. Silverback, DK Dynamite, thank you very much. Papa, cheers for the support as well. I did pick up Knuckles earlier. Whoever asked it just now on YouTube. Yeah, I did. You're right. I think I did, and I've not used them. They're on the hotbar as well. I need to use them because they'll stop my gloves getting ruined. Let's check that. Hi Cupboard Gamer, how you doing? Thanks for coming in. Might as well start eating the and just get the little bit of extra hydration from it. I'm really liking Alteria Wiggle. I've had a terrible day today in terms of how it's gone in the game, but other than that it's been good. I really like Alteria though. It's a smaller map, very, very high action, but it's good.
Keep on running. Love you by TRMZ love. TRMZ love.
I did get food and a few other things in these little chapel things. There's normally a little bit of loot in each one. I think they'll be worth checking. Laramie, when the wolves are howling, they're not necessarily on anyone, dude. That's not how they work.
Boo.
It just means they're there. We heard the bear, but it wasn't aggroed on anyone. Like, if you hear a cow mooing, it's not trying to kill anyone, you know? Like, just because the wolves are howling doesn't mean they're aggroed. They're just there. Now they've stopped, it also doesn't mean that they've got to somebody, although those shots might well be somebody getting shot, shooting at them, but when they stop howling, it just means you're out of range. Or they've aggroed on someone else. Nice, that's helped solve some of our food worries and hydration worries, I'd say. Oh, I wish I took that shotgun.
Five months already. Godspeed.
Just putting a few bullets in this one, just so that I've got a handful of bullets in both. Really is a handful as well, but if the other gun were to jam, at least I could switch to this one, I suppose. Do you eat Wendy's? Who's Wendy? There aren't really... I think there's one or two Wendy's in the UK, but I've never been in one. The shots sounded to me more like they were at the military base. It could have been at the walls, but I think the shots were at the little military base on the hill. Senior Fudge, Paddy Get Good, Greg, Melkia, cheers for the support. Thank you. We're very close to the airfield now. I'm probably going to loot a bit more here, but I do wonder if I don't even know where the well is, for example. There must be a well where we are now, but I don't know where it is. What do I think about Everton and Forest being FFP charged? I feel very bad for Everton because it seems to me like they've been really trying to stay on track, and it's a hammer blow after the points deduction. If they've broken the rules, they should be sanctioned. Forest, when they went up, spent an absolute crazily large amount of money. Like somebody said the figure earlier about signing 20 players. That was about what they did, didn't they? They spent crazy money. Alright, I went running back. It made the noise like it was running away. Yeah, that was it again. That might be the last one from the shots we heard before. Maybe it got shooed away by the shots. There hasn't been a lot of medical loot in the medical buildings when I've checked. There's a lot of yellow tents in certain places, and that seems to be where all the medical loot goes. It doesn't seem to go here. Carla, Steve, they made... Both of the clubs might have ways to try and loophole their way out of it. Everton have been fined this season, so it seems incredibly harsh to then be charged again. Like, if you've been done for financial fair play, you'd think you'd get some time to get everything back in hand, not immediately get charged again. It's a little bit like, you know, like you're out on a journey, you're going on a really long motorway, and you're doing 80 miles an hour, and you get done for speeding by a camera, and then 40 miles up the road on the same road, you get done for speeding again. It's the same fucking journey, you know? It's the same offence. It it feels a bit harsh in a way. Maybe, like, not knowing the circumstances, that might be incorrect, but it seems a little bit harsh on Everton, more so than Forest, if I'm honest. But the teams who were relegated due to Everton and Forest rule breaking is who you should feel bad for. I don't think that's true, though, Stone Priest. I don't think it correlates that straightforward, you know. Everton did break the financial fair play rules, but even if they'd shaved a little bit of money off, I still don't think they'd have got relegated. They played way below their standard, right? You might be right, and I might be wrong, but it's really hard to say for sure that the spending directly stopped them. In Everton's case, maybe not with Forest. Maybe with Forest you could say, well, we went up and we didn't do what they did, and we went down and they didn't. If we'd have done that, we wouldn't have gone down, you know, like that you could. But with Everton, they've been in the league as long as anybody else. I think they're one of the longest running Premier League teams, right? Or sorry, I think they are the longest running top tier team. I don't think you can definitely say that they would have gone down if they'd shaved a little bit of money off their bill every year. I don't think it's necessarily true. They signed bad players. The money they spent was wasted. It didn't help them. It made them no better. You know, they didn't get any better at all. They've been getting worse. But I think you could make that case with Forest a little more easily. They came up and spent way more than their competitors. They were the ones that stayed up. Nia Neal, thank you for the 34 months. Paddy Get Good, thank you for the 3 months.
Show us your pin, please.
Show us your peen, please. My peen is hidden away for posterity. It's been sent off for service. Hey, Gravy Dude, hope you're good. Thank you for the resub. If you break all the rules and cheat, you deserve... I think that's very black and white, dude. I feel like some clubs that have not yet been prosecuted are doing much worse things. Personally, like Chelsea and Man City, for example, are doing it much more blatantly, or using loopholes to get out of things in a way that someone like Everton are not. I think Everton are... Like, it's really harsh the way the rules are, you know. The slightest circumstance could throw you into it that you weren't expecting, you know, like... it's a really tricky thing, and I don't personally agree that it's that black and white myself. I don't think Everton were intentionally cheating. They haven't done what Man City done, you know. Where's your vitriol to Man City, you know? Maybe you should be doing, but... Like, Man City have won the league the last 4 seasons. Like, they've got 100-odd different things facing them. Everton had 1. Thing's got a damaged mag or a... The FA aren't too scared to sanction City, Jimmy. They're doing it. It's just taking fucking ages because there's so many charges. And unlike Everton, like Everton went, yeah, we did it. Hold your hands up. We'll work with you. Man City are going, no, fuck off. We'll sue you. So that's not the league's fault. They are trying to do it. It's just going to take ages. Chelsea haven't been charged with anything, have they? Man City have. I don't think Chelsea have. Y2 John, I don't think the league are dragging their feet. I don't think that's true. I would like it to be resolved quicker, but City are lawyered up to high heaven and they're battling everything. It's like everything in these circumstances. It takes forever to get anything to happen because there's 100 cases, or 110 or 11, I think it is. And City are battling every single one. with lawyers. I have got a box of 556. You're right. I should do that. I think I'm going to drop that. If City are found guilty of 111, if it's blatantly, if City are, it's not just breaking financial fair play. Like a team can break financial fair play by circumstance. You know, like that's one other thing. Like teams like Everton and whatnot, the lockdowns massively affected income, and they were allowed to use some of that. Like they were allowed to write down some extra losses because of it and everything. But nonetheless, circumstances can make a huge difference. But it's not, by the look of it, Everton didn't get any trouble for intentionally abusing financial fair play. They broke the rules, they held their hands up, they admitted it, and then they paid the piper. You know, they've got the fine, they've got the points deduction. If it's proven that Man City have blatantly gone out of their way to try and gain financial fair play and then not admitted it, and then not, if they've done that in a massive, large-scale way, which it looks like they may have, then I think they should be in the Conference League. It should be the same kind of punishment that Rangers got, where they're ejected from the actual Football League and they have to start from the Conference League and make it back. If they've done, like, what Rangers did was not as bad as what Man City are alleged to have done. So if they've blatantly broken all of those rules and intentionally done it in a way where they were hoping not to get caught and then have got caught, they should be kicked right down through the leagues. It won't happen. Man City will. I don't think it will. I think Man City are bricking it right now because they've laid the door. They've laid the precedent with Everton. They can't say to Everton, you get points deducted, and then say to City, for something 100 times worse, you can pay a fine. No way. No way can that won't happen. They just won't. No way. Forest breached the rule for 2 months only. They won't get a points deduction, will they then? They'll get a slap on the wrist, maybe a fine. They might even be able to get out of it, you know, like somebody was saying, they held out for a higher transfer fee and that's why they fell into it, you know, like Rangers or Celtic. I don't want to skate. There's a lot of background between Rangers and Celtic. I don't have any of that. I don't, in terms of sectarianism and whatnot. However, I've always been a slightly erring on the side of Celtic because of the Liverpool connection and Kenny Dalglish, and there's been other connections over the years. But I guess I've like Celtic and Liverpool have been relatively close in some ways and competitors. Celtic knocked Liverpool out of the UEFA Cup some time ago. You know, like. I've always kind of gravitated slightly towards Celtic. However, when Steven Gerrard became manager of Rangers, I really wanted Rangers to win. It mattered quite a lot to me at the time, you know. So I don't really care, to be honest. I don't give a shit about Scottish football, if I'm being completely honest. But if I had to pick one, it would always have been Celtic. And vaguely from the 90s, like Rangers were massively in the ascendancy. So when I was most into football, Rangers were winning way more than Celtic as well. Yeah, Celtic and Liverpool are a little bit kind of linked through the years, a bit. I vaguely remember having one of those really terrible scarves, like the half and half Celtic, half Liverpool. I didn't buy it, but somebody gave it me. They do both sing the You Never Walk Alone, yeah. Chris, who are you talking about? Are you talking about Man City or Chelsea? Chris Bailey, that is. I saw your message about everyone can do it, but why don't they? Like, and that's not true. Not everyone can do it. Great. That grenade was aimed my way. I can't run, I don't think. Because there's no cover. I can't run to the side. Yeah. Saw him briefly. Yeah, zombies on his case. I've got a badly damaged gun with a good mag, or a good gun with a badly damaged mag.
Better. Peace and blessing.
Either way, at the moment, I feel completely fucked. I want to try and get somewhere where I can try and find myself something to shoot with and not be anywhere near this guy. So I'm just going to try and achieve that for now, whether I can or not. I'm just going to try and go this way. If I take the fight, I might get 3 bullets at him. I might get 1, and then the gun's jammed. Either way, I'm just not. I can't do it. Even the UMP is in the same boat. It's another gun with a badly damaged mag. I have MVGs. Yeah, I don't have a battery though. Yeah. Chris Bailey, I think it was. I think it was Chris Bailey. What team were you talking about that everyone could do it? I think you might mean Chelsea, but... It's not true that everyone could do it, assuming you mean Chelsea, because not everyone's got crazily gazillionaire owners that will just bankroll the next 8 years in one season or two. It's Chelsea are causing their own problems with it. If you mean Man City, that's not true. Not everyone can do that. That's completely not true. Because what Man City are allegedly doing is paying a lot of the club's bills via sponsors that are also owned by the same owners. That's illegal, right? They're getting inflated sponsorships and paying a lot of their way by... They're effectively giving themselves money and cooking the books. So no, not everyone can do that, because not everyone will break the rules. That's Rangers were paying their players in an illegal way to try and save money on their books, and they were paying their players in an illegal way, and they got caught and they got kicked out of the league as a result, because they were gaining an unfair advantage over their competitors by taking the cost away from their own books. If it turns out that Man City, they're only allowed to spend so much on player wages. If they've been spending that money on player wages in a cooked book way via, let's say, I don't know, Emirates Airlines or similar, that would be the same kind of thing. It's massively allowing them to overspend against financial fair play because they're using their own sponsorship. You can't sponsor yourself, and that's what they've been doing. They've been paying, allegedly, bills, wages, transfer fees, Pep's wages even, not from the club's coffers and the club's finances, but from elsewhere.
15 months and I still don't know your favorite club, favorite watch, favorite whiskey or what map this is.
Yeah, Mancini, you're right, Picky Bugger. I think it does go back to all the way from then. And that's the foundation that built everything that's now, isn't it? You know, that's where it all came from in the first place, you know. Like that's how they got from where they were to where they are. It's also why you're a Newcastle fan. Newcastle are trying to stick to the rules, and it's why they are going to struggle to make that leap as quickly as City did, even with all the money in the world. Because they're not trying to bankroll it in a way that's off the books. They're trying to stick to financial fair play. It's not just ethics, Chris Bailey. It's not just ethics. It's financial irregularities. It's breaking financial fair play. It's not just ethically wrong. It would be like kind of like fraudulent if it was in the workplace. You know, like if you've got one public limited company, like a company on the stock exchange, like having like reporting like profits, but they're actually getting those profits from another company, and it's all cooking the books. That would be illegal. You know, it's the same. It's not just ethical. It's not right. You can't run businesses in that way and like fund it out of other. Like you can't have 3 different businesses, make 2 run at a loss so that one can appear to be profitable to buy more players and pay the wages. You know? It's not just ethically wrong. It would be legally wrong. Do I go for that heli? I've been avoiding firefights and now I'm about to go near a heli site. That doesn't make sense. I could go to that same little dome where I died and maybe get lucky there, but...
Less than 3.
Chelsea are going for Benzema, are they? Holy fuck. They do need a striker. Benzema is old now, I think, isn't he? But Benzema was a great player for so long at Real Madrid. I'd love to see him in the Premier League. I feel like he'll be another one of Chelsea's we've just spent a shitload of money we can't really afford and it's not going to work out type signings. A bit like when they signed Shevchenko when it was too late, or Torres for that matter, although I think they were unlucky with Torres, but Torres didn't look like he was past his prime at Liverpool, and when he went to Chelsea, it's like turning a light switch off. It was really weird. But yeah, I'd love to see him in the Premier League, but I think it will be another problem for them in the long run, personally. Could be wrong. Chelsea will be in for Pele next. I think they'll struggle. Dinky baby, I know it's a big topic if you're into foosball today because of 2 teams being done for it again. One of them already, the only team that's been convicted lately, well, the only team ever to get docked points for financial fair play in the UK, got top points this season, and now they've been done again. That seems incredibly harsh. But yeah, it's a hot topic today in the sports ball, you know. It's even bigger than the Dallas Fun Boys getting knocked out yesterday. Liverpool signing Harry Kane is ruined as I've seen. That'll never happen, dude. That will never happen. They can't afford him. There's no way Bayern would let him go. Kane is I really rate Kane. I think he is a truly brilliant striker, but I don't think he's the right player for Liverpool, personally. I'd love him at Liverpool, even now. If they got him and they didn't have to pay like 200 million for him, I'd love him at Liverpool. Kane is better than Nunes. He would be a good player for Nunes. I like Nunes, by the way, but Kane is better. However, he's like 30 now. By the summer, he'll be 31. I think you'd still get 3 or 4 seasons out of him. He would be an amazing player for Liverpool, but not at the age he's at and the money he would cost. It would be too much. Way too much. What the fuck is the deal? Oh my god, finally. I'd forgotten about that. Finally, something's coming up for us. Let's just get as much of a can done. I think Kane will stay at Bayern. I'm really pleased he's doing well. I hope he breaks some records at Bayern. Like, it would be really cool to see him break the Bundesliga scoring record. I'm not saying he definitely will or anything, but like, who's the name of the dude that I can't remember his name now? The Polish striker, Polish, I think. I might be going fucking mad here. Who's the name of the guy that was at Bayern that went to Spain, who was like considered amazing? Lewandowski. Yeah, well done, thank you. He broke all kinds of records, and at the time when he was still in Germany, I remember people coming in and going, Kane's not a patch on Lewandowski, he's nowhere near as good, Kane's overrated. I remember German fans, not many, just one or two, saying all of those kind of things not so long ago. So the idea that Harry Kane might go to Germany and then break the Bundesliga record, that would be fucking hilarious if it happens. He's been doing incredibly well so far. And Harley, how you doing? Thanks for tuning into the vids and stuff, dude. Appreciate it, man. M16 over the FAMAS. Absolutely, dude, because I haven't got a weapon cleaning kit and the FAMAS has got a badly damaged mag. This won't jam. This is the only gun this gun is the only gun I've got that won't jam, and the others are completely useless. Tabot rounds. I also think I'd rather have an M16 than a FAMAS anyway, even if the mags weren't jammed, because the M16 will do much better at longer range. The sights are far more usable, you know, like, they're both decent guns, but if I'm going to keep one, the M16 is infinitely better than a FAMAS if it's my only gun. I don't think the M16's harder recoil to control than the FAMAS. I think the FAMAS is probably worse. It's about as bad as it gets. That's where I died, isn't it? That building there. The FAMAS is amazing if you're like holding a building doorway and you're anticipating someone breaching you or something. It's the best close range gun by a fucking mile, but not much good for anything else. This is my loot. Why is it badly damaged? It wasn't. And everything is badly fucking pissing damaged. They shot my stuff. Well, they didn't ruin it then. How'd you get away with eating rotten food? Just don't eat very much of it. Eat it little and often and you can get away with it, dude. How about I pay some respect to their lost souls? Well, I don't know what happened, Redline, and to be honest, rather than talk about it now, I probably would rather know in the Discord, to be perfectly honest. Thank you for the mods, admins, Gravy, whoever has been in the background sorting that out, by the way. But yeah, I don't want to know now, because we'll end up talking about it for 2 hours.
Happy New Year. Best wishes for 2024.
Oh yeah, the
May
heli.
it be productive and full of adventures.
I forgot about the heli. That deer was running at a bit of a fucking rate, wasn't he? See that tracer go over? That shot wasn't at me, but tracer just went over my head. I'm sure that wasn't at me. That zombie wasn't to try and get the grenades away from him. That zombie was thrown way down the hill from where that was. Sorry, the grenade. The grenade was nothing to do with zombies. Like, he hadn't fired, so he threw the grenade down the hill towards me, that person. And then, after that, they then aggroed the zombies after trying to shoot me. That's what happened. They weren't the same people, I take it. I've just asked that question. I hope they weren't the same people, but anyway. I don't think they were the same people. I think that was just a different thing. What made the deer run? Well, that's what I was kind of looking for. I thought the heli was on the end here, but it's not. I don't know where the helicopter is. It sounded like it was close to here, but I think maybe it was more that way. Oh well, I'm going this way. Maybe I should just go onto these trees and just have a look. If it's not right near the airfield, we may be able to loot it, possibly. Twitch Millie, X, Uberfart, OMG Digital Kid, Sparky Mark, Bitmap Hero, J, Axis Hunter, Spaceman. Thank you for the resubs, guys. Thank you. Christ, I've only been on. I've been on 9 hours nearly. It's been because of how bad of a run I've had. It's felt like a long stream. I feel like I should be done. So I've got 3 hours to go. Oh, it's there, look. I have any? Oh, I've got a box of bullets. STX, it's a modded map, so you don't have to pay for any DLCs for this. All of the maps are free once you've bought the game, apart from Livonia. The only caveat I would add to that is that this map is made by a person in their spare time, so the links come up in the chat from time to time. If you enjoy DeerIsle or you play Altieri and you enjoy it, sending a few bucks to the person that made it seems like a fairly decent thing to do, you know, so support map creators where you can. My girlfriend is waiting to watch Hollyoaks. Oh my god. Do they still put Hollyoaks on? That was shit even when I was a kid. Reindeer roll, I'd hit him in the head with a 22 and I've got a knuckle duster as well. That's a huge beast. I don't want that bag, but I'm going to take it. Oh, it's behind me. I don't know what the hell was going on there. This is a ridiculously big bag, this. I don't want to keep it for long, but I need to take that M4. As good as the M4 is, it's not actually that usable right now. Because yet again, it's another gun that's damaged. I ain't got no cleaning kits. I just want to loot a couple of houses and see if I can find a well while I'm here. Because I haven't had a drink in ages. I've got no water. Well, I've just picked up a canteen, but it's empty. I'm gonna need some. I'm gonna need some water. I feel like this is probably not that great of a suggestion, but the stag clothing on this map needs to not be best insulation if that's possible, because otherwise the kind of unique clothes that are like the best clothes for the particular map aren't really very usable, you know. Like best quality insulation on a map where you get too hot is actually a pain in the fucking arse. It's great for DeerIsle, I suppose, but well, in some cases, but...
Pet me vigorously.
Harry Kane. Well, dude. Congratulations on all your scoring this season. And every season. Harry, dude, thank you. I've not seen any rumours of Harry Kane to Liverpool, by the way. But that'll never happen. Just agents doing agents' jobs, isn't it? It's the same with Mbappe. All of the talk of Liverpool, like the Liverpool Echo, the local website, they always do loads of Liverpool coverage, right? They're always doing Liverpool coverage. They've been trying to suggest that Mbappe to Liverpool is actually something that might happen. There's no fucking chance in hell Liverpool can afford Mbappe. Mbappe will go on a free transfer. He could command 600, 700, 800 grand a week, even in like Real Madrid, you know, like. There's no way Liverpool can pay his wages. It was the same with Jude Bellingham, although I was still holding out hope for Jude Bellingham, but they just couldn't afford him. They can't afford Bellingham, they definitely can't afford Mbappe. It's not wishful thinking by LFC fans. I don't think that's true, Dyer. I don't think LFC fans are wishful thinking. It's the paper printing it, not the fans believing it. I'm a Liverpool fan. What did I just say? You know, I don't think that's true. Ah. X dude, thank you very much for the very long resub. Cheers, dude. I have got a Spectre and a Mosin rail. That's a very good shout. Unfortunately, the hunting scope won't go on it, but this Spectre will. That's good. Well spotted. That is really good. I should have used that on the SKS, and I hadn't done. I'm glad we came this way now. That was cool. I'm going to struggle for hydration if I don't find a well. I feel like Harry Kane's probably fairly happy where he is. He's settled in amazingly well. He's like not always when a player, no matter how good they are, when they go to another country, do they necessarily settle in perfectly? But he settled in absolutely like a boss. And I don't see him. I don't see him leaving. He may want to try and break the scoring record.
Thank you for the 12 months of entertainment.
But
love the
I doubt
stream.
it.
You make my start to the workday.
I think trying to win the Champions League with Bayern would be more important to him than like breaking any Premier League scoring record. Andy, I think the best map in the history of DayZ is Chernarus, but that doesn't make it my favourite map right now. But I think the OG map is Chernarus. Karini, adapting to a new club is not about where you live. Every player at his level, every player at the top lit tier is looked after, you know, like when clubs like Liverpool or Chelsea or whoever sign players, they have people that look after the housing arrangements, the living arrangements, the travelling arrangements. They're pampered in massive ways when they have these transfers, right? But it's not about where they live. It's about the language barrier. It's about not having any friends. It's about maybe their kids going to school in England and their missus not wanting to be in Germany. I'm not saying this happened to Harry Kane, but real lives happen, right? It's about the family upset and the kids not wanting to go to Germany, or maybe him having to go on his own and not being with his family, and then being at a club where no one speaks his language and he's struggling to learn German. Or they're the things that happen, you know, like, and they're the things that can affect you on the pitch as well. But that's not happened for him, you know. He's just... But despite all of his haters, Harry Kane is truly world class in his position as an out and out striker. Harry Kane is a world class striker. He really is. He has been for many years. People keep saying he's overrated, and then he keeps showing why he's not. And you're right. I think that does help as well. The fact that he's like clubs are a bit more like accepting of that, you know. Like football in general, but I would imagine there was probably a time where you had to really speak the local language to really get on. But yeah, because he's English, it's a bit easier than many other ways. I'm not going to go for that heli, I don't think. I'm pleased with where we're at now. The Mosin's good. The PU scope on it... Sorry, this scope on it's great. Did I get a box? I do. I've got plenty of bullets. I'd love a weapon cleaning kit, but I think we're going to go onto the hill for now. Spawned a shitload more zombies by the look of it. I would like to get rid of this bag. I really wish I didn't have it. It's so... Look at it, it's ridiculous. Messi won again FIFA World Player of the Year. There's so many different awards, but he won the Ballon d'Or. I guess it's no surprise he's winning that too. I think that'll be it for Messi though. He's not going to win any more.
Hi,
Big deal though.
everyone.
He's won all of them so many times. You know, like. I honestly think he probably deserved it. I know he's not. He's not pulling up trees anymore per se, but for the World Cup, being the player of the World Cup was the main story of last year. Madzak, it depends. Can you run it? Really depends on your hardware. But DayZ's a 10-year-old game. It's had a lot of advancements over the years, but it's not the hardest game to run. If you're playing other games on PC, you should be able to play DayZ. It's not a particularly tricky game to run. Gala Steve, some people are driven by other things, and I think it's fair to say that Ronaldo, for example, really cared about trying to win more Ballon d'Ors than Messi. I think it's blatantly obvious that he did. But if you're a player of like truly world-class level, you may care, you know, like if you're an actor, you might really care about trying to win you might really care about trying to win an Oscar. But you're still performing in roles where there's a whole team of people involved, you know. You're one of the key people in front of camera, but there's a whole load of other people going on and a whole lot of other things that need to tally up. But you can still care about winning an Oscar. And it's the same with football, isn't it, you know. It would be unfair to prioritise trying to win individual awards over the team good, which maybe sometimes might happen, but trying to win the Ballon d'Or, that helps your team, doesn't it, if you're the best player in the world. I know what you mean, Gala Steve, but I guess different people are motivated by different things, aren't they? And that's the truth in work as well, you know, like if you're managing people, some people are really motivated by money, some people are not, some people are motivated in other ways. You can try and find ways to make people tick, but it's not always money, it's not always telling them off, it's not always an arm around the shoulder. It could be all sorts of different things. It could be a challenge or a joke or whatever, and it's the same with footballers. Some are really motivated by the legacy they're going to leave, and a lot of sports stars are like that. A lot of sports stars really care about the legacy they leave, especially when they're at the top tier. I get the feeling Messi probably cares a little bit less. Maybe I'm wrong, but if you're at Messi or Ronaldo's level, maybe you care about the legacy you leave, especially when you're coming towards the end of your career. A lot of boxers do and things, you know, like people like Lennox Lewis and Joe Calzaghe retired while their legacy was intact, and I think that probably mattered to them, you know, like. Some people carry on, and like Floyd Mayweather, he's probably less of a legacy fighter. He's much more motivated by the money, you know. Ronaldo's move to Saudi suggests more money than less legacy. Reindeer. He was pushed out of United. He's already got to the end of his effective career. He's gone to Saudi to take the money after he's a spent force, you know, like. He wasn't the same player anymore. The first year at United, he was decent. He was a really good player, but he wasn't world-class Ronaldo anymore. He went to Saudi to cream the money at the end of his career, like loads of players do. You know, like Steven Gerrard went to America. So did David Beckham, and so on. You know, when players do that, it's not because they're only caring about money. It's because they're at a point of a career where it makes sense to do it. I think he was holding out. When United were trying to ship him, he was holding out because it was mid-season, wasn't it? He was trying to go to a club where he could still play in the Champions League. Nobody wanted him. Quantum Goose, I've never had spray burn, I'm afraid to say, so I can't tell you what I think of it, dude. It's not one I'm familiar with, to be honest. Pro fighting at the end of the day is about money. Some fighters really care about winning titles. I don't think that's true either. I think it's maybe, certainly people like Tyson Fury go out of their way to maximise their earnings, you know, but I think he still cares about being world champion. I think he cares about that. I think most do. Most boxers, most sports stars, when they're training before they've ever had a fight and they're amateurs or they're wanting to be amateurs or they're wanting to turn pro, most sports stars are desperate to be the world champion of their sport. They're not desperate for the pound signs, you know, but once you get to the world championship level, I guess you try to maximise your earnings while you're there, don't you? I'm not convinced that Fury is completely gone at the game. He's 35. He's not had many fights. I'm not convinced he is gone. I think maybe his love for the sport might be, in which case he is. But I'm not a betting man now, obviously because of gambling. But if I were a betting man, I would be not at all surprised if you see Tyson Fury like you've not seen him for 4 years when he turns up in February. I think Tyson Fury will not be the same one you saw against Ngannou or Dillian White or Derek Chisora. It'll be the Tyson Fury you saw against the second fight, third fight for the ones against Bomb Squad. I purposely came around here to try and get the wolves to aggro on whoever might be at the melee base. Nothing's aggroed. Well, they've stopped howling. Maybe they've aggroed on someone. I really can't wait for that fight. I really can't wait for the Fury Usyk fight. It's going to be epic. I genuinely, I don't think Usyk is. Their recent fights, both of them have looked bad. Both of them have looked bad. But I think, and this is a hunch. I don't know anything. I think Fury. I don't even know if it's because he's not really got the desire anymore. I think Fury is so sure of himself that he only puts in the work that he needs to. I think he's done it for a long time. You know, that's why he sometimes looked a bit laboured against people he should beat easily, because Fury turns up like he's never going to be thin, but he turns up overweight more so than he should be. Because he knows he can beat the other dude, so he doesn't put a shift in. I don't think Fury puts a shift in. I don't think he prepares at all like he should. There's a dead wolf there. Oh, so there's a player here. How is there a dead wolf, but the wolves are not de-aggroed? There's another dead wolf there. He's in a building in the tower. He's in this tower. Hello? Why isn't it aggroed on the... Could the wolves have killed somebody? How were 2 of the wolves dead? The wolves haven't de-aggroed and the guy isn't here. I don't think it's... there's a small possibility the dude's logged out, but it never pays to assume anyone's logged out. Can't go towards the shots because of the fucking wolves. I have had the worst luck today, the whole stream. The whole stream today I've had terrible luck. Oh no, that wasn't bad. It was moving, and then as I fucking fired, it stopped. But there we go. This is going to take like 4 shots to kill it, and I fired 3 shots and missed 2 of them. Oh, fucking hell. Three shots to kill it. That fucking sucks. Well, he doesn't mind firing a bullet or 2, does he? Saw one running round to the right then. Fuck! Oh my god, that sucks. Even that, like, the fight happens and then I get there as they cross the rock and see me, but oh, that sucks. I felt like I'd hit him when he was behind the rock, but I couldn't stand there trading. There was obviously 2. Oh my god. I was just trying to get myself in a position with hard cover to have an advantage there, and I needed to get to the gap in the wall. Easy target with the massive bag. Well, if they hit the bag, they don't necessarily hit you, but it wasn't exactly easy to lose them, yeah. The bag didn't get me killed, though. I don't buy that at all. The bag didn't make any difference. They were so close they could see me anyway. I don't think the bag had any odds. I don't think the bag make any difference at all. I wish I'd fired more back now and stood my ground rather than trying to get a better chance to take them on, you know, like through that tree there from where I was. I should have just dumped more of my own mag rather than moving now in hindsight. But
Keep on running.
they were dumping at me, though. I probably would have dropped, but I don't know. I knew where he was. I thought I'd hit him, to be honest, but obviously I didn't. Oh, my fucking hell. I think... How long we got left? We've got nearly 3 hours. I think I'm going to switch maps. I've had enough Altaria for one day. It's been absolutely terrible all day. I need a little bit of a freshen up. Ah, fuck me dead. Right, what are we going to play instead then? I don't want to do Winter Churnerus. I'd rather chop my cock off than play something as slow paced as Winter Churnerus, to be honest. Right now, anyway. Unless I've got a character. I think we'll just do DeerIsle. I think we'll just do DeerIsle. I can't remember if I've got a character or not. B++, yeah, it's not a bad idea. I don't think I lost there because of aim, dude. Every time I've had a fight today, like... Not true, actually, but there was 2 of them. Every type fight has been a low win scenario, and I could have fired better, but... I don't know. If anything got me killed there, it's how long it took me to kill the wolf. More than anything else. I needed to get to the shots a bit quicker, and I couldn't because of the fucking wolf. Isn't DeerIsle slower paced than Churnerus? It's not slower paced than Winter Churnerus, dude. No way near. I have a funny feeling I might be geared. I might not be. I can't remember. I could have done Livonia, actually. I'm just reading something about Livonia on YouTube, I think, but I could have done Livonia. Let me see if I'm geared or not. It's quite hard for me to do Livonia when at my start time, but there'll be full Livonia servers right now. I'm not in K-Muck with Deer Beast mode. You're right. There was somebody else has just said there's been a wipe anyway, but the character that logged out in K-Muck died, dude. I logged in, got a couple of kills, and then died to a third. Predictions for Francis versus AJ. AJ will win. I think AJ will knock him out, believe it. Maybe I'm being all like convinced by one good performance by AJ, but Ngannou is not a world-class heavyweight fighter at boxing. He didn't look like one against Fury. He looked good enough to beat Fury, though, but that doesn't say much because I think I'm a massive Fury fan, but that was not Tyson Fury anywhere near his best. And maybe it was solely because Ngannou was so good, but I think it was because Fury was so bad. Red Wing, there's only a couple of Altaria servers. I think it's either Karma Crew or Zero, really, that are the ones that are getting full. Yeah, if a mod doesn't mind changing the title of both chats to DeerIsle, that'd be good, please. I'll play Experimental when it dropped, if I can, Troubadour. I'm really pissed off about that. I just can't, like, we're literally, like, 9 hours, 20 minutes in. I've died quite a lot today, but I've died on 3 geared characters that mattered. 3 fully geared dudes. That one. The one from the very, very beginning where I just got shot unconscious and died from someone I couldn't see. And then the one in the middle that was the Streamstalk snipers, right? I've lost some other, like, low-tiered characters at that place where the Green Mountain Tower is and stuff. I have died other times, but I've lost 3 fully geared dudes today. And that's the best chance of a firefight I've had all day. That I just lost there against multiple players with better ranged guns I had a good gun. The M16's good. If I'd hit the shots, I'd have done really well. But 2 people cresting a rock as I see them in the open, that's the best chance of a firefight I've had all day. That sucks. Right, I'm going to have to suicide so we can get the correct loadout. I might quickly go for a wee and fill my water bottle up again as well. Moonslice, I didn't really watch the snooker. I watched a lot of it during the tournament, but I didn't watch the final. I was watching a few things with the missus and flicking over to see the score. I really wanted Ali Carter to win. But by the time I got downstairs after the stream and really got to it, it was 6-all, 7-6-ish, and I was just keeping an eye on it. But I once it looked like O'Sullivan was going to win it easily, I stopped watching it because O'Sullivan is the best snooker player of all time, but I'm really struggling to want to watch him on the telly personally. Gaganoob, Ike, thank you for 3 subs. Renners, thank you for the subbing on YouTube. 6C, thank you for the Prime. Tigor, thank you for the 21 months. Elmo Drake, thank you as well. This is a good spawn. Fire Dog, thank you. Cheers for the bits, dude.
So Gorky bits are on you.
Moonslice, yeah. I think I've watched snooker quite a bit over the years. I don't watch it very much anymore. I don't have the time, right? I only watched the Masters quite a bit this week because I was sick. Like the week just gone, I was ill, so I was watching it. It's the sort of thing you can watch when you're off sick, right? But the best of all time, the GOAT of all time, without doubt, is Ronnie O'Sullivan. He's the most talented snooker player to ever play the game by a fucking mile. But he's such a frustrating character. I have a hard time enjoying most of his wins. Steelers or Buffalo? I think it's the Buffalo Bulls for sure. They are going to win it. The Buffalo Bulls are going to win the whole Super Bowl as well. They're definitely going to win it. I thought they were going to be playing the Dallas Fun Boys, but it turns out Green Day are going to make it. I didn't think Green Day had done anything good since the album Warning, but it looks like they're getting in the Super Bowl final. You wouldn't think they'd do so well because there's only 3 of them, and one of them can only do a few chords. But I think by the looks of it now, on the basis that I thought the Dallas Fun Boys were going to get through, that it's going to be Buffalo beating the Green Day in the final. Yeah, they only know how to get losses, but they're gonna redeem themselves, Buffalo, this year. I used to like Green Day quite a bit when I was younger. I still like them now, but whatever album that Wake Me Up When September Ends one, American Idiot it possibly was, around that time I kind of stopped listening to music in general. I don't know anything of, like, I've heard it on the radio, but like I had all the, well, not all, but every album from Basket Case and beyond, and I think there was one before it, something like 1001 Smoothed Out Slappy Hours or some shit like that. I can't remember. I had those albums. And I've got most of the others. I really, really like Green Day, but I just kind of fell out of love with listening to music. I don't think Kansas City will make it to the final because that Mahoney's not quite as good as he used to be, you know. Where am I going here? I thought I just ran along that road and I got to the town, but it's not there. That Mahoney's not as good. That film he was in with those eggs under the swimming pool wasn't very good. Oh my god, that's where I suicided. I do think that Green Day were a bit better when they had Darren Rogers as well. He's a bit of an old geezer, that one, but he's very quick on his feet, Darren Rogers. He's got very sprightly, especially off, like, he's very quick on the heel for a quarterback, you know, Darren Rogers. He's double fast. I think his injury record is exemplary. Quick, Collie. I saw Darren was getting in trouble for saying Kieran Fallon wasn't a very good jockey the other day. That's a link not many people were getting, Ession. He was yeah, he got in trouble for trying to throw Kieran Fallon under the bus. I couldn't think of any other Fallon, okay? I know who Jimmy Fallon is, but like, it's really, when you're trying to mix the names up and trying to make, like, who can I link Jimmy Fallon to, right? I only know Kieran Fallon, and I know, like, Kieran Fallon was the best flat jockey of the last 20 or 30 years, without a shadow of a doubt, but he had some dicey moments that he did, but nonetheless, he was an amazing jockey, but no fucker's going to know who he is unless you're really into sport. Oh, sorry, it was Jimmy Kimmel as well, it wasn't even fucking Fallon. Jimmy Fallon. It's Jimmy fucking Kimmel. So there you go. I got it wrong anyway. Jimmy Fallon. Who the fuck is Fallon anyway? Is there a talk show host called Fallon? There isn't, is there? Jimmy fucking Fallon. My God, it's Jimmy Kimmel. I got it wrong anyway. Jimmy Kimmel. I could have gone with just a Jimmy, couldn't I? Jimmy Fallon exists. Oh, that's why I got it wrong then. Okay. I've never seen a single. I've never seen a single episode of the talk show, Jimmy Kimmel talk show ever. I don't think they show it over here. Obviously, like, I've never seen it, but we don't see that stuff. So I don't. I know what he looks like, but I've never seen a single episode of anything he's done in his entire life. The only one that gets on the telly a bit over here is fucking James Corden, because like it's like if somebody from the UK, like a celebrity or a band, if a celebrity or a band really make it in America, it's a big deal for a while before everyone's like, I fucking hate that guy. I don't hate James Corden, but I don't really like him. I find him really annoying. We do not like James Corden in the USA. Well, he got enough contracts and enough money, and I think he chose to leave. So he must have had his viewers, whether you liked him or you didn't. You know, people must have. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kept getting the job. What about Piers Morgan? I'm not a big fan of Piers Morgan. Piers Morgan seems to be one of those that parades around accusing everybody else of stuff when his shit, acting like his shit doesn't stink, and it clearly fucking does. His shit stinks real bad. But he acts like it doesn't. I prefer Darren Morgan, the snooker player, to Piers Morgan. Piers Morgan doesn't like Piers Morgan. That's probably true. I like Pierce Brosnan. He's great in Mrs. Doubtfire. What a lovely film Mrs. Doubtfire is. If it hadn't been repeated nearly every year on the Gogglebox for the last 20 years, it would be a lovely film. Thomas Crown Affair was pretty good. Yeah, I quite liked it. And at least one of the... GoldenEye was good. Do you have feelings about for Craig Ferguson? I don't know who Craig Ferguson is, so let's just say no. I didn't like Tomorrow Never Dies. I thought it was a bit shit. I thought the bad guy in Tomorrow Never Dies, it was Prince Philip. Prince Philip from The Crown, I'm pretty sure. Wasn't that great. Tomorrow Never Dies was the Halle Berry one with the News Corporation. I thought it was really kind of turgid. It was Terry Hatcher. Alright, well, the one with Halle Berry was worse, but that one, the Tomorrow Never Dies one, was better. The only one I liked of his was GoldenEye, and like someone just said it doesn't hold up very well now. None of the James Bond films hold up very well. Maybe the Daniel Craig ones might do. Oh, Dead Zombie, fuck. But I'm not surprised, but I like GoldenEye. GoldenEye was kind of cool. It's got some good people in it, you know, like Alan Cumming and Hagrid. I liked Swordfish. That was alright back in the day. Sean Bean, yeah. Sean Bean, and he dies right at the start, or does he? But Sean Bean dying right at the start, but absolute perfect role for him. The worst. I quite like Timothy Dalton, actually. My least favourite James Bond is that one that only did one on Her Majesty's Secret Service, Lazenby. I feel a bit bad because a lot of people like... I think if you're a hipster, you say Lazenby's your favourite Bond because that's the hipster's choice, but my least favourite Bond is definitely George Lazenby. I thought that was not a good Bond. I don't think he was great. I didn't like that Bond at all. Dalto was okay. Some of Dalto's films were pretty bad, but The Living Daylights is alright. I quite like that one. Got a great tune as well. Oh, what? When did I take my shoes off? Just now. I don't know why I took my shoes off. I like. I think From Russia with Love is a really good Roger Moore James Bond. It's very, very good. But I've always liked A View to a Kill because it's. I saw it at the cinema with my dad. Might seem impossible. I think it might have come out in 1984, and I saw it in the cinema with my dad. And I'm only 38, which means I was born in 1984. But they did a rerun, like matinee showing, and my dad let me see it when I was 5. That's what happened. Was it 1986? Ah, that's it. Yeah, that makes more sense. I was probably 7. 1986. I don't know why I thought 1984 was probably Octopussy actually then. I don't remember the David Niven one at all. I think I've seen it years ago. I don't really remember it. Sean Connery was From Russia with Love, was he? Yeah, you're right. Fuck. You're right, he was on the... I can see him on the train now. Was that the one with the sovereigns in the briefcase? It wasn't, was it? The World Is Not Enough is the one I'm thinking of with the guy from The Crown in it that plays Prince Philip in the current series of The Crown. Been needing a wee for a little while and I've still not gone. Yeah, I quite like The Spy Who Loved Me. That's the one with the underwater base with the tentacles, like a bit of an octopus underwater. Sovereigns is From Russia with Love. That's cool. I quite like those sovereigns. They probably weren't worth very much then. I bet they're worth quite a bit now. Whoa there! Hello. He's got a gun. UMP power! He's got a gun and I haven't. I'm quite lucky he didn't shoot. I can only imagine he didn't shoot because he hasn't got many bullets. Or maybe he's not a shooter, you know. Some people aren't, but if they ain't shooters, they don't normally keep the guns in their hand like that. I don't think I've ever seen a James Bond film. Well, you're missing out. If you're from America land, right, it's worth watching at least one James Bond film just so you can see one film ever where the English guy isn't the bad guy, you know. Where the English actor isn't playing the murderer. Any specific agenda on DeerIsle today? Not to die in a fucking heap of misery like I have done all day on Alteria. I don't really have a goal. I'd like to get some action. I'd like to find some gear and shoot some dudes. Most of the good guys are played by English people pretending to be Americans. It has gone a bit that way lately, hasn't it? But yeah, it used to be a traditional thing, right? The bad guy with the Brit. Gary Oldman or... Wheel out the English actor to be the bad guy. Ralph Fiennes in that one film they had there. Can I do a backflip? Unassisted, no. Anthony Hopkins, yeah. Is Anthony Hopkins the bad guy in Silence of the Lambs, though? I don't think he is he? And he might be a human-eating murderer monkey, but I think he's not a bad guy. He's a helping hand. He's a good guy.
Keep on running.
Okay, thank you. Here's guard dude. Man Spider, thank you for the Prime Chodney, thank you very much. Sick Master, thank you too. Well, clearly, obviously, he's in prison for being a bad guy, but in Silence of the Lambs, alright, he's a bit weird with Clarice, but he's not a bad guy. He only eats people that deserve it, except for those policemen. Although one of them, I think, had it coming. Don't they set it? I think that's kind of what they do in that, don't they? Like, there's another one where he get like it might be in the first one, I can't remember, but he gets the guy that was in charge of the hospital where he was staying and whatnot. But all right, didn't you just not shoot me before? You can waste your bullets if you want. I've got this can of food. Anyway, let's run on, because he might change his mind again. He had a blaze on his back. That sucks. But yet, with Hannibal Lecter, they set you up so you want him to do it. Like with Ray Liotta's character, rest in peace, Ray Liotta. Like, he eats the horrible people. That's the thing. It's like he's a KOSer in DayZ, but he only KOSes the bad guys. You know, like, they do set you up to actually quite like him. Like, he won't eat Clarice, and if he's got like one person that worked with him in the home that he likes that was actually a good guy, and he won't eat him either. But the ones that were horrible to him, those are the ones he'll get. He's just a friendly, like, neighbourly guy that eats people that aren't very nice, you know, but he's selective about his diet, you know. Doesn't he kill a cop? And yeah, I did say a minute ago, except for that cop, but one of the other cops is a bad guy, so that makes it okay. Like, best 2 out of 3 maybe. Obviously, the escape is something he can't avoid, but yeah, you're right. He does wear a policeman's face to escape. Taken on a fatherly figure because of a childhood. Well, yeah, like he does see her as vulnerable. I think with Lecter, though, his main shtick is that if you're genuine, if you're an honest person, if you ask him questions and you don't pull the wool over his eyes and you answer them genuinely, if you're a genuine person, then he tends to let you be. But if you're a shyster, then you're fucking dinner.
22 months of watching your success.
Kind of an interesting character, you know. Leon's a great film, yeah. I've not seen it in a long time, but Leon's a good film, yeah. He is big on manners, and obviously it's not rational. Doesn't he kill someone for being bad in the orchestra or something like that? But that's just he is a bit like a. He has his moral compass now. It's massively skewed, and it's definitely not something I'm suggesting is right in the real world. But it's an interesting thing to see in a film, right? I don't know why I took that broomstick, really. Layer Cake was a pretty decent film. Do you know what's disappointing? One of the guys that's one of the 2 helpers in Layer Cake is in fucking EastEnders. That dude, why is he in EastEnders? He's been in some pretty decent films as far as I remember. Not the guy from Space Trek, Cole Meany, but the other guy. Hello! You can waste your bullets if you want, but I've got nothing, dude. I've not even got a gun. If you're going on to the military base, I'll go another way so I don't take your loot. I'll catch you later. They're talking to each other and not to me. I think it's best we go another way. I think if I'd carried on running towards the same direction as them, that could have resulted in me being dead. Anthony Hopkins is an amazing actor. The more you see films of his, or films he's in, the more you realise how... And he's massively rated. He's won Oscars and whatnot, but films like the Father that he's in, some of the roles he's been doing more recently, I quite want to watch that film that's out at the moment. It's out at the cinema. It's not really a film I'd go to the cinema for, but I'll watch it when it's streamable. He's really good in nearly everything he's in. The Edge, yeah. I think Stephen Graham is quite a well-rated actor. He is a very good actor, I agree, but I think he has got a very good reputation, you know. He's been in several films with Martin Scorsese, I think. He's started to do some films on his own. I think he's been quite well rated since This Is England, Stephen Graham. I really do. If we aren't doing the mill base, where are you headed? Probably one of the castles, try and get a blaze, I suppose, or a tundra. You were at university with him, was you, End? Wow, blimey, that's cool. That is cool. I've never... Like, I went to school in like a sleepy town in Suffolk. There are no famous people in my year at school. I don't... Another fantastic actor is Jack Nicholson. I think he has had some amazing parts, but I think he's an amazing on-screen persona. I think he's very often him. I think he brings himself and some really novel things to a character, but... And I may be being really harsh, but I don't personally see Jack Nicholson as like an amazing actor. I think he is a very talented dude, but a lot of the time he's Jack Nicholson. You know, he's I don't think he's had many like really transformative roles. He's had mostly roles that suit him. Not he's had to mould himself. I don't think he's spent 6 months, like he's not like a Daniel Day-Lewis that spent 6 months becoming Abraham Lincoln. If he's Abraham Lincoln, you're getting Jack Nicholson. You're getting Jack Nicholson pretends to be Abraham Lincoln. You're not getting Abraham Lincoln, if you know what I mean. I have seen Paulie Shaw in Biodome. That's some seriously good acting, buddy. Adam Sandler is the same. Not true. Adam Sandler's done a few things. He's been in a few films where he has acted. Nobody's saying Adam Sandler's on the same league as Jack Nicholson as a movie star or an actor, though, by the way, but I don't think Adam Sandler's always Adam Sandler. If you think that, you've not seen the films where he isn't. I think that's true. I think Jack Nicholson is a movie star, not an amazing actor. That can be a cool thing. Like somebody said the name, but I think it's true. John Wayne is a great example of that. Gary Oldman is the greatest without a doubt. I think Gary Oldman's really, really good. I think Daniel Day-Lewis would be higher for me, personally. I thought the castle was this way, but now I don't know where it is. I'm a bit lost. Let's go this way. Gary Oldman's sister played Big Mo in EastEnders. I'd quite like to see Adam Sandler play a really dark role. I think it'd be interesting, but I don't know. I don't know if he's be like Oscar winning or anything. Yeah, I'm a bit mixed up as to where I was. I need to go this way more. Jack Nicholson was the 80s and 90s Dwayne Johnson. That's horseshit, Chuck. That's horseshit. Jack Nicholson was not like the 80s and 90s Dwayne Johnson were people like Dolph Lundgren and Arnold Schwarzenegger and Sylvester Stallone maybe, or one of those. Steven Seagal maybe, I don't know, but it certainly wasn't Jack fucking Nicholson. Uncut Gems is a very good film with him in, yeah. Nick Cage has become the meme. He's done a few okay things lately, though. That vampire one with the About a Boy is not very good, but it was watchable. I actually I thought it was okay. Renfield, yeah. It's kind of stupid, but I watched it and didn't turn it off. It was alright. Nick Cage has had his moments in certain roles. He's had his moments. Oh, fuck, that sucks. Just had a reminder come up on my phone. I've got the fucking dentist in the morning. That sucks. There are better ways to do this, but... I think Nicolas Cage's major problem is that he will just take any role because he wants the money or needs the money, you know?
Love ya.
On account of him spending money on absolutely ridiculous shit all the time. I've not seen Slow Horses Wasted, I don't think, no. In fact, I know I haven't. Nim, the flashbangs are kind of shit, dude. I don't really... they don't... I never use them. Blue Zoo, thank you for the 25 months. Italian Rose, thank you very much as well. Jedi Felka, thank you very much for the Prime. Dresden, Akane, Rogue Sapphire, Deeslit. Thank you, Deeslit, for the new sub and the gifted subs as well, dude. Thank you. Guard, cheers for the sub. Thank you very much, Deeslit. Thank you for the gifted subs and the new sub. Didn't Nick Cage win an Oscar? Hasn't Nick Cage got a Best Actor Oscar or a Best Supporting Actor? For Leaving Las Vegas? Yeah, I thought so. No, not Leaving Las Vegas. It was... Was it there? LA Confidential. Yeah, Leaving... Yeah, anyway, I've seen it. I guess sometimes bad actors win Oscars, but it's not very common. I don't think he's a bad actor. I think he's been in some terrible roles, and I think he is a bit... He probably falls a bit more into movie star territory than amazing actor. But he's had some roles where he's been very, very good. I didn't like the remake of Bad Lieutenant. I didn't particularly like Bad Lieutenant with Harvey Keitel. I thought it's intentionally an uncomfortable watch, but the one with Nick Cage I couldn't watch. It was awful. Brummer, dude, thank you for the gifted subs. That's very kind. Cheers for the gifted subbing, dude. Thank you. God, I hate looting here. The loot can be good. And we just got a UMP. That's not bad, but... Yeah, I think The Rock was his best action film. I don't like Face Off very much anymore and Con Air, and I know people really like them, but if you've seen Con Air when you were a lot younger and you loved it, or Face Off when you were a lot younger, those films... I love those... Well, not loved. I really liked those films when they came out, but they've aged really terribly. Some people may still like them, but they're just not very good films, in my humble opinion. Whereas The Rock still is a good film now. Decap, I'm not saying it's his fault, but in terms of like films that have held up and stood the test of time, none of these films is Nick Cage like an amazing actor. He was an absolute A-list megastar at the time, like in the films he was in, like at that period when he was doing those, like Con Air and The Rock and Face Off and Gone in 60 Seconds. He was like the #1 go-to blockbuster actor, wasn't he? Like ahead of probably even like Tom Cruise, I'd say, but. Just more talking in general about the films, then that is not that great of a film now, I think. Personally, never really liked Gone in 60 Seconds. I know people really like that film. Some people really like it. I thought it was a bit shit. How was Roadhouse aged? It's probably not aged brilliantly well, but that's one that I still quite like. I quite like that, but Roadhouse is a very, very simple film. Some of the other films, like... partly why it's not aged well is how much he hams it up. Like, the bad guy character in Face Off, Nicolas Cage's character in Face Off is fucking ridiculous, you know? Like, they're trying to be cool in the moment, and Con Air is really bad for that. Like, they're crashing the plane, and the kind of guy that drives all the vehicles is all trying to be kind of cool, and they're very much of the moment, a little bit Michael Bay-esque in a way. And I don't know who made those films, I can't remember, but they're trying to be cool. And films that are trying to be cool because of the music and the moment and the cheesy-ish one-liners, they don't normally stay cool. Whereas The Rock isn't trying to be that. In The Rock, Nicolas Cage character is not very sure of himself. And he likes the Beatles and he likes older stuff, and he's not very sure of himself, and he's not sure of his own place, and he's being put out of his comfort zone, and he's is being asked to do something he's not confident in. And so it's not trying to be cool. And so it ages better. And so I just died anyway. I guess it was likely to happen at some point. It just did. I wasn't really enjoying that spawn, to be honest. Not being able to go to the military base was an absolute shitter, you know, like this is a decent spawn. We could maybe go over towards Alcatraz perhaps, I don't know. Oh, fucking hell. At least I didn't actually have a fight. Well, I guess I just picked up a UMP mag. I'd got 6 bullets, so if he hadn't killed me, I could have tried, but... How can a 40-year-old not know John Woo's films? I don't remember shit like who does what, dude. I've never been a huge fan of John Woo. The one he directed, Mission Impossible, was my least favourite Mission Impossible. He may have directed others, but 2, I think it was fucking turgid. I hated that one. I've seen Broken Arrow. The effects for the planes were really bad at the time. Yeah, I figured it was probably Face Off that was. I couldn't remember who did Con Air. I feel like Con Air was Jerry Bruckheimer or like those two that used to do it together, but... My all-time favourite film is probably No Country for Old Men. Bloodsport is kind of cool, yeah. It hasn't aged very well, but I enjoyed it. That's the other thing with that Con Air film. Someone's just said Buscemi stole the show. He was pretty good, but like they did that thing where they were introducing them like they were fucking darts players coming out to the oche. It's like, oh, we've got Cyrus the Virus. This guy's got more notches on the bedpost than a and here we have that. Oh, it was so shit the way they introduced all of the people in it like they were fucking wrestlers coming out for a... I hated that. When I watched it later, at the time I really liked it. But seeing it later, I didn't. I thought it was crap. I've seen The Road, yeah. The Road's good. Maybe because you got scared when you were older. Maybe because I wasn't so impressed by absolute bullshit when I was... I didn't really like the Ocean's 11's film very much. The first one was alright, but I didn't really like any of them, really. Christopher Nolan films are good. Yeah, Jazzmatazz, yeah, except for we talked about them briefly earlier. But I'm not the biggest fan of Dunkirk or Tenet, but most of the others are good. I'd much rather watch the Bourne series than the John Wick series to answer both of those questions in one. I think the Jason Bourne films are much more interesting to watch than the John Wick films. I don't like the John Wick films.
Cheers, mate. Keep running. TRMZ love.
See you, Poop. Thanks for coming in. What type of music do I like? Talksport. Ever seen the Equalizer movies? No, I've never seen them. Yeah, I have. First and the third one were very good. Second one, not so much. How many kilometers have I ran? Not enough. I have not ever played with Nether Techno. Were you big into garage in the late 90s? Only when I went in there to get my fishing tackle. I was big in the garage when I got my fishing tackle out, yeah.
Thoughts on Tarantino
And when I went down the river, I was big down the river.
Django are great works of art.
Stormtrooper, I think Tarantino films, by and large, are amazing. Yeah, I think there isn't... I'm not... Sorry, PJ, if you're listening, but I'm not the biggest fan of Jackie Brown. It's still a good film, but it's not my favourite. I didn't like the one that was like the Titanic, where you spent 3 hours waiting for the ending you knew that was coming, and then it was not that great. Whose Planet Hollywood is it anyway, or whatever it was called? Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. There was some good moments in that, but it was too slow. I didn't enjoy that one very much. But I can see why a lot of people did. I didn't. Uncle Food, I know a lot of people really like Jackie Brown. I'm not a huge fan. I struggle with... I don't like De Niro or Samuel L. Jackson's characters very much. I struggle... They're just... I find it's a bit awkward. I just don't really like it very much. Death Proof was mediocre, yeah. Weirdly enough, that Death Proof was made like in conjunction with the other film as like a duel. Like, I in a weird kind of way, you forget that Death Proof was even him.
A whole year of fun and adventure. Here's to another year of the same TRMZ
Jibs,
love.
well, that's subjective. I think No Country for Old Men is better than Fargo, but I also think it's the best film of all time. But that's the whole point of things that are subjective, right? Fargo's a very good film, but Fargo is a lot more of a Coen Brothers film than... if you're a big fan of the Coen Brothers, then Fargo is a film that has the Coen Brothers written through it. Whereas with No Country for Old Men, it's based off of a Cormac McCarthy book, and they're trying to make the book. And I think it's a stunning film based on a stunning book, which I've not read, but I love the film so much I don't want to read it. Astus, do you know what? That's probably why. I didn't think Tarantino had actually directed Death Proof. What don't you like about the ending of No Country for Old Men, English Gent? Because English Gent on Twitch has said, I like No Country for Old Men right up until the end and then immediately hated it. My friend laughed when I told him. What didn't you like about the end? Gary Scurry, I think. I'm in Suffolk, dude. I've read Blood Meridian, Ryan. I've read Blood Meridian last year. I've seen Man on Fire, but as action films go, it's a very, very good one. Latitude, you have impeccable taste. I've seen Bronson, yeah. It's a really quirky film, Bronson. I don't really have a top 5 movies, Aldo, but I think Shawshank would be in it. And number 1 would definitely be No Country for Old Men, but I'd have to really try to drill down to try and get a top 5. I'd really struggle. Techno, I'll swerve on the exact address and bank details just for now. Have you ever seen Django Unchained? God, you guys are really testing me with these. Have you seen The Equalizer? Have you seen Django Unchained? Have you ever breathed air? Did you ever take a shit? I've seen Django Unchained. It's a good film. There aren't many Tarantino films I dislike. English Gen, I don't think the ending is anticlimactic at all. I really don't. I think the ending is great. Because he goes to see the girlfriend and then... I love the ending of that film. I love it. Trainspotting's great. I saw Trainspotting at the cinema and went around wearing a t-shirt of Renton climbing out of the toilet on the front of my t-shirt for most of that summer. I loved Trainspotting. I really like Trainspotting 2 as well. I think Trainspotting 2 is a beautiful film. Purely because I was a tiny bit younger than the characters in Trainspotting when I saw it. And then I was only a tiny bit younger, which feels like the same age almost, as the characters in Trainspotting 2 when I saw that, and it really punctuated my own sort of going from an adolescent kind of, or young adult I should say, to being an adult, and I really like both of those films. Trainspotting 2 is much better than I think some people give it credit. I like that they gave Spud a nice kind of ending or a nice result in Trainspotting as well. Seen Red, yeah, Red and Red 2, they're pretty decent. I find it quite hard to want to watch a Bruce Willis film at the moment because I feel so bad for the dude, you know, like he's had an amazing life, but he's only a relatively young age, and to have like the problems he's got, it makes it hard to see him on screen in a way, which doesn't make sense really, because like you watch loads of actors, you watch somebody that died and it's fine, but I don't know, it just seems really sad. I really loved the ending to No Country for Old Men. Like it's one of the reasons why I like it so much, but that like, because the film is a lot to do with choice and like fate and how you can live a long life by avoiding conflict, and like the sheriff is really guilty, and he spent his career living in the shadow of his dad, and he's not got the bravery to face into his demons. And Llewellyn Moss is the kind of guy that will do the right thing even if it costs him, and he dies. The point of it is that he dies because he chooses to take water back to a dying drug dealer. That's the only reason he dies. And that's kind of it. The film is about the choices you make. Like, the main bad guy is kind of letting the toss of a coin decide whether you die or not. Like, it's fate, you know, like Llewellyn Moss sealed his own fate by choosing to take a drug dealer some water because his conscience got the better of him. The element, the sort of the way the film stacks up is just beautiful. I love it. $1 Million Baby's very good. Yeah, I rewatched that. I've seen it once when it came out and once a year or two back. $1 Million Baby is a very good film. It's actually, I don't know, it's something that crossed my mind this morning. Sorry, this is a bit of a negative really, but today is Monday, and 2 years ago today was the first day I was waiting by my dad's bedside as he was moving on. So he died on the 21st of January. So it's weird how your mind works, but this is the same week as it were. So he went into the hospital on the Sunday, he died on the Friday. And so this week kind of feels a little bit like... I hadn't really thought about it. I was out on the walk and I was like, oh, it's Monday. And I looked at the date and I was like, well, 2 years ago this morning I would... It's weird. I didn't think that would pop in my head like that, but it did this morning. I love these movie spoiler conversations. MSC, if people get upset about, and I'm talking about plot lines for No Country for Old Men, if people get upset about spoilers from a film that's been out as long as that, then I really am quite keen on avoiding spoilers on something that's been out in the last 6 months. But beyond that, I think it's open season to talk about what you like and what you don't like, and if it's tough shit on your end, if you've not had a chance to watch that film that's 20 years old. I can't stand The Greatest Showman. I've got to be honest, I've never seen the whole thing, but the bits of it I've seen I can't fucking stand. It's shocking. My kids have tried to make me watch it, I couldn't get through it. I quite like Hugh Jackman, but it put it off a bit in that. I didn't like it. Wiltshire, I'm completely the opposite. I'm not saying it beat the original. Oh wow, that is a good find. I really loved Wonka. I'm completely different to you about it, dude. I loved it. Me, Maggie, and my other half went to see it. So Maggie's my 12-year-old. She 12-year-old. She really loved it, and she's been and seen it with her mum since, as well. I really loved it, and my other half didn't like it so much. So she didn't hate it, but she wasn't that keen. I really liked it. I thought it was brilliant. I don't really like musicals, but I thought it was the best modern one. Like the old school type films you used to get, like the original Willy Wonka film, or Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, or Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, or those kinds of films that they don't really make anymore, and if they do, they're terrible, like Cats or whatever. That's the first one I've seen that felt like it had all of the ingredients and it was good enough to stand, and I really, really liked it. I thought it was great. I thought it was much better than Mary Poppins 2. Mary Poppins 2 was okay, but I don't think it's... I just thought it was an okay film. Like, Wonka made... I liked the songs. I was getting into it. Mary Poppins 2 was... it's alright. But I don't know. I just liked Wonka. It was a good film. I think probably because it's not a very complex film. What they've really done is make Paddington 2... spice up the musical bit a bit and take away Paddington Bear, you know. Paddington 2 was made by and Paddington were made by the same people that made Wonka, and it's a very similar film in some ways to Paddington 2. In Paddington 2, the main character, the bear, gets put in prison, and then he has to like sort of get on with the prisoners, and like Paddington 2 is a great family film. It really is one of the best family films of the modern era. It's stunningly good, and I don't like... But I've got kids, so I've seen it. It's a really good film. And Wonka is like a musical version of that in many ways. It's a very simple thing they did, but it's very good. The Gentleman is the best movie of the last 5 years. Fuck me, that's a swipe. I think Dune is way better than The Gentleman, personally. I have to say, I saw Dune at the cinema and I liked it. And I was a bit disappointed that bad guys weren't bad enough. But I've seen Dune. I watched it last year, and I watched it the same, just gone the weekend. I watched it with Maggie, who's 12. And I set her up, really. I was like, do you want to try watching this? Because Dune 2's coming out. I thought, well, if I get her interested, she can maybe come to the cinema and watch the next one, kind of thing. She liked it as well, but I've seen Dune at least 3 times now. Dune, I should say. It's really, really good. I think that's a brilliant film. Drop dead Fred. No gladiolis for me, thank you. June was stunning, but nothing happened. I think stuff happened. I really liked it watching it again, just gone. I think it was great. Nice Guys was good. I've seen that a couple of times. It is good. June's on Disney Plus. I'm not sure if it's on Netflix or not. I think it might have just been added. I like June a lot. I don't think it was just cinematic. I think also in the last 5 years, Joker has come out in the last 5 years. I'd put that. Yeah, I can't even remember the new. The Gentleman wouldn't be. I liked The Gentleman. I thought it was great. It was a real return to form for Guy Ritchie, but it's not. It's certainly not in my top 5 of the last 5 years. Oppenheimer might just about squeak a spot, but Gentleman wouldn't for me. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to June 2. It's going to be good. I'm going to have to go for a piss and get some water, guys. I've been needing to do both of those things for about an hour, and I've not done it. I don't think Guy Ritchie is necessarily flamboyant. I wouldn't say that Lock, Stock or... I don't know in what way you mean flamboyant, but they don't strike me as personally. Right, be back in a sec, guys. Go for a piss. Actually quite thirsty. Fucking hell, I've not drunk enough for the last hour. I'm sick, eh? It'll only be a cold. It's not a big deal. Egyptian Wi-Fi, thank you. Tech Chockers and Yell, thank you for the resubs. Confaded, Stormtrooper, thank you as well. I have to say, I was looking forward to doing a 12-hour stream today, right? I've not done one in a little while because of the break and coming back ill and whatnot. And I have enjoyed the stream, I'm not going to lie, but not because of the game. I've had such a shit run today. Have you ever seen Saving Private Ryan? Yes. I saw it at the cinema when it came out. I'm into films. Asking someone that's kind of into films if they've seen Saving Private Ryan is like saying to a sommelier, have you ever tried red wine, you know? I don't know, bad example, but do you know what I mean? Shaving Ryan's privates, I think, not Saving Sports Fan. I think you've seen the wrong film. Yeah, Saving Private Ryan's a great film. Event Horizon's good, yeah. I quite like that film. Lawrence Fishburne and old matey that I can't remember, Australian dude who's in all sorts of good stuff. He's good in Peaky Blinders. He's good in the one with Ricky Baker. Sam Neill, well done. I always forget his name. Yeah, Event Horizon's a decent film. The Patriot, in my opinion, is not as good as Saving Private Ryan. I like The Patriot, but it's not as good. Patriot's pretty decent, but I think it's a little bit more popularist. It's a bit more... It's probably... It was really similar in a way to Braveheart in terms of its level and stuff. Both kind of good films, but not quite so gritty and authentic as Saving Private Ryan, I think. Law-abiding citizen's pretty good, yeah. How do I feel about Clint Eastwood? I like loads of things he's done. I've seen all of the westerns when I was much younger. They used to put all of the westerns like The Good, the Bad and the Ugly and Pale Rider and For a Few Dollars More or whatever they're called. All of those films, you know, like they used to put them on the telly all the time. So I've seen them all. And Clint Eastwood, it's almost like they're two different people, isn't there? Clint Eastwood from then, and then Clint Eastwood that does stuff now, like Million Dollar Baby. Somebody just mentioned. It's almost like two different people. He's been around so long, but Clint Eastwood, the cowboy, the actor of that time, is amazing at that. He's also, I think, in my favourite scene in cinema as well. That scene where he goes into the bar in Unforgiven and confronts Little Bill. That scene is an amazing scene. I love it. But yeah, I like Clint Eastwood. Like films like Gran Torino, he's done some really good stuff later in life. Inglourious Bastards is not one of my favourite. Christopher Waltz is good in it. I don't really like Inglourious Bastards. I don't dislike it. It's a decent film. Here's a thing. It might appease Uncle Food. I probably prefer Jackie Brown to Inglourious Bastards. I just thought it was a little bit too over the top. It's intentional. It's an intentional choice, but the style of it and the only good thingy is a dead thingy. It was a bit too much. I thought it was a bit over the top. It was a bit flamboyant. I never really liked Monty Python, so I'm afraid my favourite Monty Python is the one I really liked, which is Life of Brian.
What about The Rock with Sean Connery?
We started this film conversation on The Rock, G. Simmons, I'm afraid to say. Sorry. We've been doing films for a way. Uncle Food loves this. Name a film or an actor. Go. The best Clint Eastwood film is clearly Space Cowboys, you heathen. I quite like that film. I do quite like it. I don't... yeah, I'm not sure it's... yeah. You don't mean that. G. Simmons, dude, thank you very much for the support. Lord of War's okay. You are right about that, Original Moss. The basement scene in Inglourious Bastards is the best bit in it. That scene is really good. All the way through it. That scene is brilliant. I agree. But... and there's a few scenes that are quite good with Christopher Waltz in particular. There's some other scenes that are good, because Christopher Waltz isn't in that scene, right? But... I'm not a huge fan of Inglourious Bastards. Mainly because of the bastards. I think it's better... the bits where they're not really in it so much are the best bits of the film, and that's a problem, isn't it? I think. The bits with Christopher Waltz, that bit with the basement, I know there's a couple of them in it there, I suppose, but the best bits of the film have very few of the bastards in it. I'm saying Christopher, you're right, it's Christoph Waltz, isn't it? I can't help that. Remembering names exactly right is something I'll get wrong, but yeah. You're right, I'm saying Christopher Waltz, it's Christoph. Doing this route that I've just done is a huge gamble when you get the spawn I just get. You need to get lucky and get a can of food here and there. Like, I'm going to need to find a knife and some tuna, or sorry, not tuna, a knife and some tackback or something, or I'm going to be in deep trouble. Wouldn't be the first time. I do this exact run all the time, and it's a real ball ache. But when you get lucky, it pays off massively, because you're in a really high tier loot area in no time from spawn. That's what they're remaking. They're remaking Big Trouble in Little China. I was trying to find on stream the other day the memory of what film they were remaking and why it was abhorrent. That's what they're remaking.
How do you like All Quiet on the Western Front?
They're remaking Big Trouble in Little China. That's bad news, isn't it? I'm almost certain they're remaking Big Trouble in Little China. Go and have a look on IMDb and find it up. I'm pretty sure they are. I only just sort of like scratched the surface. I was ill and I discovered that piece of information. And it then left my body along with about 11 pounds worth of feces. Sorry guys, hope you're not eating. Anyway. But yeah, they are remaking Roadhouse. I think Roadhouse is a much more apt film to remake, personally, but not Big Trouble in Little China. I've not seen it, Techno, no. It's a movie you give a shit about. Aberdeen, I don't think it's necessarily to do with being a movie you give a shit about, well, I guess that qualifies, but I really like the film The Running Man, for example, but I think that's prime for a remake. I think that could be a good film to remake, as an example, you know? It's not that I give a shit about Big Trouble in Little China. I don't wake up every day thinking, my God, it's so good. I loved it as a kid. It's a good film, but it's a film that doesn't need to be remade. Like, it's a film that kind of works timelessly. Some films don't, you know, like some films aren't timeless and they're good candidates to remake. And I think The Running Man, made more in line with Stephen King's book, for example, makes sense. I don't get remaking Big Trouble in Little China at all. Like, another example is Planes, Trains and Automobiles. I think that's an absolute classic comedy. It's a truly brilliant film. One of my favourite... It's not a Christmas film, but it's one of my favourite Christmas films. It's a Thanksgiving film, but we don't have Thanksgiving in the UK. So to me, it feels like a Christmas film. But they're remaking that as well, you know? That's just stupid. I don't remember the book very well. I don't remember the book very well. I've read the Stephen King book. He wrote it under the pseudonym Richard Bachman. But I don't remember the book. I read the book after I'd seen the film, and I loved the film. So when I read the book, I was disappointed about it, and I was obviously quite young. I think I was about 11 when I read the Bachman books. There was a quadrilogy that... it was like 4 short stories. It was about 1,000 pages long. And it had Rage and The Long Walk, which was the best one. And I didn't like... I didn't really like The Running Man very much. I was disappointed by it. Donk, for a minute I thought you were being serious. With a new Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson movie announced almost daily, you wouldn't be blamed if you forgot that one of his upcoming projects is none other than a remake of John Carpenter's Big Trouble in Little China, the 1986 film cult classic, and features one of the best performances of Kurt Russell's career, giving us a hero in Jack Burton. Yeah, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson is going to be in Big Trouble in Little China. Is that whetting your appetite? I'm sure it is. I think they're doing it with a slightly different slant. I remember reading something about how Jack Burton was in it, but it was going to be slightly different than the original. I can't say I'm excited. The Bills are beating the absolute dog shit out of the Steelers. Well, that's good to know. I don't dislike The Rock. The Rock seems like... They're also doing a live-action version of fucking Moana as well. Well, like, they only just made Moana, you know, like, sometimes they do, like, they did it to, like, The Jungle Book, and they've done it to others, but doing a live-action version of a film that came out about fucking half a second ago seems a bit stupid. Any advice for a first-time DeerIsle player? Don't do what Uncle TRMZ does. I don't know. Take your time. Don't try to run to good military bases without doing your prep work like I've just done. Moana's a decent film, but it was a decent film in recent memory. You know, like, releasing it as a live film, it just seems like all they've done is go, hang on a minute. Unlike most of the time, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson could actually be Maui. Dwayne could be Maui. It's like that role was meant for him. And given that that role's meant for him, why don't we cast him live action and do it now while he's still young enough? Let's do it. Done. I don't dislike The Rock. I quite like him in that one he was in with Emily Blunt, the I don't know, Up Shit Creek Without a Paddle one or whatever it was called. That was okay. I took the kids to see that at the cinema. It was okay. He's fine. I like. He's quite likable on screen and stuff, but he's going to lose me as feeling at all likable if he remakes Big Trouble in Little China and yeah, Scorpion King wasn't the best, but. I've already got stuff. Sticks was the previous life. Oh shit. Oh no. I'm in trouble. Oh. This DeerIsle has got those like ridiculously hard to kill zombies. That's what that is. I can't craft enough bolts with this to kill it. Especially if I sharpen the stick instead of fucking cutting them up. FCB, they are part of the... They're stag zombies. They are part of the DeerIsle lore. I can't say lure. Lore. 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 So they're not server specific, no. I struggle with lore and I struggle with dune. I just said dune correctly, but I say it like June. My dad did, he called it June. Like sand dune. Or like the month June, more like, I suppose. I'm not saying fishing lure. 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 I can't say it. I do struggle with a few words. I think I was born in Lancashire. And I very, very quickly learnt to drop the Lancashire accent when we moved to Leicestershire. But that was still kind of northern enough. But when I moved to Suffolk, I got the shit ripped out of me something fierce because I was about 10 when we moved. And moving to Suffolk with a like kind of deep northern accent, I dropped it in about 4 weeks. And every now and then, though, there's the odd word that for whatever reason I can't seem to say. I guess it might not be to do with that, but that's my excuse and I'm sticking to it. June. Boolock. Purple burglar alarm. Purple... I can't... I'm not going to try and do a Scotch accent, dude. I can't do it. My accents are terrible. I know it.
As a Scottish person, I struggle with the phrase, purple burglar alarm.
You're saying the same thing, dude. Dead of the Shawn. Thank you, Dobby, Guna, Ombury, Crazy Lobbies, E. Simmons before that. Thanks all of you guys for the support. Thank you. Oh, I really hope I don't die again. I don't... This is not a sad tale for me, really, as the poor boy. I've said this before, but when I moved down from up north, I started halfway through the school term, and the class was full, but they got one space. And the reason they had one space in the class is because a poor fucking lad got ran over and killed. So I started halfway through the term, about 2 months after the guy that seat I took died in a fucking by being ran over. So I was not a popular kid when I started at school. It was kind of because they were all like, it wasn't my fault, but kids are fucking dumb, aren't they? Right? That was really tough. Not as tough as the poor kid that got run over, obviously, you know, like that was very, very, very harsh, like beyond belief, but it wasn't the easiest way to start at a new school. Oh, there was one girl that like fucking had me for like 4 years because I started in the class. Not as in like beat me, I just like really fucking hated my guts forever. I actually really struggled with that. Not with that, but when I was in Hinckley in Leicestershire, I was in primary school, and I'd obviously been in that school since I was 5, and I'd grown up through the years, like you all do, you know. Like when you move schools, it can be tricky for everyone, right? But I was ripped out. I was in the last year of primary school, and I was taken from that. And lots of people have way worse things, you know. It's not the end of the world, but I struggled with it. I was taken out of primary school halfway through the term. My mum got a better job. We needed to move down south. It was the right choice, and it's turned out a very good thing for me. I'm glad she did. But at the time, this particular transition was hard, you know. Starting at the new school, I got picked on because of my accent horrendously, and I got picked on because of that, because of my, like, why there was a space in the class, and they actually put me in his same fucking seat. So his seat is sat empty as of like a memento. And then they put me in the same seat. They should have fucking moved the classroom around, like moved all the tables around or something, but they didn't. They didn't. They left the seats in the same way and then made me sit in his same fucking seat, you know, like, oh my god, how fucking... They wouldn't do that now. I'm sure they wouldn't. They just didn't have any fucking clue about shit all back then, I guess, you know. But yeah, it wasn't the easiest way to start at a new school. Like, I had like a massive group of friends. All of us got on well with each other, and I think that's common at primary school because you're all in the same class and you go up to the next year in the same class and you know everyone and you've known them all since you were 5, right? But I had a big group of really close friends, and then I moved down to here, and it took me a long time to settle in. And I did make some friends, and I started going and doing stuff, but it took a lot longer. It was a real weird thing. That's a bear. I've heard it a few times, but... actually quite sad, the poor kid. The poor kid, he was playing in an underpass. So he was playing in an underpass, like not anywhere near a road. It was like on an underpass, and the car came off the road, came through the barrier, down the side of the underpass, and hit him somewhere where he should have been completely in no danger of any vehicles. It was incredibly unlucky. He wasn't in the underpass, but it was like on the way into it. I moved from a poor neighbourhood to a wealthier one. That was rough being the poor kid. Yeah, well, there's so many other stereotypes much worse than being just a northerner, I guess, which is what I was. But I did have trouble as well. I was a bit fat at school, so I did get some hassle for being somewhat rotund as well. Like by today's standards, I wouldn't have been the fat kid, but by the standards of the time I was at school, I was, you know. There's a bit more of it going round nowadays, you know. Now I'm fucked. I didn't want to shoot that early because it's so inaccurate, but now I'm proper fucked. This loot is awful. I normally would expect to find some SKS rounds by now. Or some 308 rounds. Didn't seem to aggro as many of the zombies as I thought it would, to be honest. Oh shit, they're coming, look. I've spoken too soon is what I've done. Oh shit. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Fucking hell. Oh, there is the one I wanted. Look, there's the plate carrier one at the back. I don't think they'll be able to aggro their way round here before they de-aggro on me, but if they do, I am fucked. The loot here has been shocking. I did get a defender vest, I suppose. That's pretty good. That's the big problem with that like stag zombie. The one I was saying takes shitloads of shots to kill it. Like somebody just said it takes 8 SKS shots to kill that zombie, right? They don't scream like the screamers do, but they aggro all the zombies like the screamers do. They are OP as fuck. They aggro all of the zombies from miles away.
Just woke up and managed to catch you live, and remember to use my prime sub TRMZ LUV.
Ah, Dobby, thank you. Have a good time. I'd love to go to Japan, you know. I think that would be a place I'd like to go to. It really is. I'd like to go. Cheers for the support, Dobby. iDareable, thank you for the 10 months. Dead of the Sean, thank you again. Yeah, have a nice time. That's very cool. I'm a bit jealous. I'd like to go to Japan. I'd love to go to Tokyo in particular. I know if you've been there, you probably say it's not the place to go, but I'd love to go to Tokyo and then some other places, I guess. John McClane put that entire big island to tier 2 loot. You can still find okay stuff here, YOLO. It's certainly not as good as it was. It has changed. So it used to spawn helicopter crash sites like mad, and it doesn't anymore. Hooded Vengeance, you're doing Tokyo, Kyoto and Hakone. Hakone? That's cool, dude. Stay on longer? No. 12 hours is enough for me, thank you. You are right, though. The loot is much worse than it was. So I don't know what the tiers are, but yeah, definitely when I was playing it before, I'd noticed that the loot was worse. Here's Pete, dude. Mine, there you go, dude. Thank you for coming in. Brownieville, thank you for the 15 months. Lucid, thank you. I shouldn't be wasting time here then, because like you've just said that the loot's been reduced. And I've found a few things here. I've got the SKS, I got that scope, but it's the bullets that's the problem, you know. Those zombies could have had SKS rounds, but I couldn't kill them all, could I, you know? Like, we could definitely get some SKS rounds at these containers, so I might as well check them while I'm here. I see Salah sustained a bad injury. No. What bad injury has Salah sustained? Please say he hasn't got like a season-ending injury. That would suck. This is our 6th time in Japan and we always finish in Tokyo. Very cool. I am jealous. Do you speak the language very much, Dobby, or do you get along without speaking the language? Because as a dumb English person, you can normally get by in most anywhere. But Japan is meant to be one of the few places where not speaking any of the language can be not a challenge, but can be a bit harder than others, maybe. But I'm sure it's not. But that's good. AK-74. Yeah, Jack Stafford, yeah, we talked about that a little earlier, dude. It's a shocker that it's happened for Everton again. Hey Stacey, how you doing? Stacey and Danae, hope you're good. Lazy, I wouldn't worry about it, dude. Sometimes people try to time someone out and it's meant to be somebody else. Sometimes people deserve it. Sometimes people are whispering in the background and that's why they... But nonetheless, leave the modding to the mods. You're just fine. Been in Japan 5 to 6 times with work, always with an interpreter or a translator. Blimey. I guess with work stuff, it's a bit different than just like going for leisure and getting it a bit wrong. I think it depends where you go. In the city, you're not too bad. Train signs are in English. Oh, okay. I'm going to drop that for now. That's cool, isn't it? Wow. 5.56 semi-auto sniper. Did you watch a Garand take 5.56? Yeah, it's modded, dude. Chill out. Don't worry about it. It's a modded gun. The devs didn't do it. the loot that I'm packing. Haven't got the stamina to go over the wall. Fucking marvellous. So I think that's partly why this island's so dead now. It's nowhere near as useful to go to. It kind of makes sense. This island used to be like a PvP fucking shitfest. It's not actually as good now, so I guess less people bother coming. Does my wife support my streaming career? I met my fiance. We're not married. I met my fiance while I was working my notice. So we met after I was already becoming a full streamer. So she'd be kind of dumb not to support it, given that it's gone pretty well. So yeah, of course she does. There are challenges to being a streamer and relationships and things. Like if you're based in the UK, like right now I'm streaming at 11 o'clock. I've been on for 11 hours. My voice carries like fuck, and I talk all day. So she's in the house downstairs, trying not to hear me talk constantly. Like my voice carries pretty well. So imagine that you were sitting on the sofa, and in the room next door, your other half was on the phone for 12 hours. There are some small challenges, let's say, with living with a streamer. In a way. It's quite hard to escape from unless you can completely soundproof your room, which I can't do. I'm not going to have this conversation in any great detail, but sound foam doesn't work. The only way to soundproof the room is to take the plasterboard off, take the floor up, and put in soundproofing. The foam is acoustic tiles; it doesn't dampen any sound. That's the very short version of that before people start telling me about it. I've got acoustic tiles.
Just
they don't do
more
anything.
ASMR.
Acoustic tiles are to stop echoes and to improve the sound quality of your voice, like to improve they improve the acoustics of the room, but they don't change your voice carrying out through the floor. Good luck, Dan. Cheers for the support, both of you. Just do more ASMR. Now there's an idea. But yeah, I've also struggled over the years to gradually get into it, because when you first go full time at this stuff, you're so eager. Like when I was doing 6-day weeks, like when I went to try and be full time, I was doing 24-hour streams every other weekend and stuff, you know. And it's really hard when you're self-employed to try and find like some kind of work-life balance, right? I've got that a lot better now, but it's taken me many years to get there, you know. Like I've got an editor now that's helping to do YouTube videos, which means that I can do 5 streams a week. I still work on my days off a little bit, but I'm not editing on my days off. I get the best part of 2 days off a week, and that's a big deal, you know. Like it has been a lot different to that over the years, you know. I did 6-day weeks for a very long time. Lots of people in the chat will be going, so what, I've done 6-day weeks for 10 years. But it's quite hard to sustain a relationship when you're not around, and half of the time you are around, your kids turn up that aren't your other halves, you know. Like you need to try and find time for people, otherwise it's not going to work, don't you, you know? Ammo on the first bed downstairs. Alright, I'll have a look. We're doing okay now. We've got a chamber... Somebody was here. Dropped a bear steak as well. I might cook that quickly, because 1 bear steak... Ammo on that first bed. I don't see any ammo. Alright, anyway. That bear steak. Can I even light this? I think my matches are damp, aren't they? Oh no, they've dried. That's the result. Don't see any bushes. Just going to get 2 bits of bark. I was going to get some sticks, but 2 bits of bark. I just want to cook this bear steak. Bear steak is really OP for energy. I've been yellow for ages. If I just cook this single piece of steak, it will really help me. I even get the fucking steak. It is hard, Dr. Fat. It is hard to try and get that balance right. David Clark, thank you again for the cheers for the gifted subbing, dude. Yoshi, cheers for the bits as well. I missed Whackcat's message. I can't say I'm unhappy about it. I don't think we'll be building our own house, Redline. I think that's unlikely. No clue player. If you're on official servers, you can change servers. If you're on a community server, it's locked to the community server. Yeah, I don't think I'd like the hassle of building a home. I think you've got to be the right kind of person, and I'm not the right kind of person. I think you've also got to have a lot of time to devote to it, to think about it, and to really focus on it, and I don't have that either. If you're on official, you can switch, dude. So if you're on first person official, you can switch to any first person server, and likewise if you're on third person, you can switch to any third person server and it will switch. You won't be in the same place on the map though, so you can take your server to another, you can take your player on another server on official, but you'll move to a different part of the map. Much nearer the coast. Mo goes the cow. I guess if it was a bear steak that had been partially eaten by somebody sick, it could make you sick, yeah, but given that that was uncooked and completely 100%, that won't make me sick, but yeah. If you eat any food that's been partially eaten by a sick person, you can catch their illness, yeah. Bobby Beams, I think the reason to build your own house is not necessarily just to save money. It might be to build your dream house that's exactly to the specification that you want because you can't find the house that's right. But I must be honest, I know Redline might see me as being a particular kind of person, but when it comes to stuff like houses and whatnot, I'm not one of those that would go and look at 50 houses and just go, well, I just can't get it quite right. The portcullis on all of them has been just a little bit too small. You know, like, I'm really not that. I'm really simple. If I'm moving to a house that's big enough for me to stay in forever, I'd like it to be big enough to get a pool table in. And beyond that, I'd like a room to stream, and I don't really give a fuck. I'm not really bothered. I'm not really that asked either way. I'm going to leave that. I don't really know what this stag grenade does. If I got a pool table, even like an English pool table that's like just over 6x3 or 6, it could be 6x3 feet. I'd need to get Dennis Taylor style glasses, otherwise I wouldn't be able to play. There is a tape player, but the music's normally not much. A strange recording might be different. The one that I found before was just like a little musical ditty thing. I think they might be 7 foot by 3.5. Is it 7 foot by? Ooh, what the fuck is that? The ESP, a family of US automatic rifles, chambered in .308. It was recently adopted to take the LAR magazines. Wow. Wow, 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 we were. It is a bit like a BAR. 6x3 is quite common for an English pool table, but they can get slightly bigger. Like the ones they play on at the World Championships, they made them just a tiny bit bigger. I think they're 7 by a bit. They're not 7 by 3.5, 7 by 3 and a bit. I forget the exact dimensions, but like the top tournaments in English pool are played on 7-foot English pool tables now, I believe. Dobby, that's cool. Yeah, I've always wanted a pool table. I used to play pool loads. It was my first addiction before gambling, which was a negative one. But for a short time, it was one of the things that really focused me. And I was only playing in like local pool clubs and stuff. But when I started playing for Suffolk for a very short time, I got really into it, and I was trying to get good. And the best I did was finish 19th in our region, and you had to finish top 8 to get an England trial at pool. There's no money in pool. Certainly there was no money in English pool back then. But I think if I'd have persisted, I wouldn't have been a professional, but I might have been good enough to get an England trial. Maybe I probably wouldn't have been good enough to play for England. But I was a decent pool player anyway at the time. I wasn't the best, but I never really did enough. Like I never did enough practice to get. I could have got a lot better, but I didn't have the money to play the game enough to get better enough, if that makes sense. And then I kind of discovered that I'd rather have a girlfriend, and then just kind of gave up. And halfway through one county season, I just stopped going. The Lars, you're talking about a different game to me, dude. A 9-foot table is an American pool table. I'm talking about English 8-ball pool. It's a different game to what you're talking about, dude. An English 8-ball pool table does not use a 9-foot table. That's a like an American 9-ball table. You're not talking about the same sport as me, dude. So sorry, you're not correct. Those 9-foot tables are the ones where you can be like trying to shoot a ball down the rail and you literally can't miss. You know, like 9-ball pool and American 8-ball is a very skillful game. You know, like I fully appreciate it, but it's not the same game as the English pool game. It's a much smaller table. The pockets are a lot tighter. Like potting balls is a much more tricky thing. You know what? I think I'm gonna drop this fucking BAR copy thing. I've just got a Savannah mag. I can't be bothered to try and make that work, as cool as it looks. Snooker table is 12 foot by 6 foot. It's even bigger than an American pool table. snooker tables are absolutely massive. Even like American 9-ball players and American people that have played like pool in America, right? Like the first time you see a snooker table, you'll kind of get it. It's crazy. Like a long pot in pool is like your easy pot in snooker. Pool is a really good game. Like I enjoy watching 9-ball on the telly when I've had the chance in the past, like the Moscone Cup and stuff from years ago. You know, like not been able to watch any of it for years, but it's a cool game. It's not the most TV ready game ever. You know, it's one of those where it appears too easy on the telly. It's not easy, but it appears too easy, so it's not as popular to watch as a TV sport. I ran past a skeleton, did I? Oh, bollocks, never mind. I'm not shooting the M1 here, Dak. We've just seen a mushroom. There's enough around to make me think that there might be a player around, and I could also aggro the zombie as well. Sorry, the bear. What's down there? Not a lot at the moment. There's a great big crater with a load of gas in it. The top of that's going to have secrets in it down the line, I believe, but it's not quite done yet. Helicopter crash site is pretty good news. Isn't the top part of the quest now? I think it might be. Yeah, I think you might have to get something from the top there, but I don't know the quest entirely, but I believe you might need to go to the top there now, but I don't know what for and why. I haven't read the details on how to do the quest.
2 years seems like weeks. Lovely content to look forward to what the new year holds.
Oh, I just dropped the R700 thing. I'm not taking that. This is fucking pointless. I'm never getting out of here now. I've been up there with the Keycard Chronicles, but that was a server-specific change. It's not there now on the server that it used to be on. I've got wolves as well. Please have the stamina. Yes, I do. I'll be amazed if I don't get killed by some player before I get these done. So it was only 3 headshots. I think they might have dialed them down a little bit. To be fair, it's not that weak of a gun, so that might be partly why. It didn't jam for ages, did it? zombies and the wolves don't touch each other except on certain modded servers. That's a mod. It's not in the game, unfortunately. I wish it was. Backpack's kind of cool. Here, another bear. I should probably try to cut the wolves up for food, but my knife is kind of getting ruined, and I don't want to do it. I'm just going to go and loot the helicopter. Set player. A forged sword used by ancient gladiators, survivalist weapon. Is this... what's this from? E-Man? I don't think it's E-Man. It's from Gladiator, is it? It actually says there, right? Used by ancient gladiators. I didn't fucking read it and I still didn't fucking... I read it but I didn't read it, if that makes sense. I think I can take the bear with my gladiator sword. Maximus Decimus Meridius, eh? Blimey. And I will have my Revenga. Zelda. It looks a bit like the Zelda sword. Hang on a minute. I'm a legend, Ninjo. Cheers for the resub and the bits. Thank you, dudes. Thank you. Play the creeper cassette. I don't think I've got a battery, so I can't. I need a battery to play the creeper cassette. I could put 4 rounds into the SKS, you're right. Oh shit, the bear's right there. Oh look! I didn't look that way. 6 rounds even. Guys, I'm taking my glasses off. I'm gonna put... I've got dry eye drops that I need to put in my eyes, so... if I get shot at right now, I'm basically fucked. I think I was impressed with that. I managed to get 1 drop in without holding my eyelid back, but I couldn't do the other one. That's why I had to stop. Is that another heli? Yeah, it is. I was saying that this island used to spawn a lot of helis. It clearly still does. You used to hear them a lot more, though. I'm kind of lucky to get 2, but whether we'll get the loot or not, no. Zombies are still on it. Catfish. I'm drinking a lot today. I'm on my 3rd water bottle today. I've had 2 big cups of tea, and I'm on nearly 2/3 of the way through another 32 ouncer. Let's give this fucking sword a whirl. There's 2 of the fucking king shit, 3 maybe of the king shit zombies. Oh, I'm disappointed. I was expecting it to be a bit more of a killer than that. That was shit, wasn't it? Basically like a knife. I thought it was going to like do some serious killings. Worse than a knife. I don't know. I'm looking around this. I haven't got time to read the lore. I haven't got I'm too tired. I can't be fucked. That Mosin at a helicopter crash site. Oh, you're kidding me. I just got rid of that other... I'm pretty sure I found quite a few bits for the R700 through the course of this character's life. Any chance of a boat? Inside. Was that an inside heli? It was. No, that's what I thought. There's no inside to that heli, dude. The Russian one you can climb inside. The American one, the loot's only on the outside. Dale, thank you for the subbing. It's for the support. Thank you again. Matt, don't tell me either. Max is cool, by the way. Oh, it's all good, Schoenberger. You don't need to be sorry. It's all good, man. Schoenberger. I'm fucking hungry. I quite like a burger. I'm trying to be healthy again now. I'm back on it. Like, I've had no alcohol for, I don't know, 9 days or something. I'm not counting because I'm so desperate for a drink, but I'm trying to go 75 days basically. So I don't think that'll be a trouble. I think I'll do that, to be honest. Whether I stick to being healthy as well. I'm not doing a proper hard 75, but I'm doing the no alcohol and the walking, and I'm trying to eat healthily, and that's it. Yeah, I saw the trousers, but these trousers are fine. There's nothing wrong with these trousers. DeerIsle's not a cold map. unless you're on the ice sheet in the northwest, in which case the clothes don't make any difference by the time you're there anyway. Do you ever travel back up to the mighty north, Lewis? Not really, no. My grandparents on my dad's side where they lived in Briarfield, which was not far from Burnley. I used to live in Nelson. They lived in Briarfield, all around Pendle Hill. And so when my dad's granddad, my granddad died. His mum died his mum had Alzheimer's, and unfortunately she died. And then when his dad died, we've never gone back since. His that's probably the best outcome there. But that was too close. You live in Nelson, just the one that's in New Zealand. Fuck, you know. Not the New Zealand thing, the bear. Yeah, there's no reason for us to go back now, you know. Like I moved away when I was about 4.5, 5. I've got no memory of that place really, no strong memory that makes me want to go back. My dad's no longer around, his parents are no longer around. It would have been nice to take my dad up at some point before he died, but because he had dementia and stuff, it wouldn't really have worked either. So, yeah, no, we haven't been up for a long time. Did I say Milka? Milka. How aren't you blinking red? Because the bears do a hell of a lot of shock damage. He only hit me once and it knocked me unconscious to the first hit, so I got lucky. Sometimes you get hit 3 times before you go oncon, but he knocked me with the first swipe, so he barely hit me. That's why. You're rarely blinking red from a bear attack if you're full health, by the way. You're unlucky if you are. You get a lot more trouble if you shoot it, but if you don't shoot, they tend to just wait till you're oncon and then leave you alone. If you shoot them, they give yourself all kinds of problems. How come he doesn't just eat you? Well, bears don't eat people in real life all the time. A lot of the time, I'm no bear expert. A lot of the time a bear is defending its territory and getting rid of you as a potential threat. They're not necessarily killing you for eating, you know, like, that's probably less common. Although they might eat you once you're dead anyway, but it's quite common that they're trying to do you in because they are defending cubs or defending their territory, not wanting food. So once you're no longer a threat and unconscious, people survive bear attacks quite often. You know, just look at The Revenant. There was that really good documentary called The Revenant about exactly that topic. You know. Richie, I did very clearly say they don't always, right? Listen to the words that I use, right? I've seen alone. I know that some bears are likely to eat you and some bears aren't, but if you listen to the way I phrased the statement, I didn't say bears never eat you. Oh, blimey, that's just been gassed. That sucks. I can't believe they had that series of Alone where there was grizzly bears. I wouldn't do that. Nobody got hurt, but I wouldn't do that for love nor money. Like, there's other episodes where there are brown bears, but grizzly bears, fuck that. Yeah, there's that famous saying about the bears, polar bears, brown bears, and whatever, fight back and lie down and all that stuff. But the reality is that people don't come into contact with polar bears quite so often. You know, like maybe that will change a bit in the coming years, I suppose. But polar bears, there are people that come into contact with polar bears, but it's a lot less often than grizzly bears, I would guess. Right, I've got some bad news, guys. Right, I think that's the end of the stream because I'm just not able to. I haven't got the guts to say to people, "Watch me swim to Alcatraz for 20 minutes, and when I get to the other side, I'm going to end the stream." So, it's going to take 20 minutes to make that swim. 19 minutes left of the stream, so I might as well end here. Yes, if we carry on DeerIsle tomorrow, I'll have to do this swim tomorrow. But at the start of the stream, it's a lot more palatable than right now. You know, I'm not ending a stream with a swim to Alcatraz. I think I'd rather not. So I'm gonna call it. There's nothing else for me to do on this island. Alcatraz is the next place I should go to, so that's where I'm gonna go. But I think it makes sense not to do that swim now. That's really dumb, I think, isn't it? JCG, thank you for the 3 months. Cheers for the support. Guys, thanks very much for coming in. There's many people you can be watching. Thank you for watching me. I had a terrible fucking day today. I don't remember killing anyone in a firefight in 12 hours. I've died. I've lost 3 fully geared fights. Sorry, 3 fully geared characters. I've lost other people that just got murdered. I've had... The best chance I've had at a proper PvP was when I turned a corner with a blaze in my hand with no vest and the guy had an assault rifle and all of the gear, you know, like... It's been horrendous. I've not really had a chance of a firefight. Maybe because I've been really, really high on the chat interaction today. As in, like, really enjoying it. I've really enjoyed the stream. But I've probably not been focusing on the game anywhere near enough. And so by the time I'm in a firefight, I'm already dead. I've enjoyed the day, but the game it's just kicked my ass all day, you know. So hopefully tomorrow we get a bit of a better run. Maybe I'll try and put a bit more focus on the game here and there. We'll see. It's kind of sad this, but I actually kind of fancy doing Ulterior more, even though it's kicked my ass today, you know. But I don't know. I don't know what we'll do. Maybe we'll do some more DeerIsle tomorrow. Maybe we'll do some Churnerous. Maybe we'll do Ulterior. I don't know. But I'll be back on tomorrow sometime between 1 and 2 p.m. That's it from me for now. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a great rest of the day. Beaver, I'm sure you'll get over it, dude. If you really want me to swim there for 20 minutes, tough. Cheers for coming in, guys. I really appreciate you checking out this 12-hour stream that's definitely not been 11 hours and 42 minutes, Beaver, okay? Take it easy, peeps. I'll catch you next time. Love you, bye!